Okay, and we're back after our lunch from the Rubiks WCA European Championships 2026. I'm Sean O'Toole.
And you're joined with me, Piotr Olszewski.
So we're just starting 4x4 now. In this wave, we have Kieran Behan, Richard Delacoste, Thiago Moraes.
This stream's very own Chris Mills.
The man himself. Alexandre Carlier. That's the main few for this round. So we have quite a lot coming up. We should get some good solves out of hopefully Kieran and Richard at least, once we see what's going on the stages. Off camera, this solving has just begun a little bit ago, and we're just waiting on getting the...
Yeah, I think I can see Chris Mills competing right now. Oh, should we move?
Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm being told to move.
Okay.
I think you're okay.
I'm okay, okay.
I don't know, it's fine. Anyway, so we can't really see what's going on from our booth, but I can see Kieran is just starting there at the back.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get an angle on the stage in a moment.
Dylan Miller also getting ready to solve.
So in that back right there's Kieran Behan. Dylan Miller there in the front left. Is that Alvin Roltz, maybe? I can't really tell.
No, it's
not.
I think it's...
He's cut his hair.
I think it's Sebastian Noska or something.
Ah, yeah. Oh, it's Polish. Yes, of course. Sorry.
The t-shirts do look very similar.
Yeah.
But he is in the Kubos black shirt from what I remember.
Mark Mooney there in the green, an Irish competitor sitting down.
I think Anthony Lafourcade, no, very much not him, getting ready to solve.
Kieran just leaving. Back to
the waiting area.
Yeah. So we just had our opening ceremony. I don't believe we were live for that. It was pretty cool actually. There was lots of there was dancing. There was, I'm not sure if you can see just off the top right of your screen, there is a corner of a cube there. So every country
with flags
has a little flag that was stuck onto the cube and it was hoisted into the sky. Every European country, sorry.
Of course. The music was very copyrighted, that's why.
Yes, there was lots and lots of copyrighted music, so we weren't able to throw it in the stream.
Oh, we've got some.
We have some angles
better
here
footage
now.
now. Yes, exactly.
Jimmy Naismith with a 40.2.
Richard solving in the back, just getting started. I think around the 4-second mark.
Matteo Dumar beside Richard. Matteo did very well in the cube mile yesterday.
Ooh, how did he do?
He got sub 6 minutes for sure, I think, or in and around that mark anyway. I think Chris was on talking about the cube mile a bit earlier, but it was very, very entertaining to watch. Incredibly impressive that people can run that fast, aside from doing all the cubes.
Yeah, exactly. And the cubes do throw you out of your pace very much, so you have to stand when you're doing them. You can't.
And you lose your rhythm with the run quite a bit.
Exactly.
Who do we have solving now?
In the back, very much under the table, Przemysław Rogalski. The competitor of the most attended competitions in Europe at, I think, 401. He's been to his 400th.
That's a lot
just
of competitions.
Before, yeah. A lot of competing delegated, about half of them. Very much pillar of the community over here in Poland.
Jan Bentlager in the very top right of your screen. Danny Morgan with a 22.4. He'll be very happy with that.
I think Danny is the new treasure of the UK community, very much.
Yes, very much so. Danny's great.
Multi-talented, both big cubes, clock, everything else. I'm not sure about his 4x4.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh no, okay.
Who else do we have coming up now? We have in the very top left. We have I believe that's the Portuguese competitor jersey. It looks very sharp.
It's very good.
It's
very
good
cool
looking. We were watching some cube mile competitors running in it yesterday, trying to figure out whose it was. but it is very, very cool. You can spot them a mile away.
Portugal has had a bit of a comeback recently, I think.
Yeah.
Like after COVID, like Euros 2022, I don't remember seeing many Portuguese competitors at all.
Yeah,
It was
you're right.
Vasco Vasconcelos, and that's about it from what I can remember. And now
The community's thriving.
yeah, very big Portugal championships.
Yeah. It's always great to see the communities will bounce back.
Yes, after maybe some tougher times. Dylan Miller sitting down to compete. Not much pressure on him as an non-European, and also he probably is basically locked for round 2.
Yes, very much so.
Very talented solver. Caleb Wolf done, I think, just done with his solve. Unfortunately, I don't think top left. I don't think we can see the time.
I believe it's a 29.96, just about.
I think not the best showing from him.
No, he would be wanting better than that.
Yes.
Caleb Wolf done another one of the UK's
fresh talents.
He's so fast at a lot of events.
Mostly known for his clock, but also recently 3x3 is getting really good for him.
The UK is incredibly competitive for 3x3 these days. Richard Delacoste there in the top left of your screen, sitting down. And Kieran Behan in the bottom left.
Setting up the tripod. I'm not sure what the setup is, but I don't even see what's... I guess it's just a GoPro on top or something.
It is... it depends on which station. Different stations have different overheads. Yeah. So I think... I'm not sure which station he's actually sitting at. Richard's just coming to the end of his edges. It's difficult to see without the overhead angle, unfortunately. Shake of the head from Kieran. He won't be happy with that.
24, and I think no parodies? Or maybe just all I didn't see. So
hard to tell.
Yes.
But he won't be happy regardless with a 24. Chris Mills in the top right, beside Jan Bentlage.
Not European anymore.
No, he's abandoned us.
Yes, he left basically the farthest away as you can go to New Zealand.
Yeah.
I think he might not like us.
No, that's it.
This has to be the reason.
Chris just starting. We missed the end of Richard's solve there. Actually, I didn't quite see what his time was. Jan with a 45. Caleb back into the bottom left there. We'd expect to see kind of low 20s, I believe. From
yeah,
Caleb.
yeah.
Somewhere around
something
that.
around that, yeah.
We had some pretty stellar results in the first couple of rounds. We had 2 European records in the first 2 rounds.
Yes.
Tim on, of course, with the 7x7 European record average. And Nicholas Archer tying the one-handed average European record.
Didn't realize that was a tie, but yeah. Kudos to both of them.
Yes. And I'm just seeing the results now. A 7-way tie for the first solve of FMC. 7 people getting a 21 single so far. So that will be very interesting to see how that goes.
A lot of the favorites are not actually in that heat. So, for example, ER holder Radomir Baran got a 23.
Yes.
Also, but Adrian Nevu, I think he also ties the European record. He also got a 23. All the European record holders got a 23. Everyone else is doing well. Oliver Fritz with a personal record best of 21. I'm not sure if he... That's still most of the competitors, even if it's 2 moves away, they're still in the running very much. This is the European Championship. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen at FMC.
Yes, it's very much... It is one of the events that's getting more streamlined. So sometimes competitors get the exact same result, exact same solution, the same way.
We had that at our Irish Championship FMC last week. 2 competitors got an 18 with the exact same solution, submitted very far apart in time. But it is one of those events that people have gotten so good at optimizing that it just happens sometimes.
but still the nerves are very much there, and if a scramble seems to be a bit worse, maybe the edges are a bit too unoriented, maybe something like that, nothing sticks, and someone can just go for a gamble, or maybe find someone finds something solution. Yeah, someone finds something unusual, and then can be 2 moves ahead out of even the very best competitors. So it's still, most people are still in the running for the title.
Kieran sitting down again. I'm not sure what times we've seen out of Kieran so far. We saw 24 in the second solve, and maybe a 22 on the first. Dylan Miller in the back just finished his solve with a 32. He will not be happy with a 32. Kieran starting now in the bottom right hand side. There we go. Kieran, of course, your defending 7x7 European champion.
I've managed to pull up the...
Oh, excellent. The seating.
The standing, yeah, the seating.
Kieran with a 21.
Oh.
He seems okay with that. Jimmy Naismith in the bottom right.
4x4 is a very unique event for the fact that the same competitor can be both sad and happy with the same exact time because of parities. So, for example, if you get something you would consider your average, but with no parities, then that feels bad. But if you get something
exactly
that you would consider your average, but with double parity, then obviously feels very good.
Danny Morgan starting in the back. Danny also did quite well in the cube mile yesterday.
Oh,
can't remember his exact time, but he did pretty good.
And under the table he goes.
We might be able to switch to the overhead angle here, I'm not sure. Just switched off Danny there. Elliot Laurent in the back, another Irish competitor. He's quite young and very, very fast at big cubes. So he might be one to watch out for Kieran. Danny, who just switched off there, he has the UK national records for 5x5 and the national record average for 6x6.
Ooh.
So he's, he is certainly one to watch in those events. Of course, with Timofey's possible absence, there's a lot of podiums that people didn't think they might have a shot at that are up for grabs now.
Exactly, especially in the bigger big cubes, 6x6, 7x7.
Megaminx is a big one. There's a lot of people that are very close in Megaminx.
Yes.
And so Timofey, of course, would have been quite a lot ahead of those people, but. Mark Mooney on your camera now, an Irish competitor.
During pre-birthday stage, Chris Mills and Max Noska next to each other. Chris, not having the Chris Mills, Dylan Miller.
I was gonna say Chris has changed. Dylan with the 29.
The Mill brothers.
The Mill brothers. Yes.
Maybe not blood related. But still, very much not happy with that. The dead stare into the audience.
Possibly a +2 there, judging by the reaction, or some kind of penalty. Matteo Dumar on your left-hand side. Mateo's quite fast at clock.
True.
And square one as well.
Mostly known for his organizing.
Yes, he's also a delegate.
Yeah, delegating all that. Pillar of the Italian community, very much so. And the wider European community.
I feel like every time I go to a competition abroad, Matteo is there. He manages to find every flight. So you probably aren't able to tell on the stream, but it is quite warm in the venue.
Oh, it's insanely hot.
Insanely hot.
Insanely warm.
So there's lots of competitors who are taking that very differently. Some competitors are very happy. They prefer competing in the heat. Other competitors are less happy. They don't like it as much. So it'll be very interesting to see if that changes any results, causes any upsets. Oh, Kieran and Richard now beside each other.
Almost head to head. Richard decided to delay his inspection, finishing 5 of 5 centers, but now he's ready. I think in the big cubes the heat matters less.
Yeah.
You have enough time to...
Yeah, there's enough of a difference.
You have enough time during the solve to figure out what's happening. But in the speed events,
yeah,
especially, you know, maybe someone in the scrambling area, their hands are a bit sweaty, and then your cube just feels completely different.
Another 21 for Kieran there.
From what you warmed up to. Yeah, Kieran didn't start as well, but now is going way better.
Kieran, obviously, of course, famous for his use of Yao in all the big cubes, as well as only solving on green.
Very much a pioneer of that method.
Caleb Wolf done on your screen. Solving just enough over the table that we can see.
Finished his centers around the 10-second, 9-second mark, so should be on for a good time. Just getting to last layer.
OLL parity there.
Yes. Maybe I spoke to some. The edges seemed very erratic, not very flowy.
Mateo now. Mark with the 56. We have our Nations Cup coming up this evening.
That's hype.
I'd imagine
really
you have high hopes. I'm sure.
Yes, we're about 3 seconds ahead of the UK, but we'll see how it goes.
You never know with these things. Knockout brackets can go anyway.
Oh, it's very.
All it takes is one DNF, 1+2.
It's very nerve-wracking. But we've had the same team for quite a long time now. We've had the same team we've had a year ago at the Worlds, and I think the same team we had at Euro 2024. So the synergy is being built, as much as it doesn't seem as an event that requires synergy. You know, when you sit down,
the camaraderie, that team mindset.
Yeah, you look to your left, you look to your right, you see your friends, you see people you practice with. That must help, definitely.
Happy faces there with that 24.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just possibly coming near enough to the end of the group. There's a bit of a queue for solving stations, as often happens with the events that are
very much so
a little bit longer.
Yes, we've got very proficient scramblers, so
yes,
it leaves the scrambling area almost immediately. This is also one thing that's very hard about competing on those big major competitions. It's a very different experience to what you're used to at your locals.
A lot less time between solves, a lot more people watching you, cameras in your face in this case as well, or over your head. There's a lot going on.
People you could possibly look up to, people who are your idols, just happen to share the waiting area with you.
Exactly.
This can be.
Kieran starting now. Kieran very fast at his first 2 centers, famously.
Yes.
But we'll see how he's doing. He looks to be doing quite well here, actually.
Yeah, this
just coming up to 3x3 stage OLL parity.
With no OLL parity, they'll be on pace for maybe the sub 20, but with double parity, unfortunately, 24. At 24.
Shake of the head there from Kieran.
He knows this could have been way better.
Yes.
It's mostly not his fault.
More than enough to get him through to the next round, though.
Exactly. And we're having
We're coming up to group 2.
The next group is being called, so.
Let's have a look. Chris Mills starting what is likely to be his last solve.
The autograph session is starting at the WCA.
Being judged by one of the organizers of the next World Championship, Helmer Evert. I'm not sure if I'm reading that correctly, but he is Swedish delegate. Former world record holder in Square One. So
I forgot about that, actually. I forgot he was Square One world record holder.
I think that was one of the first Lin world records.
Possibly. I'm not familiar enough with square one.
It was a very, very lucky single for him, but then
Getting lucky is not a crime.
Getting lucky definitely not a crime.
Chris on 3x3 stage here, probably a bit slower than what he would want. No parity and a 26.
Not really happy with that. Very much.
Some big names coming through in our next group. Patrick Ponce, Daniel Rush. Two probably of the best solvers not from Europe at this competition.
Yes, Patrick feels very European though
at this stage. He definitely does. He's been living here for a good few years now.
With Mika Smulders, local.
Yeah, our Cube Mile European champion as well.
Oh, exactly.
the most important event.
Yes. The perennial runner-up of Dutch cubing.
Yes. Okay, we just had a visitor there.
We just had a stage invasion. We need more security.
Just coming to the end here now. The last couple of solves happening. No crazy results so far. No one doing massively terrible. No one doing incredible. I'm sure people will be happy enough. Day one of a major, getting used to the new environment.
Yes, just make some second rounds.
Exactly.
Talk to some people, get used to the heat, and
we'll see how we go. It's a nice, actually, it's not too hot of a day outside today. It's nice and cool and nice and refreshing. So hopefully it stays like that, because the venue is already approaching uncomfortable levels of heat.
Yep.
53 there, the last solve of the first round, or first group, apologies.
Yes. Hopefully you can have the overhead cameras running for
the next little bit.
Next group, that would be lovely, so we can actually do some more in-depth commentary than
yeah.
Oh, yes, parody.
Oh, I think that's Kieran, yes. Of course, day one of these things, often there's always some kind of technical hitch.
Yes.
And we also just completely disassembled and reassembled the stage for the opening ceremony. So there was cameras had to be reconnected and everything.
Exactly.
Nice wide shot of our stage. Here's some spectators. This banner in the back, I believe, is one continuous piece of fabric.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Which is very impressive. I wonder how big of a printer you have to make something like that.
And it's also just the same thing looping, but cleanly.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very, very nice.
Very lovely backdrop.
They did an excellent job as usual. Is it WCT, I believe, they make this kind of thing, or they certainly are highly involved?
Yes, WMCT and WCT both.
Yes, of course.
In organizing those major championships we all love. And
an incredible amount of work that goes into these.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really, really impressive.
I think the cubes are slowly being delivered for...
Just about to make their way out.
The Group 2 competitors.
Oh, look at this. We have some first round projected ranking. Mary Hennessy, the first ever delegate in Ireland, with her fourth solve.
Very much we're missing.
I think we're missing a few results here.
Yeah, we're missing a few.
Stop the count. There we go.
Currently,
got a few more coming through.
Arni Salakari being fifth by the fortunate naming of double ace at the beginning of the name.
So this is all of our data entry for the first wave, just coming to an end. We're coming to just beginning, I should say. Sorry.
Nothing. This is the beginning of the second group.
Lots and lots of very, very good country gear so far at this competition.
Oh, exactly.
I've seen lots of really cool Polish jerseys, the Irish, the Portuguese. We spoke about them a bit earlier. Really, really great gear. Sweden have T-shirts.
Yeah, most countries have got something ready for those occasions. It's
very nice.
It's a very big stage. You can represent your community, show what you're made of, a lot more than the results. I think a friend of mine was surprised that I'm sitting here. Very much.
So you also probably can't see it, but we are, as the commentary booth, normally you'd be kind of tucked away in a corner, but we're kind of in the middle of everything at the moment. People can look in and watch us like we're in a zoo, pointing at us.
Yes, there's barriers, so it's even more like a zoo. We have lights on us.
Exactly. Mika, I believe. Maybe not. Yeah, that is Mika.
It's not the best of starts for him, but not mad about that at all. This is not the round necessarily to set records. This is the round.
This is the round to not
to make the
make
next
a mess
one.
of it. This
yes,
is the round
exactly.
to not just keep it slow and steady. Take no risks. Juliet just off camera sitting down now.
And hopefully you make the semi-final in which you can actually fight for the big finals. The finals being smaller this time around.
14
people.
14 people.
In each event. 14 Europeans to be more precise.
Yes.
But yeah, very prestigious to even make the finals, very much.
It's certainly a big difference from Euros of a few years ago.
Exactly.
2022 or before.
Yes.
The
level has been rising exponentially.
I made the European Championship clock final in 22.
I did as well.
With a 7 average or something. So
yeah,
it won't be anything quite like that this year.
It might be twice as fast.
Yes.
It might be like a mid-3, something like that to make the finals.
100%. I think you have to get a faster than 7 average to even qualify this year.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah.
Certainly for the first wave anyway. Juliet with a 34, shake of the head, not happy.
For a lot of those cubers, making even one final would be an achievement.
Exactly.
The biggest achievement of their career. But there are some people in this crowd
who'll be making a lot of finals.
Will be making a lot of finals and
taking home some trophies.
Yeah, even getting some worse seeding might be very bad for them. But we will see. I think we've got Bence Kijac competing, Hungarian competitor, quite good all-rounder, sub 40.
Danny on the right there with the beard, highly involved in the stream. So aside from the 3 stages you can see here, there's also 2 more stages in another room.
Yes.
So it's 5 stages total of 14. So 70 timers.
Yes, a lot of timing to be done.
Likely to be the 3rd largest competition ever hosted, I believe.
Yeah, behind the two latest World Championships.
Yes. So a lot of work that goes into this. Very, very impressive. Everything has to be accounted for, whether that be making sure the scorecards are printed in the right place, to little things like little things like arranging food, but it's a very important thing.
Exactly.
There's an incredible amount of work that goes into these.
Now we've got Patrick Pons starting his solve. Actually, solves quite high above the table, so we see quite a lot. Doing, I can't tell which color, but color neutral, yeah, definitely. Which is one of the very few remaining top 3x3 solvers of the color neutral variety. He can solve cross on any color, not like...
Of course, most of the cubers these days doing white, yellow, or just white. 25 from Patrick. 25. That's okay.
Not very happy with it, but getting used to the environment.
It'll be good enough. That's all we need. Good enough for this round.
Exactly. Are you doing 4x4?
I am. I just checked. I'm in the 4th wave of 4x4.
Oh, same. Which stage?
Oh, orange stage.
Oh.
Oh.
No, unfortunately, not with you.
In the big leagues, I am.
The big leagues.
The big leagues. That's me.
Check your phone because they might be calling.
They are calling. The big leagues are calling. The world, or I guess Europe, is not ready for the 4x4 times that I'm going to throw down.
What are you hoping to get?
What's cutoff?
No clue.
That is what I'm hoping to get.
There is no cutoff.
There's no cutoff.
2 minutes.
Wow. Okay, well then, anything goes. We'll see how we go. I haven't done a lot 4x4 in a long time. Hopefully, I brought a 4x4 actually. We'll find out.
Yeah, very much the issue sometimes with a lot of events.
Yes, exactly. Pack in your bag.
The ones you maybe care about a bit less.
That's it. Airport security don't like magnetic cubes.
Oh yeah, very much so.
The magnets throw off the X-ray scanners.
Exactly.
So you see something that looks like you're trying to hide something, and screws facing a lot of directions.
Yes.
Competitor here, just in the middle of 3x3 stage. OLL parity. And PLL parity.
Just PL as the parity. Oh, I think Juliette had a pop or like a misaligned that she had to fix. Oh. I think this might mean we might be getting the overheads.
Yeah, sneak peek just there.
Juliette not having the best time on this solve.
Here we go.
There
we go. So now we have our overheads. Juliette finishing F2L.
Yes.
Oh,
unfortunately, OL parity. 2ZB, does she know it? Does it have parity?
She does know it, and she does not have parity.
Yes, with 32. Not good for her, but considering... I think she started with a pop.
Yeah.
Because I saw her at second free with the cube on the table. That's not usually what happens.
No, we don't tend to table abuse in 4x4.
Not the meta necessarily.
No, not really. So our standings from our first round look to be Kieran Behan in first, Thiago Moraes in second, Richard Delacoste in third. Which is probably what we would about what we would expect.
Yes, Richard kind of a sleeping giant. I don't think we talk about him enough, but he's very talented, multiple time.
He certainly has potential.
European podium in the bigger cubes, and also very good at 4x4 and 5x5.
Patrick Ponce here.
And also from Patrick. Going well so far.
Some good stats.
Yes, unfortunately has OL parity. We'll be getting a ZB case, and he knows it, but it costs parity, but 25 still. 25
with double parity. He'll be okay with that, I'm sure.
Can't be mad.
A PR average of 21. So, 25 with double parity on the European stage.
Very much to be expected.
Yeah. Perfectly fine. Pedro there is judge, Portuguese delegate.
Legend of the scene. Very much see him at every major.
Yes, he's always
volunteering, pillar of the community.
Some solving happening here. It's kind of tricky to see between the display arms.
A very nice haircut, hard to recognize the competitor.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
Gone incognito. Mika sitting down. We probably missed one of his solves. Maybe, I'm not actually sure.
The hometown hero competing.
Exactly. I'm sure there'd be a big crowd.
One of the hometown heroes, yeah.
Mika Antoine. We might
I very much hope that one of them. We have a Dutch podium at this comp, because last Euros there was not a single Spanish podium, despite them being the host. And
yes, of course.
We love the energy of the hosts winning something.
Exactly. Just panned away from Daniel Rush to give us Mika Smulders and Juliette Sebastian.
Daniel Rush recently on a tear with his big cubes.
Incredible results.
Got a sub 2 mean in 7x7. Very I think top 5 in the world results for 6x6.
Yeah, he's been really pulling out some crazy results recently. Lots and lots of practice. lots of competitions, lots of traveling.
Yeah. For him especially, from the other side of the globe.
Exactly. He's a long way away from South Africa.
I think very much inspirational. It's very hard. I think it's very hard to, when you're the best in your region, and the next goal is so far away, right? Yes. African record. The next goal is world record, right? There's nothing else. The goal is very far away, but you still continue working. That's very.
Yes.
This is why I have much respect for smaller countries' competitors.
Yeah. African Championships being hosted in Cape Town this year.
Yes.
I believe the Russians are the organizers, the lead organizers.
So the whole family is involved.
The whole family involved in
bringing the WCA.
Two delegates in the family,
Yes.
Anthony and Catherine.
In the top left, we have the current European record holder for Pyraminx. 4x4, not his strongest suit, but still very solid competitor. But he is so far ahead of everyone in Pyraminx.
So it's insane.
Yes.
Pyraminx is one of those events where there's a couple of people that are just leagues ahead.
Very much far away, yes.
Bit of a shake of the head there. I don't think he's happy with getting that time on screen.
Yes.
But an FGO on the table, of course. Our next event to be added to the WCA.
Yeah. Very much new event being added. Always gets excited. Always gets exciting. I was there when Scube was added. That was my second year of competing.
Well, I was not.
And it was wild. It was wild. Actually, my second comp was
Your second comp was.
My second comp was Warsaw Open 2014, which was on like the 4th of January, something like that. Which is very much a lot of each round, a lot of national records. Obviously, everyone PRs. The beginning is very chaotic. New methods, new hardware being developed.
Exactly. We should see a lot of hardware coming through pretty soon, I'd say, for FTO.
Yes, right now, only really two, the Diane Shang and the Diane. Hopefully we get more. Those are not the biggest
I'm sure there will be plenty more. I have no doubt there'll be plenty more.
Yes.
We'll see a MOE or something come through. I'm sure they'll be working hard to get it out before the 2nd of January or whenever the...
I think we got Daniel Rush competing over here. Well, Paridi at low 20. Should be fine. Instantly goes into the OLL.
Is that Daniel?
Okay, no.
No.
I was trying to read the name
the scorecard.
of the scorecard. There was not enough pixels, so I had to match. Oh, right next to him, Patrick Pons. Going for his next solve. You can see he's in the zone. As I say that, he gets annoyed by his ID card. Maybe not. Do you enjoy competing with the ID card on? Because I hate it.
I don't mind it.
I take it off for each solve.
It doesn't bother me. Would you have them at your local comps normally, or?
Well, yeah, we do at every comp. But I take it and I just don't use it.
No, I like having mine on me, especially at the big comps where people don't know who you know. It's easier to have someone read your name and recognize who you are.
Patrick with a 22, very clean solve, and next to him, actual Daniel Rush is starting. I think his mom in the front row camera recording him.
Possibly. Maybe not. I don't know. So Daniel, of course, the best cuber in Africa.
Yes.
And it is not even close. He is so much faster than the competition.
Yes. The edges this solve looking not the best. The edges were very hesitant. The centers seemed fine, but the edges... Lots of hesitation, lots of pauses. That's unfortunately the 4x4 event for you.
It's the way it is. It's
very much sometimes everything is in the right place, sometimes everything is all in the wrong places.
Yes, and you feel like you're spending half your solve looking around the cube trying to find a single piece.
It's a very big mental fortitude with the hard to find pieces and the parities. You just need to learn to sometimes keep going, even though when the solve feels really bad.
Danny here. Danny having
one of Stream Team's own. Unfortunately, set up the camera in a way where we don't see much of the solve.
Yeah. just in there. Danny Morgan with a 25.55 PR average in the first group.
Ooh.
So he'll be very happy with that.
Still, he's very quickly progressing at all the end-by-ends.
It's astounding.
Every weekend I open CF, I see Danny Morgan with another
another NR.
Another 5x5 NR, pushing the limits of the event.
That's PR for him by almost a second.
It is the case in those more volatile events where sometimes you don't just break your PR, you just crush it. Oh, Juliette with another
won't be happy
unfortunate
with this.
solve. Yeah, 2 unfortunate solves in one average. Still very much should be fine. The average is below 30 seconds.
Danny very close to NR actually on that average. And he's tied Daniel Partridge.
Oh.
I mean, Daniel has not yet competed, so I guess anything could happen.
I've spoken to Daniel a bit today, in a very good mood for competing.
Some kind of issue there with Daniel Rush, possibly the wrong cube given.
Those mix-ups unfortunately do happen sometimes.
It happens. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of names. It's very, a lot of people trying to pronounce names not in their native language.
A lot of languages, exactly. That's one part I'm missing. When I was normal staff, I really liked just butchering everyone, just full confidence, walk into the waiting area, just butcher some Spanish, make some enemies. Now it's lovely to...
A +2 call happening here.
Oh, very much not obvious that I'll get here to help. Yannis Papadoulos here. Oh, we need 2 delegates. One opinion is not enough. No, I think they've handled it. The result is being signed.
I think it looks okay from here.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Lots of judges, I'm seeing them now have manufactured fans for themselves.
Oh, very much needed. I bought one in Korea and I've been just going for each major. Going with it for each major, it's very much necessary in some time. Especially you're sitting, the sun is shining
down
a bit.
through the
exactly.
ceiling. Patrick here.
Patrick on his, I think, final solve, or maybe fourth, one of the two. We have a nice POV angle. Very smooth start from him. The edges are flowing very nicely. Centers as well. If these edges are also fine, we could be going for a very good solve. Already done with reduction. The parity is not this time around, and I think that's a
20.5. He'll be happy with that. And a little nod of the head there. Mika 32.39.
I think he's the knowledge that Timofey might not be coming has gotten to him, and now he realizes that his chances of podiuming have grown significantly.
Massively.
Definitely. With the top 2 of Timon and Timofey are so far ahead of everyone else.
It's incredible. Like I don't know how they do it. There's some secrets or something that they're not telling the world.
Yeah, very much so. I just know how hard. I know how hard Timon practices, how much he cares. Obviously,
non-stop.
It's one of the few. He is in the lucky position. He is one of the few people who can call it his job to compete at the highest level. And
can you imagine, 10 years ago when you started competing or before, to being able to be told that this is something that people can do as their job?
Yeah, that's
incredible.
Incredibly lucky to have Cuban grown that far. Aras with another solve. This one going a bit better than the last one. And the A-perm, 36.
He's okay with that. Bit of a nod of the head.
He's quite happy. His signature Pyraminx is on the table. He's probably warming up with that. They're ready to destroy us all in the final.
Pyraminx not until Saturday, so he's got lots of time to prepare, lots of time to get used to the venue.
A lot of the Spanish fans, they adore him. They came here to support him.
He's such a lovely kid.
Exactly,
great kid.
Exactly.
Of course, there are other competitors to look out for here in this competition. We have Timon Koloshinsky coming up in a couple of groups. I believe he's in wave 5, or maybe wave 4. Sebastian Weyer, of course, our reigning European champion in 4x4, I believe.
Yes.
or world champion also.
World champion as well, yes.
Wow.
A very
Lots
unexpected world championship win.
Well deserved. Sebastian's been on top of it, on top of the scene for 4x4 for a very long time now.
10 plus years, very much still in the
Still relevant.
In the running. In each event he competes, in each competition he competes in. Very much used to the pressure at this point.
100%.
And one of the, I would say, very rare 4x4 mains. Like people who actually their favorite event is 4x4. He knows.
You're right, actually.
Knows parity PLLs. Knows a lot of the knowledge that is not really utilized by the
6x6 user.
Yeah, the 6x6 or the 3x3ers a lot. You know.
True.
Very much. I think he knows OPA, but just
a lot of competitors know OPA, but
don't choose to use it.
It's because I was chatting with Tim on about this. Quite a while ago. When OPA was kind of becoming a thing, and the issue is that when you're going for records, OPA slows yourselves down.
Yes, exactly.
But when you're going for consistent results, it speeds yourselves up.
Yes.
So the only time it really makes sense is at a major championship, where you're kind of trying to go for more consistent, lower variance.
Yes.
But in a regular competition, you're better off just chancing it and going for a few solves with no parity or little parity.
Each solve has a 50% chance of parity, which it might seem like you need to be quite lucky, but you can have one worst solve, so you only really need in 5 out of every 32 rounds you would be guaranteed, not guaranteed, you would be expected to get a solve with no counting all parity.
Exactly.
And Patrick Pons finished up his average over 24.
That's okay for him, I'm sure.
Good
he'll be
solving
happy
from him. Yes, very content with that. I'm not sure who you were seeing, but
it was Eric Ackersteig making faces at me off screen.
Very much a legend of the cube, of this local, especially Dutch community.
Yeah, exactly.
Very much. Okay, I think we're wrapping up Group 2. Who do we have competing in Group 3? We have the local favorite, Toine Doulemond. Lovely guy.
Seeded third, I believe. Third out of the Europeans now.
Yes.
Really
Lovely guy. Very much
guy.
on the 3x3 grind recently. He has been practicing, predicting as much as possible, which is very much not the European way. More commonly seen in Asia. But he's been learning ZB, very much becoming proficient. And now we will see what he has cooked up. Done quite well at the warm-up competition.
Winning the head-to-head 3x3 final at the warm-up competition.
And very much getting some of that pressure that he will see at this competition. Yeah. And in 4x4, it's one of those events where he's obviously still 4th seed.
Yes.
So we can kind of say his 3rd seed now.
I guess if we'll find out at the end of the round.
Yeah, we'll find out at the end of the round if Timofey manages to make it, but unfortunately,
I think it's unlikely.
It's unlikely. Some last-minute visa issues for the Russian competitor. A very talented. Very sad to see him.
A big loss. Certainly a big loss for the final.
Very much a loss for him, but also any person who is 3rd.
Yes.
In an N by N. They will have a giant question mark next to their record.
100%.
It's like Kevin Hayes, NAC champion.
Exactly.
It's exactly the same, just because Max wasn't there. Unfortunately, we're still at the moment where sometimes we do miss our best competitors.
And that's how it is, you know. Life happens.
But it's getting way better. It's way less of that. 100%. I remember Worlds 23. I think I was 3rd in clock, despite being like 10th in the world or something like that.
You were?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know
I used to be good. Now I'm bad. It is what it is.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
Both of us, you know. We'll see how it goes. Yep.
Just the judges coming out now for our 3rd group of 4x4.
Yep.
Lots of competitors traveling very far for this competition.
Yep. Not even a lot of people outside of Europe. Some Americans, Aussies, New Zealand, South Africa, who we saw earlier. Yeah.
Andre Che here.
Andre Che, not traveling very far.
No.
He currently lives in the Netherlands. I'm not sure how far away from here. I would say very inspirational cuber.
Yes.
For the kind of the same reasons as I said with the smaller communities, but also he's, I think, one of the smoothest turners.
Yeah.
He uploads a lot of POV videos, and they are all very smooth. Oh, we got Radosław Marcinek, upcoming 3x3 talent, Polish champion in 3x3 in 2024.
Of course.
It's one of the very, very small club of people who are able to beat Timon in a final.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Very small, and especially
the European scene, and then for it to be in the same country as
yes,
well.
But now he's 4th in the Polish rankings. I think 4th in the European rankings as well.
Yeah.
But he's been getting very good at 4x4. We'll see what he can get. Recently sponsored by Moyu. A big step in his career, and we'll see how he goes. Just starting his solve planning. Very much a smooth start for him. He's got the bottle of cold water to keep him, hopefully keep him cold.
Stay hydrated.
Yes. You need to. Unfortunately, solving under the table, we can't see much. But
well, he's nearly done, so not much to see.
23, good performance from him.
Happy enough. Little nod of the head, look around, see if we were watching.
He always has a fan club. The second the solve stop, he starts speaking to someone in the stands.
Yes.
Maybe a friend or a parent, I'm not sure. Someone recording him, but. Oh, that's not his water bottle, that was the judge's. Okay. They've got Tuan coming into solve, waving at the crowd.
The home field advantage.
Oh, yes. Probably most of his brother being the organizer. That's
exactly
unusual advantage.
Oh.
Someone was happy to be on stream. Oh, we've got Olaf Kuzminski in the back. Actually also becoming really good at 4x4.
Really?
He was in the running for Polish championship title. Oh, more Polish people. We've got Oskar Hanuszkiewicz. Mostly known for his cube, but also very talented at the faster events. Very good at 2x2 pyramings, 3x3 as well.
I feel like every time I blink, there's
another
new
Polish
cubers arriving that are incredible at whatever event they choose.
Olaf solving in the back. Unfortunately, we don't see it.
I believe this is Bruno Ivanovic, Croatian cuber.
Croatia have a big representation this competition.
You know what? They actually don't have that many people. They're just incredibly enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I believe there's 15 Croatian competitors.
Yeah, lovely
and they
to
have
see.
been an incredible showing.
Lovely to see.
Sorry. Lots and lots of Croatian competitors at the Cube Mile. Lots and lots and lots of them at the opening ceremony. 40 seconds off there.
28 seconds off for Olaf Kuzminski. Will not be happy. Now we heard some claps.
Some claps from somewhere.
Tuan signing his solve. It might be about that. Maybe a sub 20. Yeah, there is a picture. There is a picture being taken of the time, but we don't know the time.
And 1889.
That's
very fast.
Dutch national record. I'm pretty sure. At least once PR, which those two
current national record average in singles. So that's Dutch national record.
Yes. I think the first so far record of the home country, with definitely many more to come.
Oh, 100%. So many Dutch cubers here for 4 days of competing. We're bound to see some good times.
Yes, and the home field advantage is very much real. Taking a 1 hour train compared to flying somewhere is a very big advantage, especially in the earlier days when you haven't had time to set in yet.
Exactly.
Now you got Tomek Pietruszka, another upper.
So many Polish competitors here.
Sean is
so
Sean is bewildered. Yeah, known mostly for his big cubes and mega minks, but also uniquely talented. I think top 3, top 4 for some of ranks in Poland.
Wow.
It's a very quickly shifting ranking.
I'm sure there's
the nth competitor to make it to 7x7 final from
Wow.
I think 19th place, because there's
Oh,
five non-Europeans ahead of him.
wow.
So he is the 40th European. I think Clean
24.
ZB at the end, he is known to have implemented some of that. And we have Radosław solving again. The first solve was a low 23, or high 23. He should be happy with that. He should be happy with that. I don't think that's PR pace, but he's still...
Be happy enough. You know, there's lots of
Yes. Oh, he has a 26.
lots of rounds to come.
He has 26. I thought he was way better. He has a 26 official average, definitely.
Okay, definitely PR pace.
He is very happy with the... He is from the south of Poland. We have a bit of a divide.
Yes.
The south being the more populous and more comps. So,
I was at a comp in the south of Poland once.
which
When-
one?
Naprawa.
Oh, Naprawa. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
2021.
Was it kind of the same region, like the mountainous part
Yes.
of the south? Yeah.
Yeah. It was
very nice looking, and also
beautiful.
somewhat hard to get to.
yeah, very hard to get to. We had to arrange pick up from the airport from Timon.
No, yeah. Olaf with starting another solve. Olaf being the opposite, very much from the north, with the huge community in Gdańsk and the Free City. With him, the Ziders, lots of talented competitors coming from there. And I've got Oscar solving right next to him. Oscar doing quite well. Sub 20 reduction, we'll see. Doesn't get a well parity, and should be decent solve for him.
Both finishing
28.
up at around the same time
Olaf
comparing.
over 25. Yeah, very supportive of each other. They're both friends. Very much. They don't collude much in events. They're not good at the same events, so
Hit
probably
your head in the camera there.
yes.
It's very nice that even the competitors that are very good at the same events are still very good friends and friends.
Yes, it's a very, in some ways, it's a very non-interactive sport. It's just you and the cube, so it's way easier to be friendly to your opponents. I've got one, Justovich national record single, hoping to convert that.
Maybe he'll do it again.
Even if he doesn't, hoping to convert it, count maybe a 20, a 21. That would go a long way.
Yeah, 100%.
Into beating his NR average of 21-25. Very much one of the competitors that likes to take his time before the solve.
We are
I've got
moving around a bit here.
before one starts, we've got Gergely Nowotny of Hungary. Quite talented cuber in all the N/Ns and Megaminx. I think that's what he's mostly known for.
So on here, of course, that PR single graphic being slightly outdated at this stage.
Yes.
In his first solve, beating that PR and NR single.
Yes. You know what I really find impressive about his profile? The lack of bronze medals.
That's it. He's here for one reason and one reason only.
Yes, it's at 20.88. That is. Yeah, he seems happy. He's not a man who shows much emotions, but he's shown some emotion here. He is happy with that. That's a very good start. If you want, for example, a sub 21 average, and we've got Radosław solving again. Fortunately, under the table we can't see much. If we could get the GoPro angle, that would be lovely. He seems not yet finishing the solve. He looked at the time, unfortunately. Not the best.
No, not happy with that. But he got two good solves his first two, so
yeah, very much
still in the running for something okay, something decent.
And with this result, he basically locks making the semi-finals. On the left, we've got Mark Zimmerman, one of the rare Redux solvers we have for the bigger cubes. I don't think he does it for 4x4 though. That would be insane if that was the case. $29. I think 4x4 for a lot of big cubers is just mostly the translated skills they got, the skills that they moved from the bigger cubes. They carry them forward in 4x4, but it is the most unique out of all of them. Andrei Che with a 32.
He won't be
not
very
happy.
with that. Yeah.
Not very happy with that. That's still probably good enough to make semis.
Certainly good enough to make semi-finals, especially with a couple of good solves on either end of it. He should be okay.
Yes, yes. Do you know what the expected cutoff for second round is?
We can find that out, I'm sure.
But should be around this. The PRs are probably way better because it's a very volatile event, but it should be probably around the low 30-second mark, like 31, 32 seconds, something like that. Should grant you a spot to fight.
Yeah, the site sheet reads about sub 30, so we should see a little bit slower than that because we wouldn't expect everyone to break their PRs for sure.
Yes, especially in such a volatile event.
Olaf again.
And we've got Olaf deciding on what to do.
Not many bronze medals for Olaf either.
Yes, very much dominates his part of the pond. He's one of those cubers that are very, very quick to pick up a new event. He will tell you he's starting to solve an event, like 2 comps later he just becomes like top 10, top something in the country, and then
moves on to the next one.
Yes, exactly.
A lot of transferable skills in a lot of events, I suppose.
Especially for 3x3 mains. 3x3 has a bit of everything. Ooh, a 33, he will not be happy with that. He very much... The lights do shine quite bright, and he has not been the best under the pressure, unfortunately. Still very talented, still very good, but I think one thing he has been lacking is the resilience.
It's a very different environment being
oh yeah, very much so.
On the stage.
Tuan going for his, I'm assuming third solve.
I believe, yeah.
Would love to get the camera on him. I've got him on the left, yes. Very swift start, no pause before the yellow edges. I still don't know how to do that.
It's so impressive.
Those centers were like 8 seconds, 8 second centers. Okay, this could be going on for something good. Like 13-second reduction. If he doesn't get parodies, this is really good. ZBLL?
Oh no, parody.
No, PLL parody into ZBLL.
Oh, sorry.
23.
Hey,
that's still.
I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy if I got a 23. That's for sure.
Same, but also.
I'm
still
also not Tuan Hulemont, so.
We're not Tuan Hulemont as much as we wished we were. And also, it's still not impossible for him to PR with this.
Oh, absolutely not. With
if he gets like a 19 or something.
Something good.
Yeah. And this solve very much also had the pace. If 100%. Not for the PLL parody. It's very awkward with the ZBLL users. They get to the last layer of 4x4. They first have to 50% chance they get
exactly
OL parody, and then they recognize the ZB. They have to free-side it because you have to take in more information to check if the edges are all in the correct spot. So they have to go a bit safer, and sometimes it doesn't matter because the first spot is what happens, and then sometimes they have to do a parody and then kind of re-recognize. Andre finishing 27. It seems clean. Yes.
I think it's okay. All right, but nod of the head. Doesn't seem too upset, so it's probably okay.
Yeah, very much. If he continues solving like this, very much makes the semifinals. Mark Zimmermann. Yes. From Germany, one of the new German talents. Germany is one of the countries that has been like the same people have been running it for the longest time.
You're right.
You've got the Weyers, you've got Kevin, people like that. But Mark is a new kind of post-COVID generation, and we're very happy to see this community grow.
A large amount of countries with that massive wave of new competitors post-COVID.
Yep.
That come in and completely disrupt.
Okay, we've managed to confirm he is using Yao as well for 4x4. He is not crazy, but we have. I think the only somewhat prominent non-Yao user on 4x4 is KO Sato from Brazil.
That's true.
He is
not
here.
He's not here. There's also it'll come back to me.
Okay.
Ivan Lu Li Wen. I believe he's a
Oh, I
chooser.
think. Okay. I think we've got Olaf solving again, or Radosław. I just see a Team Moyo shirt. I don't know exactly who it is.
Hard to tell.
Very different haircuts on the both of them, so it should help us.
Here
but
we
I
go.
can't
We have
see.
a graphic that's telling us who we are.
Oh, it's Olaf.
There
yeah.
we go.
Olaf doing quite well.
That's okay.
25
That's good.
minutes. Nothing mind-blowing, but definitely happy to cleanse off the 33 or
Exactly.
whatever he just got. Yeah.
It's day one. We're more than happy to let people get
Some worse times.
some worse times. It doesn't matter today.
No.
It's just all about choking along, getting through the round twos.
Okay, we got Tuan, the story of the round so far, going to attempt number 4.
And 18, a 20, and a 23 so far for Tuan.
Yes.
Dutch national record average being
21.25.
so serious potential.
I mean,
Right.
he either needs two good solves or one insanely good solve.
Exactly.
That's basically what he needs, and he's very capable of that, but the 4x4 sometimes just doesn't give them to you. Tomasz Pietruszka have a 24.8. Gergely is starting. Quite an underrated cuber. Not really known outside of his part of Europe.
Tuan just inspecting it
Well,
here.
I have Oscar next to Tuan, hopefully. Oscar waits at least a bit so we can see more of Tuan's solve.
Tuan using quite a lot of inspection there. 13
Ooh, but
seconds.
the first center was really... Did you see that? That was basically flawless. Basically everything was predicted, all the first 2 centers. Again, very quick on the centers. The edges...
He's
Some tiny pauses that go into very much unpaused, but a lot of moves on the edges. I think he made one mistake on the edges. Something was wrong. Oh, and OL parity.
that is going to not ruin his chances for national record average, but certainly
Yeah.
make it more difficult.
With a 28. Not happy with that, but not really all his fault.
No.
There was a tiny mistake at the edges, some tiny pauses. But apart from that,
Sometimes the 4x4 just doesn't provide.
yeah, sometimes it's a very... You just needed to act accordingly. Oscar next to him got a low 30, so quite close. Oh, in the back, Sebastian Kowalewski, one of our new volunteers, also a friend of mine. With a 35, quite a good time for him. And we've got Radosław getting ready to solve on your left.
And Andre Che just beginning as well. So the angle we're seeing here is from, there are 4 robotic cameras
Yep.
in the back of the venue, and what they have is, I believe, pre-programmed positions for each stage.
Yep.
Or each station, I should say. Looking like Andre only used 6 seconds of inspection there on that stopwatch, so he
saw what he needed and he quit. I think, especially if you have a good scramble.
if you have an idea of what you want,
Yeah, it can be. So let's say Andre usually predicts 2 centers, right? He predicts 2 centers, and now starts to predict the edges. That's uncommon territory,
Yeah.
right?
Don't break routine.
You're not usually there. You get nervous because it's unusual. Instead, find what you need, start the solve, get on with it.
Exactly.
You've been here before. It's way easier. It's just a bit easier.
The European Championship is certainly not the right time to be trying new things.
Exactly.
Go with what you know.
It's so far. Olaf competing again. Going quite well, around 10 seconds for centers.
We have our second group results mostly in by the look of things now. No major changes in the European rankings. Patrick Ponce and Daniel Rush coming in second and third so far. Olaf checking there for any penalties before he stopped the solve. I'm not sure if you caught that.
Yeah, I caught that. I think he did. I didn't caught the beginning. I think he did ZB and just wanted to check if he didn't have parity in the back. Unfortunately, there is a thing that sometimes happens.
Yes.
I think Timon has DNF'd some comps on 6x6 because he did ZB, and then just turns
some
out
edges
there
were
two permitted edges in the back. I think we're slowly getting done with
this group.
Exactly. I think it's, at least for me, I'll have to.
I'm also moving on.
Yeah, we'll have to.
In a moment. Hopefully we have our replacements arriving soon.
Yeah.
it's possible that our replacements are currently competing.
Yes, it sometimes happens.
We're moving on to the 4x4x4.
I have to, unfortunately, I have to walk to the side stage to compete.
I am happy to hold the fort for a few minutes then if you would like to.
Okay, so
Good luck in your 4x4, Piotr.
yeah, thank you, thank you. Hopefully, if I luck out and make the semifinals, we'll see what happens.
I have faith.
Yeah.
I think you can do it.
I'm leaving you guys with Sean. Have a nice. I'll see you back, I think, during Nations Cup. So we will see. Goodbye.
Good luck. Twan starting now with his final solve.
Over to all 4. There is Aras Lansdale and Anthony Patarakis are at the autograph stand, and also
Joining, we have Oliver Wheat about to sit down.
and participate in the Rubiks WCA European Championship.
Twan, of course, now has potential for national record average in this solve with an 18, a 21, a 23, and a high 20.
Wow, what an introduction to the stream.
Yeah, so depending on how this solve goes, we might see some celebrating. It doesn't look like it unless we can get a Pila party into and a +2
Yeah,
to
looks
finish
like a
it.
+2 as well.
Right, now that we have Oliver Wheat here to join me, I'm about to go and compete now.
Good luck, Sean.
So I'm going to make a run for it. But I will be back on tomorrow, hopefully. So thank you very much for putting up with my wonderful voice. See you in a while.
Thank you so much, Sean. So yeah, this is Oliver Wheat, also known as OJ. I'm going to be guiding you through the last few groups of 4x4. And after 4x4, we will be starting with clock. So as we wait for the next group of 4x4 to start, why don't I ask chat some stuff? So chat, if you've been to a European Championship before, which was your favourite and why? And was there anything from that European Championship that you particularly remember as something that you enjoyed? Been told by a lot of people in chat that they've never been to a European Championship before, which is fair enough, given the fact that you're not here, you're watching the stream instead. So in which case, if you've not been to a European Championship, what was your favourite competition? Have you been to a major? Have you been to a North American Champs? Have you been to a World Championship? And if so, what was your favourite out of those? Someone in chat says that their favourite European Championship was 2012 because they haven't been to since. It's crazy. That is 14 years ago this person was at the European Championship. Okay, we are now moving into 4x4 Group 4. And I'm joined with Eleanor Sinnott. Hello, Eleanor.
Hello, OJ. How are you doing?
Doing great. If you weren't aware, we just saw Toine Doulemont narrowly miss out on 4x4 national records. And Toine has come to join us now.
Hello.
Got any comments on how that 4x4 average went, Toine?
The first stall was a really nice one. Yeah, just in warm-up my cube felt really terrible, but then when I actually got to compete, it felt exactly right, just a little bit of feedback with every turn, which just caused me to hit flow state really easily. And get an 18 on the first one and 20 on the second, and then just like that +2 just makes me give a headache.
Yeah, absolutely.
That +2 was very unnecessary at the end.
Am I right in thinking it wouldn't have been NR even with the +2, or without?
Yeah, that's correct. I did have the NR BPA. I'm the kind of guy that I want to know if I have NR BPA
right
at all. That calms me down actually. And I did have the NR BPA, but I needed like a 19 flat. So I guess with no parity that's doable, but not very likely.
Yeah, we are watching your 3x3 stage very eagerly, seeing whether you might be able to clutch that. Okay, so on the right we've got Sebastian Weyer, former world record holder in 4x4, of course.
Current world champion.
Current world champion, absolutely. Has not podiumed at Euros since 2018, I believe. Oh no, it came second in 2024, my bad. Okay, so it hasn't won since then.
That was a sub-7 split there, that's super fast. 3x3 stage right now at 13. Ola parity at 16. Should see a sub 20, I think. No. So who else has been competing in 4x4? What results are up?
Well, currently at the top we've got, with a 23.07 average, Toine Doulemont.
Right.
Yeah, I think I recognize that guy.
We've also got Kieran Behan with a 23.44 average, and Patrick Pons with a 23.83. Of course, Patrick is living in the Netherlands, but that doesn't qualify him for the European Championship, of course, being American. Nonetheless, we welcome everyone from all nations to compete at this championship.
.43 for my fellow countryman, Julius van der Velde. Let's go. He can do a little bit better than that, but that's pretty good.
So Toine, something I would like your opinion on is the rise and fall of OPA, OLL parity avoidance. So it was all anyone was talking about a handful of years back, and then it seemed to fizzle out. So what happened there?
Right, yeah, it got popularized by Ari Renders Persson, and I think it's a really good method. It's just I've learned it, just to give you a little bit of background. Like I have learned it, and I did use it to set a PR average one time. It was quite a long time ago, somewhere in 2022. When I was using that, it was in the second round. The first round, I got a lot of OLO parodies. It didn't really work out for me, but the second round, I actually got none. And then I started my solve with almost no inspection into anything of what I was going to do. So yeah, that's the main disadvantage of OPA, which means that more than half of your inspection is going to be spent on avoiding the OLL parity, which OLL parity on average, I mean, you have a 50% chance of getting it. It takes about 2 seconds. So on average, you save 1 second by doing it, which is not a huge time save. So I do understand why a lot of people are not a big fan of it. What I am very interested in is the combination that Ray Bai in America is using, which is to do a different method, which is Hoya. And the thing with OPA is once the centers get fixed, you don't actually need to pay attention anymore. So, and that happens very, very fast in the Hoya step. I believe, yeah, you solve first 2 centers and then you solve at least, I don't fully remember how the method works, but you solve at least 1 more center after that, which means your centers get fixed, which means that your parity is also locked. So you only have to track the parity, keep track of the parity for only like 10, 15 moves, and then you're there already. So I think that might be a good method. Well, the question is, how long does it take to actually track all of the pieces in inspection? I've seen probably the fastest one is Ari himself. I think he got down to like an average of 8 seconds, maybe at best. I myself, I took typically like 12 seconds, so I guess this is just something to be practiced. And I mean, we just haven't seen many people at all try the method, try the technique. So I do think it still has a lot of potential.
So it's interesting you brought up Hoya, because right now, essentially every top 4x4 competitor is using the same method, Yao. Do you think Hoya is viable as a top 4x4 method?
I don't know too much about Hoya, but I do think it's very similar. It's really quite similar, so I do think it's quite quite possibly up there. Especially since it's very ergonomic.
I think as with all methods, it just needs more people to give it a go. But obviously, the people who are at the top don't want to lose their spot at the top, so switching methods can be quite detrimental if you do it very late on.
Yeah. Yeah, we just haven't seen many Hoya users at all. But I do think the Hoya and OPA combination is very interesting, because if you can if you can predict the whole OPA tracing in 8 seconds, then you still have like a remaining 4 seconds to plan your first 2 centers, and then you only have to pay attention for like 1 center to not mess up your the correct even or odd number of moves. So,
oh, a corner twist for Seb there. That's going to cost him a couple of seconds.
Yeah, so assuming 8-second tracing for Hoya, I think it could be very, very worthwhile at the top.
So without OPA, how much are the top 4x4 solvers planning in their inspection?
I would say, well, at least first 2 centers, and then I've started doing quite a lot of like extended cross edges, I call it. It's like, so it's pretty much just doing an X cross would be the equivalent on a 3x3, but then it's solving an extra cross edge while you're doing your first 2 centers. I did some of that on some of these solves I did in this round just now, and I've been getting pretty good at it. Some of the tell signs for it would be a wing that's already connected to one of the white centers, because I'm white only. I guess if you're color neutral, it would be even a little bit easier, but color neutrality I find really hard to do on 4x4. I very rarely, but sometimes even mess up the color scheme when I'm doing white only, so I don't get how some of these people are actually finding color neutral to be worthwhile.
That's a 25.10 there from Magdalena Pabish, representing Poland.
Kevin Gerhardt here. I think Kevin is one of the most notable people that didn't actually make their national team for the Nations Cup. He just doesn't really have the PR average to really show for it. But he's possibly the best German 3x3 solver, as he's the German champion the last 2 years, I've been told. And this is a very good 4x4 solve. Ooh, with the special alg. That's cool.
He looks pretty happy with himself, I'd say. A little bit of a nod.
Yeah. Some of these PLL plus parity algs are really catching on, especially with Sebastian Weyer popularizing it by getting a really clutch 18-second solve to win the last World Championship. That's definitely something we see there, and I think that's probably an advantage that the CFOP method has on 4x4. As with ZB, you can get quite tripped up with do I have parity or not to recognize that from the ZBLL, but with CFOP it's actually quite good to do a lot of OLL skip and PLL skip, or like OLL parity skip or PLL parity skip kind of algs. I believe Sebastian uses almost every single one of those special algs that just combine inner slice moves with outer slice moves. I've seen him do it for A perms, like J perms. Yeah, some of these algs are really quite nice. Others I personally doubt if they're really worth it. And there we saw it right there. He did a fur rough and then an OLL parity to force the OLL skip. Yeah, Sebastian mainly a CFOP solver, so makes sense that he uses a lot of these tricks.
Yeah, so rather than learning an entire new alg for it, it's just like a little trick, right? Just like do a few moves to set up and then undo it at the end.
Yeah, a lot of these tricks aren't very special. It's typically like just a fur rough, just a short algorithm that people already know. I was cubing with Giacomo from Italy earlier today, and he knows a lot of these OLL skip tricks as well, and a lot of these are just lefty sledge and then doing OLL parity and then just solving the cube afterwards with just a 3-mover. So they're really quite simple, and yeah, in the context of a CFOP 4x4 solve, that's can be very crucial for the solve.
Some people are talking about our overhead cameras. So yeah, here in Europe, we've got an overhead camera on every station on the orange stage. There are a couple that are shared at the back. We're hoping that all of the fast people are going to be at the front, where we have individual cameras for every person. And that means that we can watch solves like this from Alexei in a lot more definition.
Very interesting, because Alexei is a Ru solver on 3x3, but he's doing Yao. I guess the Mayer method is, he might not be a fan of it. Mayer method, the equivalent for Ru on on a 4x4.
Yeah, I remember someone who was thinking about switching to Ru, but just couldn't give up the doing Yao on 4x4, and so decided not to. They wanted to keep the CFOP so that they could do big cubes with it.
I feel like 4x4 is one of the most popular events that hasn't seen a massive Chinese dominance at the minute. Do you feel like in the next couple of years we're going to start seeing Chinese kids who are able to look ahead, like first 2 centers, first 3 edges, and then looking ahead even further, like you'll see with F2L for 3x3?
Do they have the patience for it? I mean, maybe at some stage, but obviously at the moment we're just seeing them, having a domination in the faster events. Maybe as these kids grow up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the young Chinese kids that are very, very fast now, they don't really do 4x4 at all. So those I wouldn't really be focusing on right now. There are two very fast 4x4 solvers, mainly Shu Roihang and Kai Chen something. I forgot the full name. But they're both very good 4x4 solvers. They just do just simple solutions. I mean, you don't see too much variance at the top in terms of how people solve a 4x4, except for maybe the Hoya that we previously talked about. But yeah,
apparently Bofang Zhang is also very good at 4x4.
That's right. Yeah, he's getting there. Yeah, that would be the only little Chinese kid that's really good at 4x4.
I mean, when are we going to see them getting into 5, 6, and 7? Like, are they gonna? Are the cubes just too big for them, for their hands, or is it that they don't have the patience to finish a 7x7 solve?
I wonder if it interests them. I mean, 3x3 really is the main event. A lot of these big events that are in China are mainly or like only focused on 3x3. So maybe they just don't care too much about other events besides 3x3.
And that's where the money's at as well, right?
Right.
If they get sponsorships or anything, they want fast 3x3 solvers. That's how they dominate.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've heard like top pyramid solvers or top side event solvers say before, like, even though I'm like one of the best in the world for pyramids, I still think my top 50 or top 100 3x3 result is equal to my top pyramids ranking.
Yeah, for a lot of people who do the side events, you're not really competing against the whole Cuban community. You're competing against this tiny fraction that also, you know, focus in on your main event. Whereas with 3x3, you really have everyone else that you're playing against.
Yeah, you'll be competing against a bunch of people who specialize in that event, and then someone like Luke Garrett who just seems to be good at everything. Right, you've always got those top kinch solvers who just kind of every single event, there's nothing they can't do.
So what average is Sebastian pacing? I saw a lot of 20s.
Yeah, I saw a low 20 just then. I don't think we get to see their results coming in live, but we can hopefully wait until after the group. As a reminder for all the viewers at home, if you're interested in which competitors are going to be in which groups and you want to know which group your favorite cubers are going to be, we do have a stream tab on the competitiongroups.com website. So if you head over to competitiongroups.com, head to the stream tab, and you'll find information for everyone who's going to be on the main stage as we are streaming them. We'll try and pick them up. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get every solve from them, but hopefully we'll see some of the better ones.
Was my national record single on stream? I wonder if we could maybe get a replay. That would be really cool.
I believe it was. I wasn't there at the time. It was Sean commentating. And it looks like so far you've had the fastest single of the comp.
Sounds good.
So, Tuan, who is your top pick to win 4x4?
Ooh, that's a really tough one. I would like to, like, I heard rumors that Timofey is not here. Is
yeah,
that
that's correct?
Right. Yeah, that's a shame because we would definitely have a big chance to win it. I would say I would pick Timon or Sebastian over Timofey. They are very, very close. I mean, Timon with the world record, Sebastian with just incredible self, world champion. I'd say they're quite equal. Sebastian just hasn't really shown it in WCA competitions yet. He recently got a 16 PR or NR single, which was decent for him. I think he would say about himself. I think he could do quite a lot better. I mean, he got a lot of OLO parodies here, and they were still 20s, which, I mean, without OLO parody, there would be 18s, which is exactly what the world record is. So I'd say they're very, very equal. So I would give it to Sebastian, I think, but it's like 50-50 to me.
I got 9 out of 10 parities when I did 4x4, so that's probably why I'm not going to the next round.
Right.
Cubers, we're wrapping up group 4 of the 4x4.
It looks like we'll shortly be starting with group 5.
Also, soonish, the 3x3 multi-blind. And as a reminder, it's hot out. Remember to drink water.
I had a fun fact about multi-blind from the lead delegate of the multi-blind room. Apparently they are scrambling somewhere between 950 and 1,000 cubes for this attempt.
Wow.
And not a single person is doing less than, I think, about 30 cubes. So not even anyone's bothering to do just like a tiny attempt. Just everyone's going all out. I mean, it is the European Championship after all.
Right, because the top 40 on the psych sheet were qualified for the European Championships, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's quite a tough cutoff.
Coming up in Group 5, we have got Theodor Zajda representing Poland. He's seeded 10th with a PR average of 23.37 and a recent performance of 26.53.
In this group would have been Timofey, but as we know, Timofey was not able to attend this competition due to visa issues. So hopefully we'll get some shots at Theodor. He's a fan favourite as well, so I'm sure we'll manage to get him on stream.
A fun story about Theodor Zajda is I went to my first Polish competition in 2022. It was Ice Cubing Szczeciniak, which was a very special competition because Theodor Zajda was present at the competition. And I saw this little kid that looked like 5 years old in the lunch break just chilling on the solving stations, doing a little bit of 2x2, already throwing down 1.5 second 2x2 solves. And 3x3 back then, he wasn't quite as fast. He averaged about 9 seconds, I believe, there. And right when I got to the Netherlands, I just had to tell everybody, like, remember this name, Theodor Zajda. He's going to do big things.
Not that big. He's only got world record 3x3 single. First ever sub 3.
Yeah. All right, I think I'll go on with my day. Good luck to you guys with streaming.
Thank you very much, Tuan. It's lovely to have you on.
And congrats on the NR.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Someone's corrected me and said there is a 29 cube multi-blind attempt, so I was just slightly off. Yeah, pretty much everyone's doing 30 or more. We spoke to Krzysztof Boba earlier and found out that he was doing 61 cubes.
Wow. I mean, can you imagine? I'm not obviously not a multi-blinder, but just the idea of holding 61 cubes of memo in my brain makes my head hurt.
Not just that, the fact that he said, oh yeah, I typically do about 70, but I thought I'd go a bit safe for the European Championship and only do 60. And here we have Theodor.
In his classic Polish bucket hat.
The iconic Polish bucket hat. Uh, 26.8, not happy with that one.
Yeah, given his recent performance, about 26.5, that does seem slightly, you know, it's slightly on the worst side, but it is approximately what he's averaging. So I'm guessing he's trying to pull something really special out this competition that is punching a little bit beyond his usual average.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right getting a meager 26 average when you're at your local Polish competition, but if you're at the European Championship, you need to do better. Or at least I'm sure that's what he's thinking.
Someone in the chat asks, do you actually know what Theodor averages on 4x4? So we have calculated the most recent average of 12 averages for every competitor as a baseline for how they've been performing recently. So for Theodor, that average is around 26.5 seconds.
Yep, and we also are able to see how the competitors would rank if you were to compare their average of 12 averages. And so Theodor was actually very consistent. His PR average seeds him 10th at this competition, and his average of 12 seeds him at 10th as well. We do see some people where they are ranked very highly. They could be seed 1 or seed 2, but if you look at their most recent average of 12, they're only seeded in like the 10s or the 20s even. And that can just indicate that someone's either had a really lucky PR average, or it could also indicate that they are just not at the same level that they used to be.
It will be very, very interesting to see how the finals for 4x4 plays out between our two top contenders, Sebastian Weyer and Timon Koloshinsky. So everything in it, obviously Sebastian, our reigning world champion, meanwhile Timon Koloshinsky, our
Reigning European champion
and present world record holder. The stats would tip it slightly towards Timon, putting him at a chance to win of 45% against Sebastian Weyer's 37%. That does also include Timofey participating, so I imagine those statistics are going to be a lot higher, about 10% higher, now that Timofey is no longer involved.
And Sebastian has a 99% chance of podium, so that was even with Timofey in the mix. Interestingly, Timon only a 97% chance to podium.
So Timon is our top seed based on recent performance with a high 20-second recent average, 20.7. Sebastian Weyer a little bit slower, averaging 21.4 recently, which is about half a second slower, but that's still well within the natural variation of 4x4. He really is only a couple parities away from beating Timon.
So yeah, if we do have the reigning world champion versus the reigning European champion, that reminds me of something. So something very similar happening on Sunday night.
What could you be alluding to, perhaps, OJ?
Couldn't possibly say. Here is Theodore for another 4x4 solve. He looked very quick off the mark there, as if he just had to get solving, just like as soon as the timer started, immediately picks up the cube, gets going.
A 24-second solve there from Theodore. That is pretty good for him. Bit quicker than his usual average of mid-26. It's not going to put him on track for PR though, which is a low 23 average. So it looks like Sebastian Villa got a 20.56 average in round 1. We'll have to see if Timon can beat that. But 20.56, I mean, that's pretty good. That is quicker than Timon and Sebastian's recent average of 12s.
We will have to wait for Group 6 to see Timon. That is the next group. We're currently in Group 5. And in Group 6 we will have both Timon and also Luke Garrett, who I know is another fan favourite.
Looks like Theodore Zada is ready here to do his third solve. I see what you mean about him having very quick pickups. He moves very, very fast.
He's also currently solving completely below the table. We do have that overhead camera, so I'm hoping we can get that on him. No, again, that's fine. The solve is in anyway.
25, which he doesn't seem too happy with.
If only he knew the stat on how he does on average. I think most people here would not know what they actually average. but we've got the average of 12 start.
I wonder if his pickups are so quick from all the 2x2 practice he's been doing, where pickups are everything. It looks like we're coming towards the latter end of this group now. Presently watching someone who averages a little close to me on 4x4, getting a 52-second solve. I saw myself a lot in that solve.
Yeah, I think that's one of the fun things of the big comps like this, is that you will have some of the fastest competitors in Europe, and sometimes they'll just be in your group. You'll just be chilling. You'll have randomly ended up on the orange stage where we've got our cameras. You can give a wave for the people at home, and yeah, you can enjoy the solve, and then hopefully the camera will cut away to someone a bit faster.
Yeah, there's such a mix of skills and abilities in round one. You've got people averaging a minute and they sit down next to someone who averages 20 seconds, and that's kind of the magic of round ones at major championships.
Cubers, 3x3x3 multi-blind round one. First attempt is starting in the side room. It's a long walk.
So we have got multi-blind starting now in the side room. We don't have cameras in there. I'm not sure we'll have live data from there either, but we will let you know once we know how the people in that side room are getting on.
Theodore coming in now to do what I believe is solve 4, unless we've had a solve off stream. and a 30-second time for Theodore. That really isn't the best for him. He looks pretty disappointed with it. Huh, he's a lefty, I just noticed. Very cool.
Just a lefty to notice a lefty. And now we've got Daniel Partridge solving.
A 25-second solve there for Daniel. That's actually pretty good for him, given his latest average of 12 is a 28.65, and his PR average is 25.5.
He looks happy with it, although maybe he was just happy to see he was on the big screen.
Serving now, we've got Anthony Stoic, known for his incredible performances in clock. Much like Daniel, he averages around 28 seconds. And much like Daniel, he got a 25.
Someone just asked in chat, why is no one using the OPA method to avoid all-out parity? It's a very interesting question. If you go back about 20 to 30 minutes in the stream, you'll hear Tuan Dulemon give quite an in-depth talk with us about that. Had a little chat about OPA. But basically, it seems like no one wants to spend all of their inspection just trying to figure out whether they're going to have all-out parity or not. And they find it a lot better to plan ahead in the solve as they normally would. And now we have a solve 5 for Theodor Zeider.
He's going to avoid wanting to count that 30 he got on the last solve.
Yeah, if he gets something around the 25-second mark, it looks like he'll be getting something that is on par with what he typically averages.
Oh, and a 23.10 to finish off for Theodor. A punch in the air. A great, great finish for Theodor.
That'll definitely keep him in for the next round.
Right now we are watching Killian from Ireland. So Killian Heinbach, our 16th seed. He placed 6th at Euros in 2024. Looks like he's on track for about 11th seed at this competition. 23 is a great sell for him to finish off on.
And Anthony Stoyak finishing off with a 26. With an arm movement that I couldn't quite tell if meant that he was happy or annoyed with how that solve went.
So going into Group 6, we of course have Timon Koloshinsky, who is tipped to be this year's European champion. He has a PR average of 18.56 and recent averages of 20.76. He will be the one to contend with against Sebastian Weyer for that title. Alongside him will be Luke Garrett from the United States. He has a PR average of 22.73 and placed 9th at the last World Championship.
We're just finishing up on the orange stage. It might be a little while until we get to see the competitors from Group 6 because the group hasn't actually been announced yet over the mic. I'm sure that'll happen soon, and then once Group 6 gets started, we can crack on with Timon and, of course, Luke Garrett.
Cubers, as we near the end of Group 5's attempts at the 4x4, next up is Group 6 of the 4x4x4 round 1. Group 6.
Arnhem has been a really lovely host city to the Speedcubers this year. We've had some fantastic warm sunny weather. We've had a lot of friendly people that we've met so far in Arnhem. We've got posters all around the city advertising the event. Although I must note it is getting a bit warm in the venue.
Which we did expect. We knew that this was going to be a warm competition. They do have the doors open, and whenever a gust of wind does come through, it can be a bit nicer. I actually heard Timon say very unironically that he was happy with the heat in the venue and seemed to think that it was a preference of his. And he reiterated, not even a joke, actually very happy with the heat. There's been a lot of talk about the warmth, about the heat. There is no AC in the venue, although I must say that sometimes in the past we have had a lot of aircon, and it has just simply made it far too cold. Like the hands freeze up, the cubes freeze up, and people aren't able to solve at the level they normally would. I think that was the case in Korea, especially in 2023.
Still yet to see Timon come out.
We know he's in this group.
You know he's in this group, so it's a case of us find the Timon, spot the Timon.
I love that camera pan over all the stations just to show you he's definitely not competing. We definitely haven't missed him just yet. Mind you, I was looking out for him with my eyes during 7x7 and still couldn't see him anywhere, so.
And finally, we've got Timon doing his first solve. And a 20.30 to start him off, placing him ever so slightly ahead of Sebastian Weiss' 20.56 average. He will need to keep up that performance if he wants to go into the next round in the top seed.
And that was with OLL parity as well, so hopefully some better luck on the next solves. Of course, you've got Luke Garrett solving now. (22).
(22.07), that is less than his PR average of 22.73. Perhaps we could see something come of that if he's able to keep it up. Back to Anthony Patarakis of the Netherlands. Our 47th seed. Yanis Kospin-Kelly solving now, our 19th seed. He looks very happy with that 25.75. Given he averages about mid-27, that does put it a solid 2.5 seconds below his usual average. I'm not sure who we're watching right now, but I did just see them do about 5 U moves trying to look for a piece.
So relatable.
a 23.85 there.
That was from Łukasz Buliga.
He looks like he surprised himself with that solve, given he globals high 28, popping out at 23. That's no easy feat. Luke Garrett now on the right. Doing his second solve. And that was a very clean 23.16 with no parity from Luke. There's an interesting concept in 4x4 solving of which way you do your U-wide moves, whether you do U-wide prime or U-wide, or whether you're neutral on which way you can do it. I remember when I first started cubing, the meta seemed to be that you could go either way. And then for a while it seemed to be that you should be neutral. And now I'm seeing this kind of lean more towards it not being that bad of a thing if you can only U-wide in one direction.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much as soon as I finish my Yao edges, I just immediately do a U-wide prime. I don't even think about it, and then just go from there. You're probably not going to save any time, really. It's only ever going to be a little bit. We do have Tim on his second solve now. That is some quick ZB recognition at a 17.85.
17.85.
That is now the fastest solve we've seen so far this European Championship.
By quite a lot.
Someone's ZBLL recognition on that last solve was quite speedy. I mean, a lot of practice needs to go into that, especially to maintain it, given how many ZBLL ALGs there are in total. If you want to maintain that sort of level of recognition, you have to be grinding them out all the time, constantly refreshing all of your memory for it.
Especially given how difficult it can be to recognize a ZBLL on 4x4, given there may or may not be parity in it.
Yeah, very true. I only know about 5 ZBLL ALGs myself, but sometimes I find myself doing one of them and then remembering that it's a 4x4 and then having to do parity afterwards.
So a strong start from Tivon, a low 20 followed by a 17. It's setting a really good pace to put him up in the top seed going into round 2, but he will have to maintain it for another 3 solves as Sebastian Weyer pulled out a cracking performance of that 20.56 average. Very consistent counting times. His best time is 20.25, so that's 20.25, 20.37, 20.5, 20.7. That's 4 times, all within this half-second interval. Very, very, very consistent.
Yeah, and it's very strange to have a level of consistency like that on 4x4, because that probably means that all the solves where you have OLL parity, you were solving, you know, quite slow, and all this solves that you. Oh, the other way around? No, I mean.
Looking at Luke Garrett now.
Luke is our 8th seed at this competition. Of course, he won't be qualifying for the podium positions.
But as a non-European competitor, it's always great to attend as many championships as you can, especially for someone like Luke, just to get as much. Oh my gosh, and that's a 21.51 from Luke. That's really good. He's off to a really, really flying start. But yeah, as I was saying, the more championships you go to, I mean, there's no match for the knowledge and experience that actually attending a championship and feeling the crowd and hearing them. And nothing can replace that. You just need to get yourself to as many of those finals as you can.
Same sort of deal with head-to-head finals. I think head-to-head is quite a rarity at cubing competitions, and if you can make your way along to a competition, especially if you're at that top level where you're obviously going to be making it, that can get you the small amount of exposure to it that you might need to help you at the European Championships when it comes to that 3x3 head-to-head final. 18, that is a counting 18.32 from Timon. That is a counting single faster than his PR average.
Which is the world record average.
Yep, good, just making sure.
We will need to keep a very, very close eye on those last two solves for Timon.
I tell you what, I think it'll be pretty obvious if he does get world record, because we'll definitely hear it in the crowd. We'll probably see it on Timon's face as well. Timon is not one for a subtle reaction to a good average.
Timon on world record pace, starting off with a low 20, followed by a 17 and then an 18.
I know it's just the ebb and flow of a cubing competition, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Timon come back out again. Just wishing those scramblers would scramble faster, those runners would run faster. I just want to see his 4th solve.
And we just missed a 32-second solve there for Luke Garrett.
We didn't miss it, it was all on stream.
Looks like he made a few mistakes. I can feel the crowd's anticipation waiting for Timon to come out and do his 4th solve.
think it's more or less than the anticipation of the people in the stream.
I don't know. The stream looks pretty excited. I mean, I'm pretty excited. Knowing Timon, he doesn't seem to let the nerves get to him. I don't know if that's just a facade, but he really seems to thrive off of the pressure. He's in his environment here at the European Championship. He loves the crowd. He loves the pressure.
He loves the heat, apparently.
Yeah.
And here we go, lining up for solve number 4. I don't believe we can see a world record on this solve, so we just got to hope that he does well enough to allow himself the opportunity to get a world record in the 5th solve.
Non-geometrical puzzle people, a chance.
This is looking really great for him. This is looking really great. And an 18.18.
Let's got big crowd support there. We are well on pace for world record now.
He just needs to have that 20 not count. Come on, Timon.
Okay, chat, I'm relying on you here. One of you knows what he needs for world record. Somebody please tell me. I know that one of you will know it. This one so far has had a 20, a 17, and 2 18s. 3 of the 4 solves so far have been sub-world record average. Okay, we're being told 19.08 to break world record average. It's definitely possible. OLL parity could ruin that opportunity. We'll see how well the rest of the solve is. Coming up in just a minute, Timon will be trying his best to get the world record average in 4x4.
The crowd is gathering in front of Timon's solving station as he goes into this solve.
He looks in the zone. The little warm-up he just did there definitely looks like he's trying to keep himself in exactly the place where he is already.
He has a best possible average of 18.12. He needs 19.08 to break the world record. Can he beat that 19.08? Come on.
It has got OLL parity, but it's looking good. Oh, and just missed it. That OLL parity is what stopped him. We knew that that was going to be a possibility. We've not quite seen the world record, but we have seen an incredible average from Timon. That will place him at the top, behind Sebastian Weyer. Sorry, in front of Sebastian Weyer, who got the low 20 average. So we just missed out on seeing a world record, but nonetheless, what an incredible performance, what a solid performance the whole way through.
I felt my heart go when I saw the OLL parity he got there. I mean, in another world, that could have so easily been world record. That was completely, oh, my heart is going still, wow.
Just a coin flip, really, isn't it?
It is. But I think that's really just a little taste of what Timon has in store for us this weekend, and I would not be surprised if there are more chances to see world records here.
That's right, we saw a European record from him in 7x7 earlier, and now we've had a just slight miss out on the 4x4 world record. There's going to be more to come. There are plenty more events. We've got 5x5, we've got 6x6, and of course we've got all the round twos, all the finals. Stay tuned. I'm sure you'll see something special. That's going to be it from me, though. we're going to be moving on to clock very soon. We're going to be lining up with Chris Mills and Henry Bennett. They're going to take over in the streaming booth. So I'll see you guys later.
Bye-bye for now.
Mind your foot, by the way. All right.
Okay, and we are live once again back from Arnhem. Welcome back to the WCA European Championship, sponsored by Rubiks here in Arnhem of the Netherlands. We are live with clock round one. Henry Bennett alongside Chris Mills. We're taking you all the way up to the second of all of the round twos later to come this afternoon. Chris, welcome back to the stream, mate. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm doing well, Henry. It's been a busy and hot day in Arnhem. This venue is piping hot despite the heat wave having passed, so that's something to keep in mind with these competitors. Most will not be used to this kind of heat in a venue. Some will. That may be a factor, especially of clock, of noticeably slippery puzzle at times. So it's something to definitely get used to, and we've already seen a slip right there as we're talking about it.
100%. And as you said, the weather has picked up massively, and I feel like we deserve some fans over here in the commentary room because I feel like I'm in a sauna. But nevertheless, we'll keep going with clock round 1 at the moment, and this is where, for me personally, ladies and gentlemen, the fun begins, because this is the start and the very first sprint event of the weekend. Chris, talk to us about clock and what we could see potentially coming up in the next few minutes or so.
So clock is an absolutely rapid event, as you say. That was a super fast DNF. I believe that may be Mick. My names and faces are not matched up yet. We're trying to get a system working that tells us all this information. But yeah, clock has really sped up in the last few years. There's been a lot of method developments. People have really taken it to the max. Using the 7 simul method, so you'll very rarely see them flip the puzzle apart from the very end. But you also see people going all out, and it's very, very common for them to not solve the puzzle because they're just turning at a very impressive rate, and just one slip up, especially on a massive stage like this, with weather like this, a double DNF knocking you out in the first round could happen for some of the fastest competitors.
Yeah, as you've seen on your screen there, Danny Morgan with a 4.88 to start himself off. One of the best in the UK considered for clock, brought multiple NRs. Chris, what can you tell me about Danny and, how he's sort of, in a way, brought the clock scene in the UK to just such high heights as of recent?
Yeah, I mean, I've left the UK a few years ago, and back then Danny was just a kid. I think he'd just picked up a clock. He was like getting well known in the community, but he hadn't really achieved much yet. And now he's not just a clock solver, he's a 5x5 solver, but he is an incredible clock solver. I believe he's seeded 4th at this competition. He regularly gets 2-second solves, and he is one of the more experienced competitors here, which is crazy because he's only been competing for a few years. But clock's just at such rapid changing of those at the top level, because it's pretty easy to just focus in on clock, learn the method, learn how to turn it, and get to world class quicker than most other events. But it also means it's super hard to stay on top.
100%, and we're going to see this a lot throughout the next hour or so, moving across clock round 1. We'll see variations of what we like to call 7 simul, which is where the pins try and they all move. Well, obviously they try and get the clock solved in 7 moves all simultaneously. Chris, there's multiple variations of 7 simul. What can you tell us about the method and how it's sort of taken us up through just the gears of clock in history in the WCA?
All right, well, you're really testing my clock knowledge here, Henry. But if we go back a few years ago, back to pre-COVID times, it was a very simple method. You solve a cross on one side, you flip the clock over, you solve the cross on the other side, and then you solve 4 corners on that side, and it happens to solve the 4 corners on the other side. But then around COVID time, people started inventing or coming up with this method. I think it was Sheeran, used to be known as, and that was the idea of doing the same sort of method, but kind of memorizing your moves at the start, so then you can kind of solve the front and then the back, but it wasn't quite 7 simul. And then a lot of smart minds got together and they realized that a clock was always solvable in 7 simultaneous moves or less. So they may be turning one dial with a pin down and another dial with a pin up at the same time. And you kind of memorize the pieces a little bit like blind. Lots of people use a number scheme. Some people use a letter scheme. I personally have experimented a little bit, but I haven't fully grasped it. Please correct me in chat if I'm making up absolute mumble jumble here. But it's really taken the event to the next level. Most solvers will kind of do the first half from memorization, and then the second half by sight. Some will do the whole thing, like they're one-looking the entire clock. There's variations. Some people do 7 simul flip, where they are always doing it in 7 simultaneous moves or less, but they don't want to memorize the whole thing, so then they'll do a flip halfway through. There's different pin orders, different finger tricks. Some people will avoid the bottom right dial. Some people will run. I don't know. There's so much you can do, and you can really get in depth with this method.
We've finally got our system working here in the commentary booth as Aidan Granger is going just in front of us. It looks like a little bit of a mistake in a flip. He doesn't look happy. It's going to be a 6.46 for one of our top players in this group, one of several indeed. As you mentioned already, Danny Morgan and Jack Kaur are in this group, but also Aiden Granger, have we said, Anders Barghaugen, Thomas Allinson, loads and loads of names, including Jacob Sherwin Brown, and even Luke Garrett, as we've seen earlier. Lots of, people who could be up there towards the end of the weekend, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as we've seen before at the World Championship last year, clock really comes down to how well you can handle your nerves. It is so different competing at home at your local 50-person competition where you're used to the delegates, you're used to the environment, you're used to how it runs, and coming up here on this stage, you've got cameras on you, you've got a massive crowd, and as I've said before, and people have said many times, one slight mistake and it's a DNF. Like we've seen before, Lachlan Gibson, World Championships 2025, favorite coming into the competition, doesn't make it to finals. He gets a DNF, he counts an 8. There we go. Danny Morgan's handling the pressure better now with a 2.6.
100%, and that's what he can do on his day. Obviously a multiple-time national record holder over in the UK, and obviously has won UK titles before, so definitely one to look out for this weekend. I did want to also point out Aiden Granger as well, obviously touching on his recent form. Obviously he's known for a lot of his Megaminx exploits, but obviously not as known for his clock exploits, but he's actually done pretty well in his last few competitions. An average of 12 coming into this one of 4.44. Has appeared in a final before, 16th at Euros last campaign over in Pamplona in 2024. Obviously having Megaminx as a big one for Aiden is obviously, good for him. But having that sort of backup obviously gives you a little bit of excitement, doesn't it?
Yeah, like a lot of people have a few events that they're juggling at once, and 2.8, that's quick.
Lovely from Jack Core there, the Irishman. Claps going all the way around, and
Shaking
Irish
the head.
flags waving all around, as you can see just in front of you. But obviously, going back to your point, Chris, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, like you can have a lot of events juggled at once, but most people will always have a focus. And sometimes when there's an event you used to be pretty good at, and then you kind of leave on the sidelines, as you said, it does give you an opportunity to kind of like experience the atmosphere, get used to competing, but also when you just haven't really been focusing on something, you're not as nervous because you don't have the expectations like you've had before. So in something like clock, Aiden, when he's focusing on Megaminx, he could just somehow get a good result in clock because he's not as nervous as the rest of these guys who have been putting their blood, sweat and tears to practice for this round.
100%. And obviously, having both Danny and Jack in this round, it makes for a good match and sort of, sets the tone for the final coming later this week. Obviously, we've got on our sheet here, Danny down with a chance to win 11%, a chance to podium at 32, and a chance to win for Jack 2%. There is a chance for the Irishman, but a chance to podium at 11%. Do you think that both of them could be sharing a podium come Sunday, Chris?
Okay, anything could happen on Sunday. It's so up in the air with clock. Everybody is so close at the very top of that seeding. They'll definitely be favorites. I believe. What's his name? What's the guy?
We'll get back to it eventually.
We'll get back to it eventually, but they're definitely favorites. These guys could compete with the top. We got to shout out the local Mick Bukema, from the Netherlands, 16 years old. They have a PR average of 2.91. I've seen them get a couple twos in this round. Chance podium 5%, but they have the home crowd advantage.
And of course, at any major international championship, you must say having home advantage in this level is a game changer in a way. Having the home crowd in front of you is just something that you always want in any scenario, and definitely that'll be good for Mick as well. Obviously, average of 12 coming into this one, a 4.05. A minimal chance to podium at 5% and a small chance at winning at 1%. But again, it could be on, but there's plenty of other, other people we've got to look at as Danny is preparing to go for, I believe, his third solve of this round so far. I've also got Philip Sheeler as well. Chance to win to 4%, chance to podium 15%, and AO12 of 3.86 coming into this, a seed of 15. You must say that form is everything coming into this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like PRs and what you're sort of averaging are completely different. Danny Morgan, well saved on that, I want to say cube drop, clock drop. Yeah, because your PR can mean a completely different thing. There'll be people like Luke Garrett, who is often known as a bit of a round merchant. He'll travel around the US getting a bunch of rounds. And obviously, he's one of the best cubers in the world, but he also has so many more opportunities. Get a nice scramble set, get everything to fall together in one round. And that gives him a good PR average, where somebody, I don't know, in rural Finland may not get as many opportunities to compete than somebody in Poland. And that really can help determine a PR average. So when we look at consistency, how consistent they are over recent competitions, that's kind of more of a tell of how they're going to do here at this competition this weekend. But obviously there's many other factors. How long have they been cubing for? How well can they handle the pressure? There's lots of variables to try and figure out who's going to win.
100%, Chris, and obviously we've got a few results coming in so far. Danny Morgan on his second so far with a 4.88 and a 2.66, and obviously the result that we've just seen recently. Jack Core with a 3.85 and a 2.8. We've got Philip, as we've been speaking about earlier, started with a DNF, but slowly starting to claw it back with a 5 flat and a 4.93. Aiden with 2 poorer results and currently sit bottom of the data entry with a 5.22 and 6.46. Chris, when you're competing yourself, when you start off with those sort of, let's say, poor results, how do you try and find yourself, clawing yourself back? And what do you think Aiden should be doing for these last 3 solves of the average?
Well, it really depends on the round. Like, this is clock first round, right? And there is 2 more rounds to go. So it all depends on what you need for the second round. I'm not sure what the kind of number is, but if I'm those guys, I'm trying to figure out what's the sort of benchmark? What's the cutoff for the next round? Might be like 5.5. And if you start off poorly, just forget about a PR, forget about trying to seed well. Just make sure you solve that clock in a reasonable amount of time. You don't want to get a DNF. You don't want to count an 8. Do a couple safety checks. Make sure it is solved before you stop the timer. That's probably what we'll start to see with these competitors who've started with DNFs. Danny Morgan, I don't think he's had a DNF yet. I think he's saved it every single time. And he's, like, as you can see, he's stopping the timer a little bit slow. He's taking it easy, but he doesn't need to do anything too extreme, like check the back. But that's definitely what you got to think about. It's just, what do I have to get to the next round? Because that's, in the end, that's all that matters at this point.
100%. We've seen our first 2 counting sub-3s of the afternoon. Danny Morgan there with a second 2 with a 2.88, and Jack Core there also with a 2.9, I believe. Obviously, there's a lot more to come this weekend. We've got a few more people coming up in the next group as well. But I just wanted to talk to you, Chris, about how, people are dealing with. We've been talking earlier with a lot of, let's say, newer competitors to European environments, especially European Championship environments. How do you think people like Danny, who's coming into his first European Championship in his competing history, how does that fare with someone who's been here, let's say, going to European Championships for 8 years in a row? How does that sort of fare?
Yeah, well, it all comes down to experience. It helps if you've been to one of these championships, or sometimes it helps and you've experienced the difference in environment, because Danny will be so used to the UK comp, so used to probably a cooler venue, at least, unless he's competed in the last few weeks, probably not. And he'll be so used to that, and he'll come here, and there'll be a crowd, it will be busy, runners won't know your name like they do back home, so you've got to be listening out for that. You get on stage, there's so much more noise, and it takes a lot of practice to just be able to block it all out. I can't do it. There's a reason I haven't performed well at a big championship. I just get overwhelmed with all the people I want to hang out with, all the stuff I want to watch, all the things I want to do. But you just got to have a routine that you can sit down, focus on what you're doing, get your head in the game, do whatever sort of routine you need to do up there to focus solely on the clock and nothing else.
Looks like Mick there going with a safety flip and a 3.08, definitely trying to claw himself back in towards contention. Danny also with a 3.62 alongside the 2.88 earlier. Jack also counting as well, as we mentioned, 2.8, a 2.98 on last that we found out eventually, and then obviously starting with a 3.85 as Luke Garrett once again goes again. Look at the medals, as you can see on screen with the graphics. A 4.3, however, as he's just slightly starting to go away, sort of just shy away from his decent early start. Obviously, a few safety flips now going on. We just wanted to talk about now how spectator-friendly clock is. I love For me personally, I love Clock. It's one of my favourite events, and unfortunately, this is going to be, for the foreseeable future at the moment, it's going to be one of the last Clocks at a European Championship. How good is Clock to watch, just from a normal standpoint? I remember watching Clock at last year's UKC Championship Finals. How good is it to watch from your perspective, Chris?
I don't know. There's a lot of factors. When we've got these top-down views, it does help. When we can see the dials turning, obviously we can't see the back. If you're a really experienced clock solver, you probably know what's going on much better than we do. Like, angles like this really help with the spectator experience. But the hard thing is, when you see that clock go down, especially from the crowd, you don't know if it's solved. And right there, I'm not sure who that was, but that clock was not solved. And those in the crowd, unless the judge was doing a thumbs up or a thumbs down, will not be able to tell. So that competitor there is not happy with that DNF, and that's understandable. It was just a last move. But Clock has become very competitive. And with all the DNFs, with like the inconsistencies and the amount of people who can win, it does make it exciting. And one thing you do get to watch is almost two reactions. You get to see when they solve the clock, they put it down, or they think they solve the clock, they stop the timer, and they kind of react to the time, and then they wait for the judge to flip that clock over, and then the moment they see it solved, you get a second reaction. So I do enjoy watching that, and if Clock does indeed get removed as it is currently planned, I will miss watching those double reactions.
I think we all definitely will miss Clock if it does obviously get removed, which is on track to, of course. Is this the last European Championship for the foreseeable? We don't know what could happen in the next few years. It might change, it might not, but for the moment, it is at the moment the last European Championship for the foreseeable. Here's Jack Core now on his last Sol, I believe. It's either Sol 4 or Sol 5. And what would you think that Jack's looking for here now going into his last one?
I think he's just looking for solid times. I believe he's not on PR pace anymore, not on NR pace. He's just looking to prove himself, put himself on in a nice high seeding to give himself some more confidence going into the next round. If you start like the first round and you just do solidly and you feel like, oh yeah, this is going well, that gives you a lot of confidence in round two. But if you start with a DNF and you just scrape through to round two, that's going to be playing on your mind in that second round. Like, oh, I don't want this to happen. I don't want that to happen again. I know I was talking to Kieran earlier, and he didn't do as well as he wanted to in 7x7. And he said the entire time what was playing in his mind was, I don't want to get a slice DNF. I don't want to get a slice DNF. And he just didn't have a clear mind. He wasn't focused on the solve. That made him nervous. He was freaking out. He didn't want to just lose a good opportunity for a continental podium, if not a win, if he performs as well as he does at home. So Danny Morgan there, 2.79.
Yeah, very good from Danny. That's locked in best possible average for him. So that's going to be, I believe, a sub-2 average possibly. It will be, I believe. It might be very close.
I think it's in the low 3.
Oh, it will be low 3. Yes, it will. It will.
About 3.1, I believe.
As you can see, my maths is not great as always. But sorry, it's going to be 3.25. Sorry, my apologies, guys. It's a 3.25 average for Danny Morgan. Obviously, definitely need to improve my math for the later commentary stages of this European Championship, but we'll definitely look at that as we go. Obviously, a few people still to come to finish off their last few songs. Aiden coming in now for his last one as well. Just slowly clawing it back with a 4.83 on last. We are looking at the top 125 going through into round two, which looks like on the moment on Psych Sheet about a 4.5. So at the moment with Aiden, at the moment it doesn't look great for him so far, but here's Mick as well with a 3.17, I believe, on his last one as well. So that will definitely safely see him through to the next round. It looks like Luke's finished off with a 3.95 average. That will see him straight through into round two as well for the man coming over from the United States. A lot of top players who have now competed now. Obviously, a lot of people who are going to be towards the top end of the clock standings at the end of this weekend. What have you taken from this round so far, Chris?
I think that they are cracking under the pressure, but then recovering. I think that's what we've seen. If you look on this live results right now, we've seen a couple early DNFs, a couple early 4s and 5s, and they've managed to recover it. They know what they need to make the next round. I don't think we've seen any double DNF upsets. I think everybody here will most likely make the next round. As you said, Psych Sheet is saying like mid-4, but that's people's PRs, and that's completely different to what they're going to do on the stage here. I think most likely we will see a sort of mid-5, if not high-5 cutoff for the next round because of these people making mistakes. So I think what we want to see from the rest of these solvers is just solid, consistent solving. Jack Core has been a key example of that solid, consistent solving. There you go, 4 correct solves, a 3, 2. I can't quite read that other time, a 2 and a 3.
It's another 2 as well, a 2.54. And he's got it as well. Well done from Jack. Really, really solid as well. It looks like he'll go on in from round 1 on top from this first group. Very, very good from the Irishman. And lots of Irish flags being waved towards the back of the grandstand.
Sub-3 average.
Sub-3 average. And it's the first one of this competition so far. Danny Morgan in with a 3.10 just starting off this round. Anders Barkhaugen from Norway with a 3.77. Emil Jens from Germany, a double PR. 3 flat single, 3.84 average. That was safety seeing through into round 2 as well. Other results elsewhere, Aidan Granger with a 4.65. Philippas from Poland, we saw him claw it back from the DNF to start with. It's a 5.35 for him as well, but we are looking at a mid-4 to make it through as we are just slowly creeping up on our last solves of Group 1. We are going to slowly be going into Group 2, and we do have 2 of our top 10 seeds coming into this next group. We've got Caleb Wolf-Dunn and Miguel Angel Meza coming into this next group, and we know from a start already Caleb is definitely going to be pushing for something this week. Chris, talk to me about these 2. What can you tell me about them, and how excited are you going to be watching these 2 together in one group?
Well, I've not heard of Miguel Angel Meza before, but he is 10 years old from Spain with a sub-3 PR average, which is so impressive. Sometimes these young competitors, like really young, they just like don't quite have a grasp on the situation. And they're just locked in on solving their puzzle, and they just kind of, I don't know, go about their day. They focus on the clock. It's more when you get a bit older, when you start to like feel the nerves. I know for me, it was when I was about 15, 16, where I really started to get nervous. My first couple of years competing, I was just like having a good time. So hopefully Miguel will be like that. He'll just be focusing on the clock and nothing else. I look forward to see him solving for the first time at a big championship. But Caleb Wolf-Dunn is a big name coming from the UK, especially in clock. Current average is ranked 12th in the world. And if we look back to Worlds last year, after the first round, I believe he was seeded first. He got national record average in the first round, but then in the second round, didn't quite make the cut for the finals, which I think was a bit of a heartbreak for him. So I'm just going to be hoping that that's not playing on his mind. He's got over that disappointing result from last year's World Championship and just thinks about, hey, making the next round and the next round after that, and then go all out in the finals.
Danny Morgan's just given the commentary booth over here a massive smile, really happy with that 3.10 average as he was walking past, giving me and Chris a little bit of a thumbs up. But obviously, as we know, Caleb, he's one of, let's say, the best in Europe at this current moment in time. Obviously, coming into this competition with a 3.34 AO12, which is something not to be scoffed at whatsoever. As you said, current NR average and single order for the UK. And as you said as well, well, I've got to say this because his mum wanted me to mention this specifically before I came on screen. He did win the biggest clock round ever at Worlds last year in Seattle. And, you know, with that sort of accomplishment and that sort of pedigree, at just 15 years of age, having that sort of nuancy in clock, but also being strong in 3x3. Again, as we said with Aidan earlier, you've got those 2 niches that you can sort of rely on if one doesn't go well.
Exactly. That's a big help. People who focus on just one event, like Zhuangyi, but Zhuangyi is inhuman when it comes to speedcubing. All that pressure is on that one event. When you've got a couple or 2 or 3 that you're really good at, then yeah, one doesn't go well, forget about it. On to 3x3 tomorrow or whenever 3x3 is. I haven't even read the schedule. But I think that's something that Caleb can, if this next round doesn't go well, he can focus on that. But when you've achieved something like winning the biggest clock round in history, you always want, like, you feel like you were so close to greatness. And obviously he's achieved great things with clock, NR averages, he's made European Championship final, but you always have that hunger for that result that you're like, that's where I peaked. I have this hunger. I've never won a national championship. This is something I still want to do, but I kind of want to do. I've still got that hunger to do it. And I'm sure that Caleb still has the hunger to perform well at a major championship, get himself on the podium, maybe even a win. And he's only 15, so he's got plenty of years ahead of him, a long career ahead of him to try and achieve that goal.
Plenty of 3s and 4s going in early doors here for Group 2. You might have seen Chamjay Chapman's on your screen, a 2-time former world record average holder for clock. Obviously one of the, and also a single holder as well with a 2.73 single, one of the first sub-3s in the competition. We haven't seen Cham for a while. Also a former podiumer at last Euros. What can we possibly expect from him? Obviously the clock game has massively changed since the last Euros, but could he pull something out the bag potentially?
Yeah, I haven't seen much from their clock results more recently. I know they struggled to make the change from flip to 7 simul, and when it was back in the flip days, they were ahead of the game. I remember when they broke WR single, broke it right afterwards, and then like had a sub-3 BPA. It was ridiculous. It was unheard of. And then when 7 simul became big, they were a little bit slow to switch and then couldn't quite get the hang of it. And then the rest of the country, the rest of the world kind of caught up with them. And I think that they're still breaking some PRs. I believe I saw them get a PR single recently, but not really at the top of their game in clock. Moved their focus over to big cubes now, I believe. So could still see great things from them. I don't think clock's been their main focus. I will be interested to see the kind of results they're getting at these major competitions.
We've also got some fellow other big C's also in this. A fellow Spaniard from Miguel. We've got Acer Adel Diaz, current WR43 average, current single of WR39. PR single of 2.25, average of 2.98, and average of 12 of 4.13. We're seeing low 4s and 3s coming into this, aren't we, Chris?
Yeah. I mean, the clock is very hit or miss. We've said it 1,000 times. So whenever they get like a DNF average, that's going to bring that average of 12 up. Get a couple DNFs, get some bad counting times. The variation in standard deviation in their clock solves is going to go very up and down. There's only a few clock solvers in the world who are at a consistent level. So that's why we see such a big range between PR average and their like recent average of 12. But I'm sure lots of people will be experimenting with different things in the lead up to the competition, experimenting with different turning styles, experimenting with different routines to help handle the pressure when it comes to this big moment.
There's Miguel on the right of your screen with 3.17. I believe the 10-year-old starting off quite strong, as we saw with Jack earlier. Obviously a low 3 to start off with, slowly growing into this one. Obviously he's not the only person also in this round. We've also got Ruben Noren Gustafsson from Sweden. The 16-year-old is also a former Swedish NR and average and single holder, for Sweden. A low percentage to the podium, and also some more chance to win. But also, again, like many other people, coming into this one with a 4-second AO12. So there's lots of people definitely in contention this weekend, regardless of who there is really up towards the top, let's say 14 or 16 people.
Yeah, in a lot of events, you can sort of predict who your main competition is. Like in big cubes, we know it's like Timon versus Kieran versus Mark Zimmerman, right? We kind of know these guys. We know what they get. There's not as much variation in 7x7, although there is the meter format, so that can throw some spanners in the works. But when it comes to clock, you can't think about it. You can't think about everybody else because there's so many other people who could perform well. You just have to focus on, to block it all out, focus on, all right, I've got to do my best and try and be consistent and hope everybody else doesn't. And that's usually what happens. Like Worlds last year, if we look back at the original results, it was high 2 seconds, and people were talking about mid 2 being what you needed to win, where in reality, you just had to get a solid performance. Anthony Stoyak is our world champion, and his result was a PR for him, and he did very well under the pressure. But I think part of that was because he wasn't thinking about the win. He was just thinking about himself and thinking about solving that clock as fast as he could.
Many people starting off solid. Also, Caleb, you've just seen on your screen with a 3 flat to start off with. I believe Ruben with a 3.14 as well on your screens a little bit earlier as well. You see Miguel just creeping up towards the fourth seed at the moment on the predictions as well. You've got Asier from Spain as well, his fellow compatriot, also just creeping up with him on 5th as we can see at the moment. Obviously, charging towards the top few. Obviously, we've got another big solvers there. I think it was a sub-4 for that person over there. I believe it's Daniel Rimmer. Yes, it is Daniel Rimmer. Obviously, we'll talk about Daniel, current average and single holder for Germany. Do you know much about Daniel at all, Chris?
I've never heard his name before, but damn, he's fast.
He is definitely fast as well. We've got a load of other people to talk through as well. We've also got Anatoly Turenko from Russia. It's a second European championship as well. He is a former, I believe, European record holder for a 1.87 single back in 2025. Also to look out for as well, obviously my British bias kicking in as well. We've also got Jimmy Naismith as well. A lot of decent results as of recent for him. A PR average of 3.4, an average of 12 of 4.27 going into this one. So again, lots of Brits in this one. 3 Brits, in fact, looking towards the top of the ranking so far this weekend. We've also got Namoon Nasador also pushing towards the top 10, or coming into 9th at the moment with a 4.07 average. The current Mongolia NR holder for both single and average as well. Again, this, as I've been saying, and we keep saying, there's so many people who you can think could be towards the top 15 or 16. There's just too many people to count, aren't there?
There's too many people, and I usually call myself pretty knowledgeable on cubing, but when it does come to clock, that's where my knowledge does lack a bit. I'm learning names, I'm learning who to look out for, as you guys do on stream, in chat as well. So if you know a bit about these cubers, let us know. Tell your fellow chat mates who are you supporting in this round. Who are you expecting to make the next round, make the final, take home the win? I think Anthony Stoyak is definitely a crowd favorite. He's had a lot of support behind him after the World Championship last year, but there is a big UK crowd here, and there's a lot of UK competitors. And this is interesting to see which countries solve clock, which countries don't. I think the reason there's so many clock solvers, fast clock solvers in the UK, is because there used to be a lot of delegates who loved clock. So they hosted clocks at competitions. Sam Spendler, notably former national records from him, so he loved holding clock. And then Cham J. Chambers really spread it around the country, motivated people to pick up the puzzle and get as fast as they could. Usually you see countries that are really good at one event, not so good at others. Poland seems to be really good at every single event for some reason. Ireland, there's really good at the big cubes because of Kieran, but he's inspired Killian Hine back to chase him in the big cubes as well, and Kieran's fallen off the top of 3x3 in Ireland now as well. So it's interesting to see what sort of countries are good at clock, what sort of countries don't solve it as much, but I think UK is really highly populating the top of the leaderboard right now, but I'm sure we'll see Poland climb up there as well.
I'm quite happy you touched on Ireland, Chris, because as you said, Kieran's been knocked off the top of 3x3. Obviously, CJ Fury winning one of the most recent Irish championships in 2025. Obviously, Jack Corr being one of the big ones in Northern Ireland as well. Again, Ireland are slowly surging up the rankings, aren't they?
They really are. They've got a really dedicated and enthusiastic common organizing team behind them. They've got a great group of people, and I think that's really helped the community flourish there, and really helped these top competitors get faster and faster.
100%. And there's Caleb with a 2.45. I believe that's the best single of the group and the round so far. I believe also Cham J. Chambers chipping in with a 3.40 as well. Lots of decent results coming through, especially, and it's really, really good to see that clock is finally just getting the surge as it is now, especially towards the back end of its reign in the WCA. So we're definitely looking forward to seeing that, especially. A few results elsewhere coming in. Caleb, of course, with the 3 flat earlier. We've got Asier from Spain with a 2.82, which wasn't on stream. Jimmy Naismith, an early contender as well, currently with 2 counting threes at the moment, a 3.5 from and a 3.4 to start him off. Daniel Rimmer, as we saw earlier, 3.99 and a 3.7 as well. J. Chambers just slowly off the pace a little bit, of a 4.9 and a 5.56 as well. We've got a Yannis Shelley as well at the back as well on clock. We'll see him at the back of the orange stage, as you can see. Obviously, lots of people who are definitely going for it this weekend. But we do have a little guest of us in the booth at the moment. Chris, over to you, my friend. Who have we got with us?
Okay, well, we've got Radamil. You're going to have to correct me on the pronunciation.
Yeah, you did it right.
Radamil? All right, well, we've got a very experienced FMC solver over here. How many attempts of FMC have we had today so far?
Only one.
How did that go for you?
Not great. I got to be honest. I got a 23, and I'm like, there are 9 people or 10 people with 21 or 22. So
okay.
That's not a great start, but not terrible either.
Okay, talk us through your history with FMC. When did you start to pick up the event?
Oh, it was actually 4 years ago. I think it was just because my friend, Wojciech Rogoziński, another pro FMCer, he was good at FMC at the moment, and he started teaching me stuff, and I was like really hyped for it. And then also at that time it was quite easy to get an Polish national record, and so I just picked it up, and yeah.
How long after picking it up did you get? Was it until you got your first record?
Oh, I actually don't know. It was probably half a year until I got a first national record, and then half more to get my first European record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. I was really progressing very quickly. I've been doing many attempts, much more than nowadays. Nowadays I just keep my practice at 3 attempts per week, and that's it. But back then I was just grinding it so much.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but were you the first person to get a sub 20 FMC mean world record?
Yeah, I am the one. Yeah.
How did it feel to be that person who broke God's number?
Yeah, it was my dream. So that's my biggest cubing achievement, and I really wanted to achieve that, and I knew at that time that many people could have done that, and it's kind of random who would be the first, but because it's just about luck, and it's not just about luck, but really the first person to beat the best the God's number was always my dream. It was an amazing achievement, and it was also I didn't expect that, because I started the mean with 22 and 20, and I was really pissed about that. But then the 17 just appeared.
Well, it's an incredible achievement. And do you have any sort of like goals, anything your eyes are set on now you've been the first person to do that?
Well, it's right now the WR is 19 flat, which is basically quite impossible to break. You have to be very lucky. You have to get a good set of scrambles, and then you also have to perform well on them. So also I've achieved a lot of things in cubing. I actually right now I'm looking forward for the next World Championship, because that's the one thing that I'm missing, because I'm a reigning European champion. Probably not gonna defend my title this time, but okay, I got this.
There's still a chance.
Yeah, but then I've never been to World Championships, so I'm looking forward to it, because at that point you cannot. It's not like I can learn something to beat the WR. I have to just get a good set of scrambles, and then something should happen. So
I think a lot of people would say FMC, it's just like you're taking an exam, you're sitting in a room, you're writing down things. There's not like There's not much pressure, but obviously that's not the case. Do you feel a lot of pressure when you get to a major competition and you sit down with those 3 cubes in front of you?
Yeah, I used to. Not so much nowadays because I'm just more experienced, and so. But a lot of people think that it's not stressful because you have 1 hour, you can calm down. But it's actually a 1 hour of stress, of constant stress. It's like in some fast events, you have like 3 seconds. You have to be calm for a few seconds. Okay, that's very hard, of course, because you cannot make any mistakes. In FMC, you can make a mistake, and then later you can just fix it. But still, when you want to be a top FMCer, you have to just push the time limit. Like you have to. Sometimes you have. It's at 40-minute mark. You don't have a solution, and you have to accept that you know that you will find the solution in the last 20 minutes. But sometimes you don't have a solution even in the last 10 minutes. And you have to just accept that, and it's very stressful to a lot of people. So it's just a constant stress, I think. And yeah, that's really draining the energy.
Renamo, I have to say, now I tried FMC for the first time in April, and I might be controversial in saying this, even though you're here. I find it really, really boring. But just hear me out on this. What makes FMC, in a way, for you so special? Because obviously you seem really passionate about it. So what makes it, such a big event and something that you always want to try and do, for example, you want to practice?
Well, at the beginning, it was just that I was good at it. I was progressing, so I saw that. And actually, also, the thing is that you can always learn something more. There are like I have a lot of knowledge, FMC knowledge, but still you can learn a lot of things, new tricks. FMC is just about like knowing 10,000 tricks that you can use per 1 attempt from 2000s or something like that. So it's just knowing random tricks, and the fact that the feeling of getting the result, a good result, just getting a 20 with a fancy trick, with a fancy solution that you came up or that you just knew by heart, like something, is like addictive for me. So
Yeah, I know. I used to be very good friends with Harry Savage, and he always talked about how he loved the creativity of FMC. When it's speed solving, it's 3x3. There's kind of just like the right thing to do, and you don't have much time to think of these creative solutions right in those 15 seconds of inspection or the 3 or 4 seconds of solving. So that really seems like a fun part of FMC. So if you guys at home have just done CFOP or learnt NIS or something like that, have a look at all there is to learn about FMC. Learn from this guy, Radomil. Do you have any sort of information online about how to get better at FMC? Or where did you learn from?
Of course, there's a FMC Discord. So anyone who wants to start practicing FMC, just join the Discord. There's so much information. People are helpful. You can learn a lot of stuff there. So that's the best source.
Renamo, I have to ask you personally, because obviously I feel like a lot of people at home definitely want to learn a few techniques. Obviously, one of the techniques associated with FMC is DR, or domino reduction. Yeah. Talk to me about domino reduction, and let's say, how does that help that in your attempts when you're doing FMC or when you're practicing at home? How does it help you, or like how does it work for you, for example, for people who might not know?
How does the DR
help?
How
does
okay,
it
help? So basically the DR is, the domino reduction is just, when you want to solve a cube, you have 18 moves. You can do R, R2, R prime, and then the same with the other 5 faces. But then you want to reduce the possible moves. So just DR is, in DR you're just reducing. Do you know that you can solve the cube without doing a single F or F prime, and it actually reduces like the cube is much simpler in the domino reduction stage. So, and also a fun fact is that this is the same sort of an algorithm that the computers use for solving a cube. So basically, people are trying to become computers, and so that actually helps a lot, and it is a consistent method. So a few years ago, people used mainly black building, and this was creative, I can say. But nowadays, DR is less creative, but much more consistent. So it's just like that.
All right, well, it's been absolutely wonderful chatting with you, Radomil. Best of luck for the next 2 attempts. I hope you claw your way back onto the podium, if not a win. And if not, I hope your preparation for the World Championship next year goes well. It's been wonderful to meet you. Enjoy the rest of your competition.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later.
See you.
That was a really insightful chat. That was actually incredibly insightful. I'm obviously not FMC's biggest fan, but there's definitely something to learn about there. Definitely, wasn't there, Chris?
For sure, for sure. It's always interesting getting this like top level insight into events we don't really see very often. We don't see it on the live stream. We don't see it talked about as much. FMC kind of sometimes seen as like a bit of a nerdy event. But I mean, Radomil, lovely guy, very intelligent. He broke the sub 20 barrier, which was quite the feat. So I look forward to seeing more from him in the future.
Right, should we get back to some clock then, shall we?
We'll have a quick bit of clock, shall we?
Perfect. Right, let's have a look at some results, obviously, as we were talking to Radomil just there. Asia Adel Diaz with a 2.92 PR average to start us off. He's currently top of the rankings at the moment. We've also got Anatoly Torenko from Russia, who started off brilliantly with a 2.65 and a 2.35. Got his worst so far of a 5.54 and number 3, which looks like is where people are struggling at this current moment in so far. There are the top rankings so far at the moment. Jack Core and Danny Morgan, as we said earlier, slotting into 3rd and 4th at the moment. Miguel Meza still to complete his average, which I believe he has now with a 3.28 average as well. Jimmy Naismith with a 3.32 PR average as well, alongside Emil Jens, who we covered earlier as well. Daniel Rimmer I believe, is still to finish as well. With I believe he did finish all 5 of his attempts. He's yet to be inputted onto the data entry as well. Mick finished with a 3.12 average, currently sits in 5th. Again, lots of different results which are varying across the board so far, Chris.
Yeah, and if you're looking on the screen right now, there may be a few averages that are not finished. We've got a team in the crowd trying to catch all of the live results they can, but they are likely to miss some. So once those scorecards make it to the data entry table, we'll see this fully populate. We'll get all the confirmed results. But yeah, big range of time. Interesting to see a Spanish on top with a PR average 292. I'm not sure if that was their first sub 3 or not, but we still have the fastest clock solvers to come.
Oh, and next group, which is just starting to creep out now, is one that I want you guys to be excited about. We've got Eric Kasparek of Poland, the 16-year-old, currently ranked seed number 2, holding both WR9 single and WR6 average, a PR single of 1.9, a PR average of 2.52, and AO12 going into this competition of 3.64. We have his chances to win at 11%. We've got his chances to podium at 27. 3 world records to his name, 7th at Worlds 2025 and his 2nd European Championship. Again, one man to be watching this weekend. Definitely right, Chris.
Yeah, when he got that 252 world record average back in 2024, that was mind-boggling. People just not realize that anybody was that fast at clock, and it didn't even take that long to be broken, but mid-2 is world-class. WR average currently sits at 214, I believe, very recently set last weekend in New Zealand. I'm not sure how much work Eric's been putting into clock as of recent, but I mean, he's 2nd seed, so we've got to expect big things from him.
100%, but he's not the only one in the top 10 seed that we're going to be looking at in the next group. We've also got Paolo Marino of Italy, the 18-year-old, currently seeded 6th. An average of WR18 at the moment, a PR average of 2.78, a chance to podium however of 4%, the best in Italy for clock, a 12th place at Euros last campaign in 2024. So 2 finalists who are about to come up from 2024 that we're going to be looking at in this round, Chris.
Yeah, which is surprising for Clock, actually. Like, having people from a couple of years ago still be at the top of their game. If we go back to Worlds last year, 2025, fun fact for you guys at home. Nobody in that World Championships was in that World Championship finals was in the final in 2023.
Is that really?
That's a fact. Tommy Cherry was pretty close to making the final, but that just shows how quickly Clock changes. It's not going to be quite like that this year. I'm sure a lot of the Clock solvers who were competitive back in 2024 European Championship finals will still be competitive this year. But it's a very interesting fact.
Well, I feel like we keep banging on about the UK, but once again, we've still got two big clockers from the United Kingdom coming up in this round. We've got Luke Burns and Monty Fox, both in the top 16 seed. Luke Burns seeded 10th, Monty Fox seeded 13th. Luke Burns, I believe, was in the Euros final in 2024. Monty Fox is his second European Championship and coming into this with an average of 12 at 3.84. He's seeded 7th in that regard as well. Luke Burns has his pedigree back home. As you can see him now on screen next to one of the Turner brothers. So we definitely want both of them want to be lookout, especially for Luke Burns. How are we faring? I know we keep saying this. We've got too many people from the United Kingdom who are in contention. Do you think alongside, let's say, Poland, they're one of the most dominant in this sport, in this sort of event?
I think so. They've just got such a wide range of competitors who could take the win. As we said, look, again, Luke Burns, Monty Fox, Cham J. Chambers, Aiden Granger, Danny Morgan, Caleb Wolf Dunn. I'm missing so many names. He's walking past right now. He's giving us a wave. So many of these people could just like walk away with the win if they had their day. But I think it's definitely the same in Poland. We will wait to see who makes the next round and who's competitive to make the finals.
Now, I don't even want to say anything more on the United Kingdom, but once again, it's not just two. We've got 4 in this group who are actually going to be pushing for this as well. Daniel Partridge, you might have seen in the background as well. Fengwan Kelvin Liu, you might be known for his square one exploits, but is also one of the best Clock in the UK, made multiple UK Championship finals. Daniel Partridge, one of the best all-rounders, approaching one of the best all-rounders in Europe. You know, again, there's another 2 big names who can potentially be pushing him once again. And we've also got a multitude of also other people. We'll shy away from the United Kingdom for now, because I feel like I keep banging on about them already this round so far. We've also got Drake Denton Richards from the United States. We've got Mikołaj Swiatek from Poland. We've got William Gerdin from Sweden. Again, a lot of names that we'll be seeing across this group as well. Again, every single group that we seem to be covering, they look stacked, don't they, Chris?
They look so stacked, and I mean, it's been designed like this. All the fastest competitors have been put on the orange stage so we can see them. That is Max Kwok Yusam on the left, I believe current NR holder for Macau. So yeah, many fast competitors on this stream, so we can enjoy watching them solve the clock.
I mean, what a treat this is for even the spectators. There are, you know, we're coming towards the end of the day now. We're slowly going to be going into the round 2s in the afternoon, but it's just such a pleasure just to see the multitude of people just sitting down and enjoying the event so far. They might have competed earlier this afternoon. We've even got Caleb who competed earlier, just sitting right in front of us, just watching just people just, you know, go about their day and go into this sort of second round of clock. We've also got another few people towards the background as well that you might see later on. But, you know, it's just, it shows once again at the World Championships, even towards the latter stages of the afternoon, you know, it's such a lovely event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy, the camaraderie behind Speedcubing. Something you don't see everywhere. I'm sure Caleb, he's just finished his average and he's going in the crowd to support his friends. That's something you don't see everywhere. Like you'll compete one round and in the next round you'll be cheering on your mate who you've been cubing with for many years. But we've got another interview lined up. We've got a very special competitor from Spain, Arat. We're going to talk to him about Pyraminx. Let's get him on now. We'll have a quick chat with him before we get into the final groups of clock. All right, we'll get the... All right, the mic is on. Hello, Arat. Nice
Hi.
to meet you.
Yeah, same. Nice to meet you.
All right, so tell us a bit about yourself for people on the stream who may not have heard your name before.
So I'm a pyramixer that has the European record average 130, and I'm from Spain, so yeah.
That's awesome. For those who don't know, Dylan Miller and I, we have a podcast, and recently we talked about Aratz's achievement of the 1.3 European record, incredible solving, and Dylan said, oh yeah, Aratz, that's Anthony Patarakis' kid, because Anthony has been talking about you for so many years. He's been supporting you, shouting your achievements from the rooftops. What's it like having that support from such a well-known competitor when you're coming up in cubing?
It's really helpful because like some of the experience, like all the competitions I have now on the future, he has already done a lot of them, so it's pretty helpful. And yeah.
Now, you're half my age, okay? You are so much younger than me, and to see like people like this, especially younger cubers, coming up through the ranks and sort of, smiling and enjoying the day, it actually just, it's such a good feeling, especially yourself, getting world records as well. When you first broke that world record, just talk us through how you felt and your emotions. That must feel like such a big thing for not just yourself but your family as well.
Yeah, so basically I was like 1 year trying to get the European record, and I was like every comp having a lot of different like rounds, and every time I was so close but never getting it. And then finally happened, and it was amazing because it was all my family was there, and it was so special. So yeah, really happy.
Yeah, you've got your mum and dad just over there. Your mum is especially filming you and looks absolutely so proud of you. How big has your mum been and your family in general just been, in your cubing career? How have they helped you? How have they, sort of supported you throughout your entire competing?
They are so helpful because I go to every comp because of them. So yeah, amazingly happy with them. Yeah,
I would be too as well, especially.
So obviously you had your eyes set on that European record for so long, and I'm sure after you broke it, you enjoyed the moment as you should. That was a well-deserved achievement. Now, what are your eyes set on? What's the next goal for Arax?
So basically now that's the European Championship, I want to be stable and just have fun. And then for the future, I would like to beat my 130 average. I would like to have sub 130 and just be stable on 1.5 or sub 1.5 averages. Yeah,
just consistency. That's a good idea. That's what you need for a championship like this. How are you feeling going into Pyramids? When is the first round of Pyramids?
I believe it's tomorrow.
All right. Okay. How are you feeling going into that round?
Pretty happy. Like my last two competitions weren't pretty good. I was good, but I was getting amazing times, and then sometimes I weren't that stable. So yeah, I felt like on the warm-up competition last weekend, I got a pretty good average, and I won with a 1.6 average. So that was pretty good, and I felt like I was already consistent, and yeah, pretty happy with my results. So, yeah.
I wanted to talk to you before your solves. How would you sort of prepare yourself? Because obviously, as we all know, Pyramids is such a quick event. It can be done in, let's say, it can take shorter than your inspection. So just talk us like how you sort of prepare for each solve, and what sort of rituals do you have?
So basically, I have a towel, so that's pretty useful because when I'm nervous, I'm always like sweating. So, and then I also I have another pyramid, so for my practice, and I'm always spamming like a L4 case. So yeah, that's what I do.
All right, well, it seems like you've got a lot of confidence going into this championship, and that's well-deserved confidence. You put in a lot of work, and I hope it pays off for you. Thank you very much for joining us here. Best of luck for the rest of the competition, and say hello to Anthony for me.
Yeah,
all right, see you later.
Well, thank you once again for again another top player joining us this weekend, and again at such a young age, you can see just how he's taken this experience straight on board and just enjoying every single moment of it.
He's such a mature kid. He's got it all figured out. He knows that he's just got to be consistent when it comes to a big championship like this. He doesn't need to go for flashy times. He's figured out a routine. He's getting stable times, as he said, and that's what you need coming into a championship.
Yeah, and it's, when you come into a championship like he did with that sort of confidence, having your mum there, just filming you as she was doing, just so proudly. For me, it's sort of like such a good feeling, especially. And, you want, people, as we see, there's a lot of younger kids coming into Speedcubing, and, having that sort of enthusiasm is definitely such a big thing, isn't it, Chris? Especially in Speedcubing.
Yeah, it's great to see that. He will be a role model for many cubers to come, as Anthony was a role model for him. And I look forward to seeing him break records in the future. 130, current European record. I'm sure he's got his eyes set on the world record, which I believe currently sits at 114, so a bit of a ways to go. Very competitive at the top of Pyraminx, but I'm sure we'll see Arat hanging around there for a while longer.
100%, and we're looking at obviously a few stages as well. We just wanted to touch on the 3x3 multi-blind final as we're currently seeing at the moment. Simon Pratt currently topping up with a 52 out of 57 in 58 minutes and 53 seconds. It's just impressive, isn't it? I find multi-blind so fascinating. Luke Burns with a 1.94 single. It's the first sub-2 single from a United Kingdom competitor in clock. And what an achievement that is for Luke Burns. It's a UK national record single. As we were just talking about the multi-blind just there, sorry, I had to interrupt straight away. But what an achievement that is for Luke. That must be such a good feeling to break that record.
Absolutely incredible. I guess we'll focus back on clock for now. We'll come back to the multi-blind results later. Many more attempts at multi-blind, or I believe one more attempt at multi-blind to come later on this weekend.
And we will come back to that now. As we were saying, Simon Prashkul topping up with 52 out of 57, 58 minutes and 53 seconds. Sorry, I'm a bit shaken up by the Luke Burns result. It feels completely out of the blue there. But as we say, finish off the podium, we've got Adrian Devsky with 43 out of 48 cubes in an hour, which is the full time limit. And then Mikolaj Moralski with a 39 out of 41 and 57.07. With Maxim Mandrutic also getting a French NR of 41 cubes from 46 and 58.17, and completing the top 5 with Christoph Bobo with a 48 out of 61 from a 61 attempts solved in about an hour and just shy of 2 seconds. What an achievement that is for Simon Prowl, who I believe is going to be our European.
Well, there's one more attempt.
Oh, there's one more attempt. I thought that was the last. Thought that was the last attempt, but at the moment it is Simon Prashkul leaving the way. The Austrian man currently on top of things as things stand. Well, right, shall we get back to some clock then?
Let's get back to some clock.
Well, I cannot believe that. That's come out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Luke Burns, he's been on top of the clock game for a while, and I was chatting to him yesterday, and I was like, oh, what are you good at nowadays? Like, what NRs do you hold? And he's like, I don't currently hold any NRs, not any longer. Sub-2 is a very impressive barrier to break. If we went back to 2020 and we'll be like, sub-2 singles happen quite a lot of the time, someone would have told you you're crazy. And here we are, Luke Burns has done it on a European Championship stage. We'll see, I don't know if we've got any tracking times for him at the moment.
No, not at the moment, but I believe there was also another national record to keep an eye out of as we've just come away from the back end of this clock group. We'll just try and find that in a second, but there are a few other things we do need to tell you about. Sorry, there was a Cypriotic NR there, 3.72 from Ivan Valov, an average there as well. PRs as well for Oscar Hanuecik from Poland, who had a South African continental record from Anja Stridom, who's currently inside the top 20 with a 4.44 average from the South African. Aidan Granger finishing off his average of a 4.65 at the moment. Also later down the line, Joby Janssen of Italy with a 4.88 PR average and 4.08 single. Killian Heimbach of Ireland with also a 5.06. Loads of names just dotted in and around there. We'll have a look and see where the others ones are. Monty Fox with a 2.91, a 3 flat and a 3.74. Luke Burns' NR has also come up. Before that, he's also got a 3.19, a 2.72 and a 5.6 also to come up with. And here is the new single NR holder for the United Kingdom. I mean, what a feeling that is for Luke. Just recently, you know, also just so many achievements from that kid as of recent, and this will definitely be one that he'll be able to talk about. Obviously, a little bit of nerves there trying to settle away from Sol 4, and that means Sol 4 is going to be one we'll have to look at later down the line for the rest of this group. I believe a lot of people have competed it now. It looks like the furthest back also. There's a few singles from Eric Kasperik, a 2.32 on that solve. I believe a 2.88 from Danny Morgan. Obviously, it was a different group, but I think we're still looking at Eric Kasperik, who also did that scramble as well. So we'll look at that as they come in throughout the rest of the average. Chris, we've got a few more people to come, and we will look at that in a little bit. But from that group, seeing a sub-2 single, it's not a bad start to things, is it?
Definitely not a bad start. Luke Burns will be pretty happy with that. Shimmy wasn't able to convert it into a good average at the end, but I'm sure that's the least of his worries. And I say good average, it's still, I believe, low 3. So that's a great average, just not quite what he wants. What do we see here? That's Monty Fox.
For 2.58, I believe that's Scottish record single, if you want to call it a Scottish record, obviously being part of the United Kingdom. I believe it's looking like a very good average. I believe it is going to be sub-2, I believe.
I think we might have missed the time.
I believe we'll have to have a look and see what it is. It looks like, at the moment, the current best possible average is a 3 flat at the moment, but we'll have to have a look with that 2.58 definitely coming into play now with Monty definitely already counting a 2. So we'll have to see where that puts him later on. Paolo Marino still to do that, solve number 4 as well. Currently counting a 2. A 3.12, but also with a DNF on his third solve. So definitely want to be looking at later in this group as well. So we'll have a look and just see what else can be happening as well. Julius van der Velden of the Netherlands also with a DNF, but a 3.44 and a 4.15 as well.
I want to have a look. I want to go to the very bottom of the rankings and see if there's any of our top competitors that have had a couple DNFs yet. Because that's something, it's hard to see sometimes. There is not many we can see with DNF averages that are top solvers. I don't know many of these names. That's a good sign. We don't like to see our top competitors going out early. And everybody who seems to, Jacob Schoen-Brown has actually gone out early.
Well, we'll take a look at the big screen now just to see the current top rankings. Antonio Tarenko was still to be submitted, but I believe he is still top. For now, I'll just check that. No, he's not. It's Asier El Diaz of Spain with a 2.92. We're still top. We'll still need to see the rest of his solves. Jack Core coming in second at the moment with Danny Morgan. Miguel Angel Meza as well, still to finish off as well. Jimmy Naismith, Caleb Wolf Dunn as well, has also completed his average 2. So definitely at the moment, again, still a mixed field. Everyone's still quite closely bunched together, but everybody towards the top is sort of leveling out at about between a 2.9 and about a 3.3. But we did see that average. It's Monty Fox with a PR average of 2.83 seconds. So that's put him top of the rankings ahead of Asier El Diaz as well. So definitely something to be looking out for.
Yeah, Monty Fox, PR average. This is when you want to do. Well, it's not quite when you want to do it. You want to get a solid performance in this round and the next round and do that in the finals. But at a European Championship, that's when you want to be at your absolute peak of cubing. And that's what Monty Fox has done here, peaking in clock in the first round of a European Championship. And hopefully he will continue that reign into future rounds as well.
Well, we'll have to see what the next group brings, as this group is just slowly coming to a close. As we see, I believe most stages are now empty. We just got the last few stragglers from the group, just slowly evening out. We've got, I'd say, one of the best clockers to come now into this next group. We've got the first seed, we've got the 5th seed, we've got the 8th seed. And the first name that we're going to mention, I think everyone knows who he is, Anthony Soyek. Talk to me about Anthony.
So Anthony has had some heartbreak in his cubing career. Many will say he is the world champion, but because of some regulations and some misscrambles in the finals last year, he was stripped of that deserving title. He performed a PR average in front of that massive, many thousands big crowd in Seattle, Washington last year. Current PR average 242. He is your first seed, but despite being his first seed, our statistics predict he's got only a 28% chance to win. So the favorites, they're still not really expected to win.
Exactly that, but the pedigree that he's got, a 1.74 single just 2 months ago. And that's something that he can definitely bring into this there. Obviously, World Podium came third in 2025, obviously, because of that heartbreaking, and I mean heartbreaking sort of, I don't know how you could call it, sort of like an out of his controlled experience in a way.
Yeah.
Has podiums before at Euros, third place in 2024. It's a second European Championship, so we'll definitely be looking for top spots around this year. We'll look to our fifth seed now, Arni Salakari from Finland. 2.75 PR average, 2.27 PR single. Coming into this competition in AO12C with a 6 or a 3.7. Current NR and average and single holder for Finland. Also a Worlds finalist from last year. Came 5th in the Worlds final last year. Only 16 years of age. Again, there's so much pedigree at this European Championship, especially in Klopp, which makes it such a good event to watch, doesn't it, Chris?
It really does. I cannot wait to watch the final, watch the crowd get behind their home competitors. The Polish support their own. I see so many Poles walking around in themed jerseys, wearing a flag around their shoulders. They've got such a good community over there that really fosters improvement, healthy competitiveness. Everybody's supporting each other to get faster, and I might say it has worked. They've created some of the best cubers in the world, and I mean, it takes a village. It's hard to do it by yourself. You need a group of people behind you. You need your parents, like Aratz's parents from Spain, who've supported him to where he's got today, and Anthony Stoic's parents have been behind him each step of the way, still fighting to try and get back his World Championship title that was stripped from him. So we shall see the Polish crowd in action tonight as well, because we've got Nations Cup where Poland are the favourites by a heavy margin.
I've got to say this, Chris, I'm looking forward to it. I cannot wait for Nations Cup. I know clock's still going on at the moment, but United Kingdom won this title last year.
2 years ago.
Sorry, 2 years ago. My apologies. My maths, again, is not very strong. Going into later stages of the day, I do need a coffee very desperately once I'm done with this. But last Euros, they won it in quite, let's say, they weren't exactly favourites to win it, were they? They were quite a outsider. And to win it in the fashion that they did is definitely something that not many people expected.
Yes, I believe, I can't remember exactly what happened, but a lot of the favourite teams, I think they had issues with starting in the wrong order, starting at the wrong time. I think that's what happened to the Poland team, which Timon wasn't on last time because it was so late. He was focusing on his main events, but he will be competing this time. It's a different sort of nature, this Nations Cup. Not always the favourites win it. It's something that the top competitors might not have experienced before. Poland came 4th in Nations Cup at the World Championship, and it's completely different. The atmosphere is different. You'll have countries cheering for their home teams. The atmosphere will be so much different, and let's bring it back to Poland, because there is the man himself, Anthony Stoic. He looks nervous, but he is taking deep breath, ready for, I believe, his first serve of clock of this European Championship.
Well, let's have a watch of Anthony and see how he does on this one before we go through the rest of this group. Looks very confident going into this one. It's going to be a very smooth solve in this one. He drops the clock just very, very slightly on the back end. As he said, as we said earlier, the slippery surface now and the heat is starting to come into effect. A 4.75 to start off for Anthony. Right, let's look elsewhere. Filip Brokos of Poland also in this 8th seed going into this one. And I also want to look out for Baptiste Berry of France. We've also got Romain Velsin of France as well. Jérôme Pauwels of Belgium. We've got César Esling of France. David Van Platering of the Netherlands. Again, another one of these big groups as well, which we'll hopefully see coming into this one very, very later on. And we'll see how the standings look after this group. Another safety flip there from that man. I'm not sure who that is.
That's Fabio Schwantz.
There is Fabio Schwantz. Very, very nice from Fabio. As he gave me and Chris a little wave earlier in the commentary booth. Obviously going up to hopefully avenge his FMC sort of exploitees earlier today. I'm not sure how he got on earlier, but he's definitely been, after speaking to him earlier this week, he's definitely trying to push for something. He's looking to try and, finish well up against some tough competition, especially this weekend, Fabio, in FMC, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we're a big fan of Fabio here in the commentary booth. He has been a good friend of mine from probably my 4th competition over 11 years ago. He has been around UK cubing for a long time, has switched from main event to main event. He used to be one of the best all-rounders in the world. Now, more recently, has made his focus on FMC. And I might have a look, see how he did in the first round. And he's one of those competitors who's been around in the UK for a while, and he's stuck around, and he's still killing it.
Speaking of friends, there's another friend of ours on screen, Pedro, one of the delegates from the Portuguese islands. Obviously, not starting the clock out in the best way with a sub-10 single, but Megamix NR holder in Portugal. We'll be looking to see him in the later stages of, I believe, tomorrow, which is when Megamix starts. So we'll see him in action, the Portuguese national record holder. What else can we see from anyone elsewhere? Can we see another sub-2 single potentially from anybody else? Can anybody else match Luke Burns in this round 1 of clock? Not so far with that man who's just got a 9.67 single there. Anybody else of any notes trying to compete? We're looking out for Anthony as well, and Monty Fox still topping the timings, as you can see on your left-hand side. Still Asiel Del Diaz coming up in 3rd, Jack Core in 4th, Danny Morgan 5th, and Mig Bakema completing the top 6. Luke Burns there also with the first sub-2 single of this weekend, finishing off in 7th and competing the top stages of clock round 1 so far, with a few more eyes to go as well.
Yeah, we'll be looking for Anthony soon enough. That's a DNF. I'm not sure which Polish competitor that is.
I believe that's Filip Brokos.
Filip Brokos. Yeah, I think that's a 3:02 DNF. That's not what you want early in a round like this. I'm not sure who we got on our screen. That's Albert from Spain, solving his blue chi clock. For a bit of a fumble. He's using the flip method.
Definitely a slow solve there, as he pulls out a 9.23. I believe that's a KFC bucket hat as well, which I think is quite impressive. And I like seeing all the interesting things that people are wearing, especially with the man on the right-hand side with the 3 stickers on his forehead. Definitely some interesting looks going around these European Championships this weekend over here in Arnhem. And obviously we'll be seeing a lot more funky outfits, hopefully, in the next few minutes as we finish off the last few stages of clock. We are looking out for anybody else of note that we can find. I believe that is Romain Velsin, the 16-year-old there. Current chance to win at 6%, but a podium chance of 26%. Seeded 17th going to this one. An AO12 seed, though, of 4th. AO12 of 3.45 coming into this one. So we'll see how Romain gets on his solve.
And our spreadsheet says he has a PR average of 3. So I'm assuming that is 3.00. So I would expect he's got that sub-3 barrier in his sights. Really taking his time here. As we've talked about before, sweaty hands, trying to wipe off that sweat on his pants. And that's a 273, a great start.
It's definitely one you want to start. I think, like, the things that we've seen so far in this group, if you start off with a sub-3, you're definitely going to be in good stead, as we've seen with Monty Fox so far this weekend. And we've seen with Jack Cole, although he didn't start with a 2, he definitely clawed it back with it, as finish off with a 2.99 average as well.
Now, I can see Anthony in the back. I don't know if we'll get a camera on him. We can kind of see his time going right now.
It's a 3.18 for Anthony. I'm not sure if it was all right. I think it is, yes. So it's a 3.18 for Anthony. So 2 counting for... 3, sorry, not counting, 2 threes for him to start off so far. We'll look elsewhere and see if we can, I believe, if we can find anyone else. Can we see anyone of late? There's a 2.85 single for, I believe, that is one to say that might be...
I'm not sure who that is.
I'm not sure who that is, to be quite honest with you. Hopefully you guys can correct us in the chat if we are unsure of who that is. I want to try and see where anyone else is. Where else can we find some other people? I'm trying to look up for Filip Brokos of Poland as well. Who else can we find here? Try and find some other people as we, work our way through this stage. I believe there's a little bit of a fumble there for that man on the left-hand side. 11.02 single. We're just trying to find different things to talk about. Well, Chris, we'll talk about Nations Cup while we wait to see him. We find some people, and there is, I believe, Filip Brokos there just on your left-hand side. Fabio Schwant also coming into view just a few minutes earlier. I want to know your predictions for Nations Cup, Chris. I know you're a big fan of Poland, but who are your dark horses for this year?
That's a good call. I think Ireland could go pretty far.
Okay.
I think, if I remember correctly, someone said that Ireland and the UK could meet pretty early on. And the Irish team, they're a little bit behind the UK, but I think they could go pretty far. The Dutch home team are definitely top contenders as well. They'll have the big crowd behind them too. I think on average they'll be around 18 cumulative. But it's going to be hard for anybody to top Poland. We're going to have to see some disasters from Poland like we saw 2 years ago. So it's not unheard of for anybody to top them. But definitely make sure to stick around for that. We should be moving on to the Nations Cup. We're a little bit behind schedule, so it will probably be in about 2 hours, I would guess. Make sure you come back to watch that as we compete with the Nations Cup late into the night.
We'll have a look at the early stages so far. Baptiste Barret leaving the current singles of this group with a 2.73 starting off. Romain Velsin, his fellow French compatriot, with a 2.85 on number 1, and Arni Salakkari of Finland with a 2.91 so far. Again, solid starts for everybody. Sub-3 singles across the board. We'll see how they fare going into the next 4 solves. Chris, again, we'll talk about just competing in general. Obviously, you said you've obviously had loads of championship experience. You've said you've, been competing in a few finals before. Talk to us. I know in this early stages there's not a lot of pressure on you, but when you get into, get yourself ready just to compete, and you know that you've got 3 rounds ahead of you for the day, what sort of mindset do you put on going between rounds 1, rounds 2, and rounds 3?
It's all just about either remembering how well you did before, or if you didn't do so well, forgetting about it. And the reality is these first rounds, they don't matter. If you want to break PRs, you can do that at home, or well, not at home, but at your local competitions. These championships are all about the finals and performing well there. And I hope that they've been thinking about what's it going to be like in the finals. When I've been preparing for big competitions, as I said before, I've never had the good results. But I remember European Championship Final 2022, I was hoping to get on the podium, didn't quite make it, unfortunately. But I was thinking, all right, what's it going to be like? How long am I going to be waiting in that back room before I need to go up? How long am I going to have to sit and stew in my nerves? And then when I go out there, how long is it going to be between solves? Is it going to be loud? Is it going to be quiet? I also tried to predict what sort of time I would need. And I thought sub-7 average would get me top 3 in Europe. And it was 7.00 was 3rd place that year. So my prediction was on point. My performance wasn't. But I would sit at home. You got to prepare yourself. Think about everything that can happen. Try and put as much pressure on yourself at home as you possibly can. Film your solves. Tell your friends, hey, I did really bad today, so you don't want to embarrass yourself the next day. Wait 2 hours before doing 1 competition simulation average. Stagger your solves. Use a cube cover. Play some background noise. These are the kind of things you got to think about, what you got to prepare for when you were going into these finals.
Chris, I'll just interrupt you there as Anthony Soya is going for his second solve. It looks a bit slow with a safety flip. It's a 3.31. Definitely just keeping himself calm and just making sure that there's no mistakes leading into round 2, and just safely just getting himself prepared for round 2 so he can go all out in the next stages of this competition.
Yeah, that's smart. Nod of the head from him. He knows that it doesn't really matter at this point. Next round is going to matter, though. I believe top 14 European competitors, plus any of the internationals, they'll be done on a side stage in the finals. Top 14 European will be making it to the finals. So at that point, it's hard just to safety and make the final. You've got to be still playing it a little bit safe. So obviously you don't get the DNFs, but you still got to be on your game. That's going to be playing in the mind of these clock solvers is, how safe do I want to go? Because I don't want to go too safe where I get like high 3s or low 4s, which might not make it. But then I don't want to risk getting a DNF early on and then have that pressure. It's impossible to figure out for Clock. It's a nightmare event for the top competitors because of the stress that the high chance of DNF puts on them.
It's all about finding that balance between speed and safety in that sort of way, isn't it? Especially for every single one of these, competitors. Any wrong move or any just little misturn could lead to any DNF. Obviously, we know in clock there are no +2s. You can only DNF if you don't solve the puzzle completely. So every single mistake, even if it's so minor, is going to mean a lot if you don't check it before we go. We'll have a look at, I believe that's Baptiste Beret again, over on this left-hand side. The Frenchman definitely on pace for a decent start so far. Counting so far, well, not counting so far, sorry, my apologies, a 2.73 and a 3.47 to start him off. We'll see how he goes in this one. It looks very composed in this one. And again, a lot of competitors are using this very heavy breathing technique, aren't they, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's just something that people like. They like to feel a bit calmer, but I've heard some people say that actually raises your heart rate doing the heavy breathing. So it might not be the smartest thing to do, but I think it really doesn't matter that much. As long as you've got a little bit of a routine that gets you in the zone, that's what really matters. Here's one of our top Polish competitors sat next to Fabio Schwant, Filip Brukos. He's got a sub-3 official average, chance of podium 4%. How's he going so far? DNF 3-3. So competitive, but in a scary position with that DNF looming over him. There you go. He's going to do that safety flip, and he's happy with. I can't even tell if he was happy or grumpy.
I think it's a little bit of relief because he feels and he knows now that although he's got that DNF, he's very, very going to be safely through, and he can take his time a little bit. Although he might get a 4, we are looking at, I reckon, between a mid. Let's say, I believe a mid-4 would just safely make you through. So I think that's definitely something where he can just take his time a little bit, not obviously take his time completely and just get sort of, count his worst self. But he's just got a little bit of leeway now, hasn't he? Right, let's have a look and see elsewhere. We've got, I believe, our man, Arni Salaraki on this right-hand side. Not very happy with that solve, a 5.66 for the 5th seed and the Finnish man. Again, not looking the best of starts for these 2 top seeds. And speaking of 2 top seeds, we've got Anthony Stoyek going on our right-hand side, and we'll see how this man does as well.
Yeah, hasn't been throwing down times at the very top, but he's been throwing down consistent 3s, which is all he's going to need to do for this round and the next to make it through to the final, where he can go all out and prove why he is the 1st seed. But that is much, much longer in the future, although clock round 2 is later today.
Yes, which I will be very, very excited to be looking at later. I think with these sort of round 2s, I think at the moment and in this stage of the competition, they matter more than the final. I feel like people should be thinking about round 2 more than the final, because if you're being too egotistical and thinking you've already got 1 foot in the final now, that you're into round 2, everything can go wrong for you, can't it, Chris?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I talked about Lachlan Gibson earlier this year. He's, I'm good friends with him and his family, and he was probably thinking the same kind of thing, like, thinking about winning the World Championship last year, and not thinking about just making it to the final. And he wasn't maybe he wasn't expecting the pressure, and it bit him. The pressure bit him, and he couldn't handle it. And he couldn't make the final. I'm sure this round, these competitors know that they can do badly and still make the top 125 needed to get to the second round. The next round is when we're going to see the nerves. We're going to see shaky hands. We're going to see some more disappointment with DNFs. But that is only just in a few hours. So the competitors here don't have long to sit down and think about their performance. They've just got to forget about it, move on to the next round, and hope they can mimic their good performance from this one or recover from a poor performance.
Let's have a look at some other people as well. I believe there's a 3.2 for our man over there. It is Filip Brokos, so I believe that will be him safely through into round 2. Moraine Belsin also still to compete with his 4th and 5th solid. A 2.85, a 3.49, a 2.87. We'll have a look at and see how Fabio does on our right-hand stage. A very, very, very nonchalant approach, and he's very happy with that. And unfortunately, that's one of many terrible 6. He's DNF'd as well. That is absolute karma. This is what we've come to see, and I'm very, very happy that someone who's done the 6-7 has DNF'd there. I'm very, very happy with that. And to be honest with you, that gives me a great pride of joy. But we'll move on from that, as Chris is absolutely in hysterics to my left of me. And I don't think you can quite believe it, as I believe it's Baptiste now, just finishing off his average on your left-hand side. A 2.9 from Baptiste as well, but it is a DNF. So that's going to make things very interesting. I believe that his last. We'll have a look and see if that is his last. Where is that? Is not his last. So it's going to make things very interesting, but he is counting a 4.85 now. He will need a decent result on his last solve number 5, to hopefully see him through to the next round.
I want to quickly talk about Philip Brokos. He did not get an incredible average. I believe it was around the mid-3, but what he had to deal with is what made it so impressive. He started with a DNF. That is one of the most nerve-wracking things in this event, because that's going to be playing on your mind. One tick wrong, and I'm out of it. One tick wrong. And he kept his composure. 3.3, 3.8, 3.8, 3.2 to finish with a 3.64 average. That's what we'd like to see. That sort of nerve handling when you've got the hammer of a DNF looming over your head. Massive congratulations to him for handling that pressure.
100%. And we'll also look at some other names. I do want to shout out Ruben Noren Gustafsson, who's just got a 3.69 average, as that's just been entered in 17th. We've also got another national record from Romania, Stefan Negrea from Romania, with a 3.83 national record average as well. We'll see if we can find any other national records so far. Obviously one of multiple records at this, not just in this round, but in this competition so far. We've already seen 2 ERs, Chris, haven't we?
Yes, well, we personally have not seen them. We missed them on the stream, but we have seen them at the competition. As we hear some weird mic sounds. I think they're having a few issues. We saw Nicholas Archer with a one-handed tied ER average, 795, which is coming up next, which is going to mean I'm going to have to leave you soon because I'm in that round.
You are indeed.
But that was a tied European record for him. He'll hope to replicate, if not do better, in the semi-finals coming up. We also had a 7x7 European record mean by Timon Koleshinsky, only improved by 0.04. He set that record just a few weeks ago. But hey, you can't complain with a European record.
100%. And, you know, when you get those European records, you know, it's no better feeling, isn't it? Obviously, I've never experienced getting a record. As you can see, I'm a very mediocre cuber. That's why I'm sat at this commentary table at the moment. But, you know, as you can imagine the feelings that they might be, you know, going through at the moment. Just having a look at the top screen there at the top of the big stage in front of us. I believe that was Baptiste with a 2.93 just to finish off his average as well. It was a cube drop there at the back there. Could have been a low 2, sorry, not a low 2, a low 3 there, maybe a sub 3 if possible, but he's just a little cube drop there for a 3.64. Let's have a look elsewhere and see where else we can find any other interesting averages. Romain Velsin has still got to do his last 2. Baptiste just completed his last 2 as well. I believe we're slowly creeping up towards the last few competitors now. We'll see what's going on in the next few.
I think that's it.
I believe that is our last group of clock.
I think it is. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to a short break. We'll figure out who's going to be commentating the semi-finals coming up, unless you want to stick around. But I've got to get a move on. I've got rounds to compete in and solves to butcher with my severe lack of practice.
Oh, I'm sure you won't butcher. How are you feeling ahead of OH round 2?
Oh, man, I'm feeling like I need to get a cube in my hand and remember how to solve it.
Well, that would definitely be helpful.
That would be helpful.
That would be very helpful indeed.
So that's what I'm going to do.
Well, before you leave us, Chris, let's talk about one more thing.
Okay.
Who is your pick for 3x3 winner this weekend?
It's got to be Timon Koleshinsky.
You think Timon?
It's got to be Timon.
I've heard a few people say Theodore.
Yeah, I think Timon is still the more consistent solver. Theodore has the ER, but Timon's got the experience. He's got the consistency. I think he's going to take it.
100%. Well, that is it from me and Chris for clock round 1. It looks like it's going to be Monty Fox topping the timesheet of a 2.83 PR single. Lots more things to come in the next few hours before Nations Cup. So stick around then, and me and Chris will see you in the near future.
make it text only, like the format. Oh, there you go. Format. Style. That could. No. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are now on to the OH semi-finals. Of course, we had an exciting start to the day, the very first round of the day, and Nicholas Archer managed to tie the European record average with 7.95.
Exactly. Yeah.
And Nicholas is solving right now. You can just about see him on screen. Hopefully we can get a closer camera shot of him.
So yeah, 795, amazing result, and really close behind in my eyes, Eden with 832. And yeah, we have like a low 8 average and like a high 7 average in the first 2 spots. So I think it's very exciting.
Yeah, 832 is kind of outshined by the European record there, but that is an incredible average to start off with round 1.
Exactly, exactly. Like he got his best time on his last solve, securing him the average. And also Nicholas, I mean, looking at the results, pulling off like a 7.7 on the last solve, with those solves behind, I think it's like really amazing. Like he knew he could break the European record, he managed to tie it, but still, in OH, like for me personally, speaking of myself, like I find OH to be the one event where it's like almost like the most difficult to pull off a good result, and where nerves personally affect me the most.
Oh, interesting.
Like because you only have like one hand, and if it starts shaking, oh, there's some shouting. Yeah, on the green stage.
No, I think there was something on the orange stage there, but not entirely sure what.
People were just having fun. All right, so 10.6 from Juliet. Let me try to get the results working. Yeah, they should be filled in at one point.
On the right, we have former UK national record holder Joseph Briggs.
Right. Looks like he's doing the route. Yeah.
1065.
Again. Oh, and Magnus, 903. Solid result. Getting back to his prior performance. Prior
Absolutely.
Level. Yeah. The reigning European champ, but he told me earlier it's going to be really difficult to defend, and yeah.
Alexei with a 9.78.
In the previous round, Alexei and Andre got a 10 flat average both. So, I mean, they both have amazing averages in comp, but I'm hoping for them to get like a sub 10 this round. Just for the performance and seeing the 10 broken for both of them.
10:33 for Olivier Schubert. I think Nicholas Archer has done solve 2 now, and it looks from where I am that he might got a 7 again. Would be great if we could follow him and have him on stream for some of the later solves.
Yeah. Previously we did manage to catch those, like not for his solve, but for other events we did manage to catch the good people. But with OH it's kind of difficult because everything goes by so fast.
Unless you're Julia, and then you'll take nearly a minute of inspection time.
Yeah.
Or warm-up time.
Yep. And you can always watch her signature warm-up routine.
Yes.
Shaking her hands. We did miss in the back at 8:32. I think it was Eden again. So continuing on his usual pace from the previous round, like on the exact times. Now let's see. DBLL, and that's 11:28. Don't think she will be too happy with that.
Yeah, once you've watched a few Rue solvers, you start to notice just how many rotations the C-foppers have to do.
That's very true. Oof. 8:32 by Andre. That's solid time for him.
Yeah, I think it was a 9-move ZBLL, which is always very preferable.
Yeah. There we can see Alvin. There's quite a bit of table abuse and gets 12. Be decent for him. So Yannis going up. Got a 9.73 average in the previous round. And we can see lots of rotations, lots of table, and 9-0. Yeah, he seems happy. I feel like for pretty much everyone except Nicholas and Eden, they're really nervous on making the final. I think the other two, they can mess up big time, but they should be fine. But we haven't seen that many times yet. And unfortunately, nope, there's no data.
I did just try to run off to find out what Nicholas Archer's third time was there. Of course, it did get missed on stream again. And now in the right, we do have Luke Garrett.
And 8:25 for another low 8 by Eden.
Let's see how Luke can do now.
Yeah.
Such smooth turning from Luke.
Just blows my mind watching it. But yeah, those were a lot of moves.
Yeah.
For the 11. Oh, low 8 for Juliet. Very solid. Very, very solid. So in the previous round, she got a 10.1 average. So if she can make that 8 counting, she's on a really good pace for the finals. Fortunately, we missed the time Magnus got.
It looked like it was sub 10. I'm not entirely sure what though.
Yeah, with him you can't really judge from the reaction because he's usually just annoyed with whatever he gets.
Same with Nicholas, except for he's not annoyed. He just has no reaction. Good or bad, same reaction. Completely blank.
I do get that, but like Magnus, yeah, he usually annoyed and not satisfied. He's like, I just did dumb stuff. It could have been way better.
Could always be better, but that's the fun of cubing for me.
Yeah.
Okay, Nicholas is now sitting down to do solve number 4.
Can you see him from your spot?
I can. I don't think I'll be able to see the timer though. Hopefully we can get a camera on him. We'll have to see. There we go.
Perfect.
Nicholas is on the left of our screens now. Here is the overhead. Okay, so it looks like we've got an 8, a 7, and a 10. A high 8, a mid 7, and a low 10. Well, this looks very good.
Yeah, 844.
844. I think that was chocolate too. 0.444.
Oh, really? So you do that? Is it a UK
That's
thing?
a UK thing. Well, a UK thing of the past. The Danish do 0.00 and the UK does 0.xxx.
You need like 3 digits?
Yes.
Okay. I did just manage to get that.
Oh, nice.
In clock, 888.
Nice.
Or like 8888. So timer was just full. And the judge was a bit confused, like, is that a malfunction? I was like, no, that's my time.
Nope.
And then like
8.88.
and then like one solve later, another German guy got the same time.
Wow. Maybe it is malfunctioning then.
I think it was a different station. Alright, cam for Juliet. Very busy. Finishing up, and ZBLL for her. That's
998.
So judging from the times Nicholas has gotten, I think like he's safe for the final.
Oh, for sure. I guess the question will be whether he'll end up in seed 1.
I mean, does it really matter that much? For everything except 3x3 head-to-head. Oh, 7. Oh, nice.
It's all from Andre there.
Yeah.
We do have overhead cameras on all of our stations on the orange stage, so I do actually kind of think that that means that the seed doesn't matter so much, because we still get to see them.
We'll get to see them, and yeah. Like, you're going against everybody at the same time, and you're not in the high-pressure situation to be the last person to solve.
For sure.
I mean, except if you're somebody who likes to really take your time before inspecting. Like, you can create a high-pressure situation if you're always just taking your time, and then you will be the last person to solve, and everybody will be just watching you.
Yeah.
I've seen that like a couple times for, I think, is it Simon Callum?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, it'd be better to get those solves out of the way earlier, and then you don't have all of the eyes in the room watching you. Unless you're Tim On, in which case you'll probably have all the eyes watching you anyway.
Yeah, I think he really is craving the attention and everybody looking, and then he performs the best.
Yeah. Okay, Nicholas is starting his 5th solve now.
Yeah, it's
oh, a heavy lockup. Heavy lockup.
Yeah. Worst possible average for him.
That will still get him through into the finals, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at Johnny Morello-Calaf's probably final solve. I think a few lockups there, a few hesitations. 1277.
Well.
Not happy with that.
No. And Eden got 11.92.
Not a great finish on this last scramble for many people. 10.41 for Juliet.
Very excited to see the results in WCA Live in a bit. Big lockups here for, yeah. He's not happy. He's really not happy.
Yeah, I think those were 2 good solves and 3 bad solves, so probably thinking about whether that has just cost him the final.
Yeah. I can imagine it's quite easy to mess up your final turns doing Ru. Like doing a U instead of a U prime, something, so you have to redo it again.
Looks like this is the last solve for OH on the orange stage. And a 10.79. Not a terrible one to finish off with. Okay, we will hopefully find out in a bit where that places everyone going into the OH final.
Exactly. We'll be moving on to 4x4 in a bit.
Yep, so as a reminder, in 4x4 round 1, we saw Timon narrowly miss the world record average, which would have been insane to watch. Unfortunately, wasn't to be.
Parodies.
Parody, yep. In second place, we have Sebastian Fire with a 10.56 average.
20.56.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, really consistent. His best time was 20.25.
And that does mean that the top 2 seeds are the reigning European champion and the reigning world champion.
Exactly.
We get to see them face off later on. We then got Toine Doulemont with his NR single of 18.89 for the Netherlands and a 23.07 average. Yeah. And not too far behind is Kieran Behan with a 23.44. So those are our top contenders for 4x4 semi-finals. Looks like we've got one final solve for OH.
Yeah. Seems to be Alexander Richeta, judging by the Bulgaria flag on his shirt. I just looked it up. The 18-second solve, the 18.89 is the first sub-19 for the Netherlands. So, not a bad improvement. And it did beat his previous time from the Dutch Nationals 2025. The hour was set there.
12.46 to finish off this round of one-handed. I think the 4x4s are just getting brought out now on the green stage, so hopefully we'll see some competitors on the orange stage soon.
So how is it in the UK at your comps? Is like 4x4 still a competitive event, or is it?
Well, the national record hasn't been broken for a very long time, until very, very recently, actually. So it seems that people have been delayed in getting that progress in 4x4, and we're finally starting to see it. And I also remember Danny Morgan in round 1 of this competition getting close enough that every UK competitor was watching the stream for a little bit to see whether he was going to get national record average.
So what's your NR then?
Oh, don't test me like that. It's in the 20s for sure.
I can look it up. Yeah, because I feel like for Germany, I mean, NR isn't in contention for everyone except Sebastian Weyer.
Pretty much, yeah.
Probably the next 10 years. He's just so far ahead. Ever since he got it in, I think it was 2010 or 2011, he kept it.
Yeah, that does not surprise me, given that, you know, 4x4 is one of those events where it feels like, oh, if you're good at 4 and 5, you're kind of good at each other, but really people single in their focus on 4x4. Even though it doesn't feel like it's that much different from a 5x5, 5, 6, and 7 really their own thing, and then 4x4 is purely its own thing. There's often not too much of a crossover between them.
And it does feel like, for like many, like I've talked to many people and they prefer 5x5 over 4x4 just because it doesn't really have parities or like all-out parity.
Yeah.
And so like we haven't had many specialists except Sepp Wire for 4x4 in Germany.
And why would you specialize in an event where you have a 50-50 chance of your solve being 2 seconds slower?
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Squanners.
You can avoid it there. You can
true.
And you can avoid it for 4x4.
Of course.
It's not too viable for most people. Oh yeah, it's 25-23, your NR average. So waiting for the sub 25.
Yeah, I told you it was in the 20s. So knowledgeable about the UK. Okay, looks like we're getting some competitors through for 4x4 now.
We can watch progress being made under the table. Ah, there we go. Oop, cube drop and 25-16. Oh, on the right, Theodor Seider. Known for his 2x2 and 3x3 excellence. Picking up a 4x4. Let's see what he can pull off. Finishing up with, does he know the ZBLL? Yes, he does. 26.78. So Garrett just finishing up 25. I don't think that's particularly good for him. And on the right, Twan Dillemont.
Yep, here to challenge that NR single he set earlier.
And potentially average. Oh, and we switched to
Patrick Ponce. Timon has just sat down, so hopefully we'll get the camera on him in a second. $23 for Patrick.
Ooh, and it's the Dutch table now. Fittingly on the orange stage.
Timon has started solving his first solve.
Oh, 29 for Twan. He will be disappointed by that. And Timon is finished 20.59.
Bit of a disappointing start for Timon, given his last round.
Yeah. I think it's alright. Like, everything's still possible.
Oh yeah, it's kind of crazy saying that a 20.5 is a potentially disappointing start.
Yes, yes. Like with Timon now, I feel like we're seeing a bit more progression again for 4x4. But like before, like it was like one of the events where the rankings in the world didn't change too much in the past years, I feel like.
It's probably the most contended for Big Cube, given that we have Timon, Maxpart, and Sebastian at the top.
Yeah.
Whereas, 5, 6, and 7, Timon is starting to challenge in some of those, but Maxpart is still probably the most dominant.
Well, not for 5x5. It's Timon there. Timon pretty much overtook 5x5 now, I feel like. Up, 22 for Seb. Yep, he's not happy. On the side, we do have quite a few results entered for one-handed. Radosław Marcinek, first place, 8:53 as of now. Eden got 8:71 and Nicholas Archer 9:23, counting at 10.36. Then Bartosz Papinski and Olivier Schubert, both poles.
I'm assuming that data entry has entered all of the orange stage already, and we're not just looking at a selection of results here.
Well, I'm.
Oh, and Kieran's going to get a good solve here, I think. Okay, 20.7. The PLL took longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
I saw the completed blue face at 18 and got excited.
Yeah.
Puzzle people, all four will be closing at 6:30. That's in 7 minutes. Please get all of your stuff out of hall 4 if you have any there. Hall 4 is closing in 7 minutes.
Don't think the orange stage has been finished though with the data entry.
Are there names that are missing?
I feel like it. Like Alexei, Alvin, Andre.
Yes, you need to keep your eyes on WCA Live to see who's going through for OH.
Alright, Timon is on Solve 2 now. Seems like. He has been on top of his game today, breaking ER in 7x7 and almost WR in 4x4. That's the only events he has competed in today.
Yeah, Timon at some point really narrowed down the events he was doing to only be the ones he really cared about.
Yeah. 19:15.
He looks upset with that, possibly the fact that it was only PLR parity and thinks he could have done faster. The sub-20s are definitely going to get you into the next round.
Yeah. No doubts. No doubts about that. Maybe we get to see Kevin do a solve. Sitting down on the right. Also very experienced competitor from Germany. I think it's his. I think he's been competing for 13 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm coming up on 10 years, to be fair.
Oh.
10 years next month.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Don't plan on stopping just yet.
I'm pushing the 20. Like I'm at 16 now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Feeling old.
So we've got Kevin on the right and Theodore on the left.
Yes. So Theodore hasn't been born when Kevin started competing. And at least on this solve, Kevin is still on top. Oh, he's upset. Oh,
it's a +2, yeah.
Yeah.
29 was bad enough
for
Theodore, perhaps.
Hopefully it doesn't count. He just needs to make sure that this time doesn't count. And it'll be fine. Luckily, it's not a mean of 3.
Duleman just finishing off a solve here. Looks like a low
22. Yeah.
22.3.
He's satisfied.
That's a solid time.
Yeah.
23 by Andre.
And 28 by Mika. All right, we got in a few more results for OH. So Magnus got 896. He did mess up his last solve. He could have counted at 829. 896, he will be quite satisfied with that, making final easily.
Alexei Tsvetkov is in 4th place with a 913 average, which pushes Nicholas Archer out from 1st in round 1 to 5th in round 2. Yeah, I'm finishing up with a 23.
Luke Garrett missing the sub 10 average, 10.02. He will be making finals, but he's not in contention for the European title.
Of course.
All right, Sepp Fire coming on. Let's see. Closed and OLL parity and PLL parity as well. 23.66. He is not satisfied. So he will be counting the 22 from earlier, I think.
.25 solve there from Daniel Rush.
Yes.
And looks like a 28 for Theodore.
Let me just check. What did he get in the first round? 25.50 average. So for him, I think it will be quite close. He probably knows that. The cutoff looks to be around the 25-second mark, judging from the past round. And on the left we have Twan Dillamont coming up. The back, 22.99 by Andre. Looks to be quite a good result for him. Yeah. Also Mika's finishing up 23, and he seems to be disappointed that he's also one of the guys who's really in contention for the final, like the last few spots. .26 for Huron.
22 from Twan. He was happy with an earlier 22, so probably happy with that one too.
Yeah. He just seemed to be very happy. Current NR is 21.25, so quite a bit away, but you don't always have to get an R. Sometimes you just want to have a solid performance. Going into the final, just you want to know you can get decent results, can get a good result, and potentially challenge for 3rd place.
Timon just at the start of his 4th solve now.
Looks to be 2012. I feel like the 3x3 stage barely took time for him. Like he was doing edges and then
you miss it.
Yeah, really. Like with ZB for him, like
instant recognition.
Yeah, a good recognition, very fast 3x3 stage, and that is a clear advantage over Sepp Wire. He's like 1 to 2 seconds faster for 3x3.
That will make things a bit easier.
Yeah, definitely.
It could all come down to parity in that final round.
It always will for 4x4.
Those of you unaware, the 4x4 finals will be taking place tomorrow, that is Friday, at 7:10 Eastern. Eastern? Central.
Central.
That's what I meant, Central.
Yeah. So, we do have all the results entered for OH.
There's a 10.82 average that made it through for Knut in 14th place.
And Ben should be in as well?
Yes, because there is...
Patrick.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 2 people. Luke Garrett also. So Alexander Richetta is also making the final. And right now I'm a bit sad. Jonas Pielhofer didn't make the final.
Oh, no.
11:22. He is the current NR holder in Germany.
But Magnus Lensch, also from Germany and current reigning European champion.
He made it.
In 3rd place. So, a potential podium is on the cards for him there.
Yes.
Maybe even a win.
I mean, he can pull it off. He's capable. He's very much capable.
So if you guys check out WCA Live, you will see who is progressing through into the final rounds as the semi-finals get entered. But it will update later on to represent there being 14 European competitors. What will happen is the round will get extended slightly so that we can have 14 Europeans in the final. So for now it will only show the top 14, but we actually know that eventually it will show the top 16 as going through. A fair lock-up from Kieran there, but he seemed to still manage to finish off the solve with a 21.
So seems to be going decently well for him.
And now we've got Timon starting his last solve. I don't think there's a world record average coming. I don't think that's even possible.
Single?
Good day. That's the fun thing about the European Championship. Pretty much every single solve, there could be a single. That was really good. That's what happens when you put the fastest people in a room and get them all to compete together.
But doesn't. He's not on pace for anything particularly good. Yeah, 23. He won't be satisfied with that one, but it doesn't matter.
I'll still put him through into the next round.
Definitely.
I'm not entirely sure where that will place him in the round. We'll have to find out when the results are entered by our lovely data entry people later on.
And another 22 for Twan.
It's a very consistent average.
Indeed. So maybe consistent parities, evening out solves, who knows.
And you have the last solve of Patrick Ponce.
Up. Gotta say, I love this angle.
Yep, you can see everything that's going on with that angle.
Yeah.
26 to finish it off for Patrick.
A bit rough. Performances don't seem to be as good as in the first round. But it is quite hot in here in the venue. really heated up over the course of the day.
It's not the worst. I must say I was expecting it to be worse. There is a fair bit of ventilation coming through with some very wide open doors.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not affecting the competitors too much. I know that Timon said that he was happy about the heat.
Really?
Yeah. He said that's how he prefers to solve, apparently. So maybe he feels that gives him advantage. I know that he thinks that in very strong air-conned rooms, the hands just get way too cold.
That's a thing. That's a thing. But you don't want it to be too hot, because then like for me, my hands get really sweaty and really sticky, and I can't seem to turn as well.
And for me, I start to get a bit drowsy as well.
Yeah. Definitely.
Final few souls of 4x4 now on the orange stage. We will then be moving on to the clock semi-finals. Not long after the clock first round. Feels like it's only just finished.
Yeah.
And that will determine who will go through to the final ever final of clock at the European Championships.
I feel like there is a joke in there, having like 2 clock rounds right next to each other almost. Couldn't formulate anything good in my head on the fly. So let's see what Giannis can pull off. 27. And we have Sepp Wire going again.
One final solve for our reigning world champion.
Moving on very quickly. And finishing up with the parity, unfortunately, and double parity again. Yeah.
Yeah. That face was to say, what can you do?
He knows he made the final, but yeah. You want to finish good. Want to finish strong.
26 for Alvin Urtz. And now we are tracking Toine Doulemont again.
Yes.
We've seen a few 22s from Toine. Can he get another one? No.
I don't know.
Already gone.
24.
Still happy though.
Yeah. Is he? I can't judge.
I think there was a double fist bump. I think it's probably a very solid average, a very consistent average that would definitely get him into the final.
Yeah. All right. Seems like we're finishing up. I'm hoping for the next few days it will cool down a bit. Weather will be a bit better.
Yeah, so apparently today is meant to be the hottest that it will be. So I think that's not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah. Like, I've had worse competitions.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was your worst competition heat-wise? What would you say?
I don't know if it was the worst, but French Championships this year was quite warm. I'm not sure if you were at that one.
Nah.
I can't remember.
No, I don't go.
Yeah, that was a bit of a warm one. I've also had a very cold one in a venue that we thought had heating, but it turns out didn't. We'd had 3 competitions in that venue, no problems, and then held one in the winter, and yeah, it was a little bit bitter.
Yeah, I was told, like, we recently had a heat wave in Germany, and on that weekend there was a mental breakdown comp.
Yeah.
Happening on the top floor, like below the roof, with no AC, of course.
Oh no.
And then you got to focus on like a 60 cube multi attempt. Have fun with that.
Yeah, that's a proper mental breakdown.
Yes. Yes.
That's a physical breakdown at that point.
We did have a comp called Physical Breakdown as well. Where we had everything with 3 rounds except for the blinds.
Yep.
And then the mental breakdown, and then like the final competition at the venue was a 4-day comp. And that was the total breakdown.
Ah, yeah.
Because we had like 3 rounds of everything.
Total breakdown.
Total breakdown, even with unofficial events, having FTO and Kilomings in the evening. So we sat there until, I think, midnight.
Yeah, that sounds too much for me.
Yeah. Luckily, I was only attending for 2 days, but there were people there that were having a blast. Oliver Fritz was very happy. He managed to pull off, I think, like almost 200 solves.
Wow.
And bumping his stat. He's like the world record holder for average amount of solves per comp.
Oh, nice.
So he's, I think, at 115 or so. Yeah, he's really up there.
He must not go to FMC Europe.
Yeah.
That would ruin his stat.
Yeah, he did start to be a bit more picky about his comps. Which, I mean, it's a decision you can take. He's just running in front of us, talking about the devil. Yeah.
That was odd.
But yeah, we have a few people in Germany with like 100 solves almost per comp.
It shows there's plenty of rounds to go around.
Yeah. But it can be quite hectic. Like doing constant solving, judging.
Oh yeah.
All 4 is closing. All 4 is closing. Please clear it out.
If people want more rounds, you got to judge more. That's how it works.
Yeah. Like before the comp, everybody's like sometimes disappointed. Like, oh, why are there so few events? Or they're excited, so many events, and if you're on, like at the end of day 1, they were like, still have to go? I don't want to do that.
Yep. Got to keep it going.
All right, first result. Clock 337.
Possibly a DNF with a reaction like that.
Looks like it. That's the thing, you can't really tell. Ooh. Daniel Rimner on the left. I'm really rooting for him this time. One of the top competitors from Germany, and he missed the finals 2 years ago. He was quite sad about that. Let's see if he can make it this time. He's one of the fastest solvers, still using flip. So let's see. Yeah.
There's the flip.
The flip and finished. 369. Did you catch if it was solved?
Looked solved to me. No negative reaction to indicate otherwise.
That's an interesting shot right there. FTO and clock.
It looked like, wasn't sure if the back was solved or not, so gave it a flip, but it was solved the whole time.
Yeah.
So that'll cost a little bit of time.
The famous safety flip.
Yeah. Better to spend a couple of tenths of a second rather than getting a DNF.
Yeah, you don't want to get a DNF on like your first or second solve.
Yeah, that'll put you in a bad position for the rest of the average.
Really, really bad.
Getting lots of solves flooding in now. It's hard to keep up with everyone.
Yeah.
Got Danny Morgan here. .317. Getting lots of low 3s and high 2s on this solve.
It will be close. It will be really, really close. Like 10th of a second decides if you make the final or not. Speaking of which, we do have the first few results in for 4x4. like the top competitors look to be quite complete. We have Timon with a 20.48 average. First place, Sepp Wire 21.75. And we did miss the 16 single. He got a 16.94.
Oh, from Sepp Wire, I did miss that.
Oh, 3.03 for Emil Jens.
I think potentially not expecting it to be solved when it got flipped over.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit lucky that everything went fine. 322
what if I
from
told
Monty
you
Fox.
that Emil Jens and Daniel Rim that we saw earlier are almost the same age?
Wow.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it last German Nats. I took a picture and I showed it to people like, they're almost the same age. And everybody was like, nope, not going to believe you. So we did seem to catch all the 22s of Twan. 3 of them in the middle. And he did make the 24 counting, ending up with a 23 average. So secure in the final. 4x4 seems to will be a larger final. At least 3 people currently, 4 people, not from Europe. So there's still hope for other competitors.
I'm trying not to show my UK bias here, but I probably should be, given the fact that there are, what, I think 6 UK competitors in clock in the top 14.
Is it really that competitive for you?
Yeah. UK has really taken off in clock in the last couple of years. We had Monty Fox winning the first round of clock here with a 2.83 average.
PR?
PR, yep. Always fun to see a PR at a competition of this size.
Yeah.
And we had Luke Burns setting the first sub-2 national record single with a 194. And here on the right, we've got Jimmy Naismith. Jimmy was seeded 9th in round 1. A 371, a lot of threes, as I say, in this round.
2.44. Oh, he's happy. Oh no, it's the DNF. Oh, I see.
Ah.
Yeah.
Got Danny Morgan, also from the UK, on the right.
And Daniel from Germany.
Our 2 countries battling out against each other. Oh, a flip.
Flip fix.
Oh no.
6. That's no good anymore.
Given how much Danny was looking at the back of the clock during inspection, I wonder if the memo wasn't quite there.
Oh, he's safety flipped. He's annoyed. He's disappointed by that solve. 476. So he definitely should not count that.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah. So yeah, 6 people. When did that happen in the UK? I remember Jam being on the top.
Yeah, and then that was in the era of the flip.
Yeah.
And then, of course, 7 Simul came along, changed everything.
I mean, well, didn't flip anything. Everything, I see. But yeah, 7 Sim, and from there.
We have tried to foster it in the UK a bit by holding more clock rounds to make sure that people do get the opportunity to compete. But at the end of the day, we've got to balance it out with all the rest of the events.
Yeah.
We try to keep a nice balance.
That's what I was about to ask. Yeah, a few years ago I did like a stat for our comps, and I found like I saw a bias of who was organizing, and I did like this run the same stat for Sweden, and I saw like once Daniel started organizing, the big blind rounds just increased constantly.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I mean, that's the benefit you get if you're organizing. You can choose your events.
Yeah, as long as the community gets what they need, I think it's all fine.
Yeah.
Oh, another safety flip.
Yeah. Speaking of nerfs, clock.
Yeah.
The big one.
A huge amount of variance in this event. That's always going to put people on edge.
Just one turn and you're out.
Could be anyone who makes it through. That's what makes it exciting to watch from a spectator perspective.
Indeed. Safety flip again. Or, well, sort of safety flip. That was really fast.
Okay, they're both done now. That was a very fast solve, 319. Yeah. No safety flip needed. And a 301 for Jimmy Naismith. A 4, 5, 6, 7.
Emil, 344. And solved.
Nice.
Thumbs up.
Just letting the stream know that it was solved.
Yeah.
You know, just for our sake.
Okay.
283.
Right. Let's see what Daniel's gonna do.
251 from Danny Morgan in the back.
Did 7-7. 351. So counting 369. That's for sure.
So the 14th place in round 1 was a 359 average.
And we did have any non-Europeans? Nope.
Nope, so 359 is what we're expecting to be needed to go through. Of course, that will change.
It will change, yeah, definitely.
Especially with clock, with potential for people to drop out because they got DNFs.
Yep.
But that's a good indication. You need roughly a mid-3 average in order to get through.
Mid to high, like I would bet on 370, 375.
That seems reasonable.
All right. 342 in the back. From Arni from Finland. Looks to be on the same pace as in the previous round.
And now we've got Luke Burns from the UK in the back right. The 294.
And the classic move, once you finish, flip it.
Flip it.
.332 and a bit of disappointment.
So it looks like we're roughly 3 solves into this clock semi-final. Probably people doing their 4th solve now, like Caleb have done. They're 349.
Which looked very casual.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation on finishing maybe. Perhaps wasn't sure if it was going to be solved, but at the end of the day went with it.
Yeah.
Thomas Allison there with a 3 again.
I feel like that's the way to go for clock. Just try to be a bit more casual so you don't overturn. and try to be more consistent with your solves.
Yeah, the number of times I've seen people say that they DNF by AUF, it's
Yeah.
just like, well, just take a little bit more time over that last move, perhaps. Not in finals, though. In finals, you can go all out.
Yeah. But in semis, or if you want to secure like a decent average, that's the way to go.
Nice, a 253.
Yeah, Daniel's happy for him. He's such a lovely guy.
I believe that's Anthony Stoic. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think so. And he didn't have the best showing in the previous round with a 370 average. Daniel will come up to you and want a high five.
Oh, nice, a 286.
Oh, 211.
Oh, no, 211. That is a fast time.
Do you know who it is?
Not entirely sure.
Me neither. Could be Azir from Spain. Second seed from the first round. Oh, we did see somebody get really angry about their results. Yeah.
It's tough when you're solving under this sort of pressure.
Oh, for sure.
It's a lot going through your mind. You just clear those thoughts.
Yeah. Especially with like the AUF in the end. You shouldn't be thinking like, oh, I can do that. That's easy now. But just think like, just slow down a tiny bit, and then you won't make a stupid mistake. At least from my experience.
Yeah, accuracy is key when it comes to clock.
And also other puzzles. For like a 3x3 solve, you have like a fast solve and think, oh, now it's a T-perm. I can totally do that. I can smash it out. And then, nope, you just do it a bit slower, and it will be a good time.
Because at that point, you're thinking, oh, a T-perm, that's easy. And then you start getting worried.
Exactly.
Now you know you've got the good one.
Exactly.
Oh, this was a locky solve. And needing to fix what was on the back. 828 from Luke Burns.
That could have been me. 411.
I think trying to figure out whether that's going to be good enough to go through into the next round. Looking out to the crowd to see if anyone can tell them.
I don't think we have live Oh, do we?
We got some results.
Yeah. But they look to be very incomplete.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't count on the results shown on WCA Live just yet.
Well, they're definitely correct. We're not putting in any false information,
No,
so
no,
you can
but
check it out for an indication.
But we're missing solves, and that could change everything for clock.
359 for Jimmy Naismith and a 375 for Monty Fox.
He seemed to be satisfied with that.
I think there's a bit of frustration. Probably wanted it to be a little bit faster. It looks like we're just coming to the end of this clock group. I think people are leaving the stage, indicating they've done all 5 of their solves. So after this, we are going to have at least a half-hour break for dinner. And then after that, we'll be starting up with the Rubiks Nations Cup, which I'm very excited for.
Yeah.
UK are the reigning Nations Cup champions, so got my hopes pinned for a second one.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen. It's a knockout tournament, and everything can happen.
I'm just hoping that nobody starts the timer too early, because I really do not want to give any DNFs.
Yeah. I mean, on the psych sheet, there's one very clear favorite. It's Poland.
Yep.
And, like, right now, since we have like seats 1 to 4, I think, in the referee, only Polish people.
Wow.
Yep. All sub 5 averages that people have gotten have been from Poland at this in Europe.
Oh, I'm guessing that's a DNF from Luke Burns because that reaction that makes it look like that 8 seconds was counting. That will probably knock him out of the finals.
Yeah, for sure.
Luke, of course, has been knocked out from a few finals before in clock.
Oh, no.
That is very disappointing for him. So we were saying, you've got to keep that accuracy up, especially under the pressure that is the European Championship semi-final.
Easier said than done.
Of course.
And if you, like, if you know it's going to be tight for you, you do want to try to solve as fast as you can. Yeah, we see more
heads and hands.
Yes. $397. He's also very upset.
Haven't seen anyone happy with this average, I must say. Surely at least one person is.
Do you think somebody got a PR and managed to qualify for the final?
There we go.
Yeah.
There's a happy reaction. 310 to finish it off. $562 to finish for Jimmy Naismith.
270.
Oh no, that must be a DNF.
Oh no, oh no, he's disappointed.
Miguel was 7th seed, but I think that's the second time I've heard him slamming hands into the table, which probably implies that there's either another DNF in that average or another very low or high time with the potential to knock out of the next round. Anthony Stoyak going in for solve number 4 now.
So he has that a 5 on his score sheet. I think so.
2 and then maybe another 5. 373. Oh no, I think that must have also been a DNF.
Yeah.
A lot of people choking this last solve. And that is a very good finish for the 253. Big smiles, big cheers from the Spanish competitors.
So it must
French,
be
sorry, French.
With French?
Could be
so
Roman.
Roman, yeah. Possibly NR. Yeah, pictures are being taken.
Yeah, with the scorecard, that implies it's an average NR. We do have some projected rankings here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's very representative, given that we know that Luke Burns finished with an 8 in the DNF. Just from the times that we've got so far, it does put them on top, but we know that that is not going to be the case once all of the results have been entered. Anthony Stoyak in for solve number 5 now.
$250.
Yeah, that is a very solid last solve for Anthony. That will get him into the next round. That's probably what he was so worried about.
Yeah.
Especially with the number of people who are dropping out of this round.
Yes, yes.
Making it through to the finals is a good achievement.
He is happy.
He's got a lot of support from the crowd too.
Yeah.
A lot of Poles in particular, I know, back him very heavily.
Yeah.
So that looks like it is it for clock. We do have an empty stage now, unless there are a couple more solves left to go. But for the most part, we are done for the day with all of the official events. As we say, we will have about a half-hour break, and then we'll be back with the Rubiks Nations Cup.
Exactly. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm very excited. But I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be not running the show exactly, but I'll be on the mic telling people when they got DNFs and +2s. And
so you have to be the bad person.
I do, unfortunately. But I also get to announce the winner, so at least I got some positive stuff. But yeah, we'll be back in about half an hour. And I hope you guys are excited for the Rubiks Nations Cup.
Entrance. Norway and Austria. Norway, come on up to the stage. Alt for Norge.
So up now we have our 9th seed Norway with Kim Roger Haraldsen.
Lots of flag waving. I'm happy to see the flag waving. Remember, we're here in friendship. And Austria, grüß Gott.
Then for Austria, our last and 24th seed, Julian Osterdahl, Thomas Hayden, and Simon Castle.
Lots of red and white on stage. That looks great.
Then Austria probably heavy underdogs in this matchup. Barely made it to the Nations Cup, or Norway have done very well before in Nations Cup. They're no stranger to this.
Championship rowers they are. All right, Oliver, take it away.
Is everybody ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, begin inspection. Eight seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're starting off now with Kim Roger Haraldsen Knut Skag Haraldsen facing Simon Castle.
Knut with a nice start and Simon with a +2. Not looking the best for Austria right now. Probably gonna go with worst yet. It's down to Kim Roger, and he delivers in those situations, getting a sub-6. Yes.
A very easy win there for Norway.
Norway takes it in convincing fashion. And the glasses are back on.
They'll be rowing back home. Looks like Norway took it. All right, calling up the next two countries in the WCA Rubiks Nations Cup is going to be Sweden, home of lovely hexahul, and Belgium, home of lovely waffles. Sweden, come on up. Yay, Sweden! And let's have Belgium. Belgium.
Sweden are showing up with
Belgium.
the old, with mainstays of the Nations Cup, such as Daniel Wallin, with new younger talents around him this time. With
Perhaps they've been captured.
Belgium is nowhere to be seen.
By the teletijdmachine and transferred into an alternate dimension. Belgium. België. België. Ik ben echt aan het twijfelen over België. Apparently the sound system doesn't work so well back there. Ik zal niet meer twijfelen over België. Okay, now that we've got all of our competitors lined up, it's over to OJ again for the official bit.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
So I would expect a Sweden victory here. They're our 13th seed up against Belgium, 20th seed.
8 seconds.
Yeah, unless something catastrophic happens, this should be
3,
probably a sweep
2,
for Sweden, but
1,
we will see.
Go.
Starting off with Bowen Shi for Belgium up against Emmanuel Stalberg.
Sweden. Emmanuel with a low 7. This seems good enough. Daniel as well, delivering under the pressure. Then it's up to Ludwig to finish up. Ooh.
Wow, a great finish there for Sweden with a 6.30 from Ludwig. That will put them through into the next round.
Yes.
Looks like the Nordics have it. Let's stick to the Scandinavian theme and call up Denmark. Denmark, varsågod. Hellas. Greece, please come up. We want Denmark on stage. Denmark. Do some flag waving. Wave your hands. Yay, Denmark. There they are. There's the Danish fans. And Greece, come on down. Or up, sideways.
Denmark plays 21st seed.
Efcharisto.
Is everybody ready?
The Greek fans seem to be enjoying
3,
themselves very much.
2, 1, begin inspection.
Solving. Should also be a walk in the park for Denmark, but nothing is
8
ever
seconds.
free, and Nations Cup and Greece also have a formidable roster.
3, 2, 1, go.
Matthias Byrne here going up against Yanis. Looks like Matthias had a little bit of a lock-up. Ooh, and Iasonas has taken the lead on the first solve, going into the second.
It's actually effectively a 3-second lead for Greece, but then Rasmus with a high 6 could recover
now it's
it.
everything between Martin and Vasilis.
Yes. Martin going really well. And Greece might have taken it. Greece.
Ooh, looks like hard luck for the Danes.
Yeah.
+2.
We're still waiting for the final time to be entered. 9.8 yeah, with this. Greece has won. Even without the +2. The +2 didn't change anything. This is unbelievable upset, to be honest. But
and the Greeks, blessed of the gods, have
21st seed Greece beating 12th seed Denmark.
And the not very populous Greek competitors are being the
Apollo's
loudest right
arrow
now.
has speeded you on. All right, the next two competing countries are Spain, España, come on up, and Israel. Spain. Spain has a big cheering section, all right. And Israel, I would like the Israeli competitors to come on. Please be welcome.
Spain definitely the crowd favorites, but not as big as favorites in the results-wise. Israel is quite close to them. But the Israel team is mostly carried by Bernd Baron, while Spain is more equally balanced. Hope it's a great match.
This could really be anyone's game here.
Exactly.
So our third seeds will have Spain's Arnau
Tourmatau
up against Inbar Segal of Israel. Our second seed, Lorenzo Escobar Straskauskaya from Spain up against Israel's
Is everybody
Ben
ready?
Metsius. And then fastest seed from
3,
Spain,
2, 1, begin inspection.
Biel Salmon Gonzalez up against Israel's Ben Baron.
Biel has been on a tear. Biel has been on a
8 seconds.
tear recently with his national record, so hopefully he can continue with this
3,
form.
2, 1, go.
And we're off. First solve for Spain, but mid-8 for Arnau. He will not be happy with that. Now Lorenzo doing quite well.
Spain has got 1 second lead on solve 1, building up to a 2.5 second lead now going into
Ben
the
Baron
third
will
solve.
need a miracle, and Spain takes it. they win a match against the United Kingdom.
Looks like Spain has it. Spain has it. I guess we say Viva España.
So while we won't end up seeing the UK play Spain on Sunday night, we will in the next quarterfinals.
The two great big cheering sections. Ireland. And Croatia. Make some more noise. Croatia.
Croatia barely scraping into the Nations Cup, but somehow they have the loudest fans, even louder than Ireland.
The smaller countries make more noise. I'm glad Andorra is not competing.
It's a wonder to see.
All right, OJ.
Is everybody ready?
Both teams are not very full of heavy hitters.
3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
The most experienced in Nations Cups out of all of them is definitely Karen Behan.
8 seconds.
Who's been here before multiple times. Usually as the leader, but this time
1,
taking the second seed, and they're off.
Killian Hayne back here for Ireland up against Jakov Škrečković from Croatia.
Jakov Škrečković, not the...
+2 there from Killian, but a 9 from Jakov, which means that the +2 is actually still better than...
It's still a bit faster. To be honest, we don't see what the penalty is.
It might not even be a +2. Wow, that was a really spectacular performance there from Ireland.
Yeah, Portland. Definitely pulling above their weight in this match.
It was a +2.
And they earn a date with Italy.
Good heart there from Croatia. But I honestly have no idea how this went. Was that a DNF? We'll figure it out later. Next up on stage is Ukraine and Slovakia. You have a great cheering section. Slovakia, looking good in that hat.
Ooh.
So Ukraine was our 14th seed. However, 2 of their 3 original team members
as we settle down, remember to keep waving those flags, and remember we're waving those flags for friendship.
Yes, but I think also Ihor Suchovatenko was
Is everybody ready?
An upgrade of 3, the original roster,
2,
so I think
1, begin inspection.
But this is the first team we have a board member on, I believe the mid. We'll see how they do. They should be the favorites, but not by
8 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Glib Vedmed here for Ukraine up against Alexander Pashtakov. And Alexander takes an early lead with a 0.9-second advantage going into the second solve.
Yeah, Slovakia to very... Oh, but equalizes
but
basically...
Ukraine has taken it back.
It's basically equal. It's down to the last solver, and Ihor takes it. Ukraine has won it.
That was a close one. But it looks like Ukraine.
They will face
advances
Germany
to the next
in
round.
the next round.
Well done, Ukraine. And the next ones on stage will be Hungary. 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 Let me go shout for Hungary. Hungary and Portugal will be joining us on stage in a moment. All right. They're lined up. They're ready to go. Hungary, please come down onto the stage. There's Hungary.
Woo.
This will be our final matchup of the first
and
round.
Portugal in their beautiful shirts. Wow.
I'm sorry.
The Team Portugal drip is something else, but will it be enough
now, that's a good sign as well.
to match Hungary's row speed? Hungary seemed to be the clear favorite.
They've traded places. Oh no.
11th seed Hungary playing 22nd seed Portugal. It should be an easy victory for Hungary, but as we have already seen, nothing comes easy in the Rubik Nations Cup.
First one is this one. Second. Yeah. Gregu is the fastest of the Hungarian team. Each team has a lovely personalized, nationalized cube cover.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection. Eight seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Gergely starting off for the Hungarian side, going quite fast. Quite the smooth solve, and ends up not the best. Oh.
And that's neck and neck, only 0.2 seconds in it between the two teams going into the second solve. Still anyone's game.
David Szabo, the youngster, defeating Pedro. And now it's up to the fastest seeds.
Hungary has built up a 1.6 second lead, and a fantastic finish there for Hungary.
It looks like a
that
close one
will
again.
take them through into the 1/8 finals.
Looks like a close one again. Yes. But it's Hungary that goes home or goes on to the next round.
So we're done with the first round. Now we'll get to know the top 8 seeds who got a bye of the first round.
This Rubiks Nations Cup here at the Rubiks WCA European Championships 2026. We're going to spend 10 seconds thinking about it before calling up countries for the second round.
So in the second
round
the
is
top
going
8
to be
that won from the last round will play the top 8
Czech Republic
seeds.
against Poland. We'll give them 10 seconds to think about it.
So Poland, massive, massive, massive fan favourites, our top seed. They have by far and away the fastest total. Every member of this team has a sub-5 3x3 average, which is absolutely insane to say.
You can see the Team Poland fans.
It might be over for the Czech Republic. They'll have to demonstrate. But we clearly have a strong Polish cheering section.
The top 3
here.
of Europe all being in one team
the
seems
Czech
unfair,
Republic.
but it hasn't stopped them from not performing to their best, and it's still the pressure of being such a clear favorite.
Czech Republic
really gets to them sometimes.
So Poland was also the hottest top seed last European Championship, and they got knocked out. So anything can happen. And with a format like this, just one DNF and it's all over for you. There
Returning
is no
for the second round is the Czech Republic. And next up on stage is Poland. Poland. Oh, it's so over. We'll just have to find out for whom. Poland. Give them a shout backstage.
Poland seems to be a little lost.
There's our beautiful Polish team. Give them a cheer.
They've had, the free generation of cubers.
Are you sitting at
Timon
the right
representing
cubes?
the over 20s. Olaf representing the teenagers, and Theodor representing the youngest of them all. The Polish fans really are loud. It is just a match against Czechia.
We've got a little bit of organizational trouble here, figuring out who is who. hey, but what's an identity crisis amongst friends? And then it's OJ to take it away.
Remember, slowest competitor first, then the competitor in the middle, and then the fastest competitor. Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
Due to Timon getting the European record, Team Poland had to switch up their usual order of Olaf,
8 seconds.
Timon, then Theodor, then Timon. Timon is now in the middle.
3, 2, 1.
Under a bit less pressure.
Olaf Kuzminski starting now for Poland.
Is
He's
that
already on last layer.
Is that not a DNF? What? Can they take their hands off the timers? Timon slams down a 457 and then Theodor on the last one. Also a sub 5. Poland with a clean win. I didn't know the technique was legal. I didn't know you can not have the hands on the timer for while you're waiting.
So it was something which they recently introduced in the Nations Cup guidelines because a lot of competitors were getting nervous with their hands
Those
on
are
the
some
timer and
impressive numbers there.
Yeah, and especially with your hands getting sweaty, that speeds like timers can be.
All right, it's over for somebody.
With a total of 16.43,
Thank
that
you
is
for the
by far and away
predictions
the best performance we've seen.
Poland takes it to the next round.
Yes, it wasn't even that good, to be honest.
Next up,
they will face the winner of
second round of
this
the
match.
Rubiks Nations Cup is Switzerland. Switzerland. Where's Switzerland? They're remaining neutral. Switzerland. Maybe I shouldn't have called them in Italian. It's one of the 4 official languages of Switzerland, so why not? And Norway, where bring out the Norwegians. I have a misplaced Croatian flag. All right, so we got Switzerland and Norway on stage here, and it's OJ to do the official bit.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
So this really could be anyone's game. 8th seed Switzerland up against 9th seed Norway. Of Switzerland's PR averages is 18.72.
8 seconds.
Some of Norway's 18.63. That's
3,
yeah, only
2,
0.11 off each other.
1,
This could be anyone's
go.
game. Norway are warmed up with 1 match under their belt. So we will see. Close on the CDBLL and very close first solve.
neck and neck, just a 10th of a second in it going into the second.
Alvin a bit lucky on the F12, but the last layer is very clean. And Knut has to, Kiburogar has to catch up. Will he do it? Yes, defeats Richard despite
are some tight numbers there.
starting
tight
later.
Numbers.
Well, Norway takes it.
But it looks like the Norwegians pulled ahead in the last stretch. Norway takes it to the next round. Next up on stage, continuing the Nordic thing, it's Sweden. Sweden versus the Netherlands. The Swedes are right on time. Let's see if the Dutch team can show up. Netherlands, come on down.
The hometown favorites taking on Sweden. Not just the hometown favorites, the regular favorites. The 4th seed versus the 13th seed.
The Swedes on stage, ready
Is everyone ready?
Lots of experience on the Netherlands
3,
team as well.
2, 1, begin inspection.
Both Tuan and Anthony are no strangers to the pressure, but so is Sweden.
8 seconds.
This could be anyone's game.
3, 2, 1, go.
Iraq is here for the Netherlands.
Doing really well. Both competitors, one low 7, one mid 7.
Smallest now plays Daniel Valin.
So far close, and it's up to Ludwig versus Tuan.
They're just
Tuan up to
fractions of a second
Sunzibi.
in it.
And gets it! The Netherlands defeat Sweden in convincing fashion. It won the Lemon Masterclass with a clean Sunzibi yellow execution.
The Dutch take it by a hair. The Dutch take it by a hair. Or, as they say around here, Ashimano. Next up on stage, we will have Romania. Romania against... Romania, please step up.
Romania definitely one of the dark horses for the tournament. Very...
There's Romania.
Rapid
Welcome them on
improvement from
stage
them
for
from
the
both
first time.
Yanis
And
Kostin
here's
and
Greece. Greece, welcome back.
Serban Stelian.
It's interesting because when you think of the top dogs in cubing, you don't think of Romania. And yet they're going into this in seed 5 ahead of other great countries like Ireland, France, Italy.
Exactly. The rise has been meteoric, mostly due to Yanis Kostin. He's a very talented all-rounder cuber. But we'll see how they perform.
3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
George Dinescu, a bit of a question mark on the Romanian team.
8 seconds.
A sub-7 official average should be able to handle
3,
the pressure
2, 1,
of the Nations
go.
Cup. And they're off.
George Dinescu plays Iasonas Melonas. And George takes the early lead.
Oh, it's almost a 3-4 second lead for Romania. I don't think it's comebackable. Serban with a clean 6.5, and now the captain at the end. A bit of a fumble. But they win it. They win it by a lot. Vasilis can't do anything. Save them. Even with a clean solve, it's not enough.
Romania beat Greece there by an entire solve. They'd already won by the time Greece started that third solve.
Yes.
Romania, don't forget your flag. Romania, don't forget your flag. Thank you. Romania takes it to the next round. Next up, we've got Spain, the Spanish, and the United Kingdom. Spain, Lorenzo Biel and Arnhem. And the UK,
the reigning European champions are here, and they are here to win.
But with a very fresh lineup.
Yes.
James Alonso, Monty Fox, these guys have never competed in a
UK
Nations
on
Cup
stage
before.
for the first time. They need a little help here sorting things out. Who's who and what's what?
But for the lack of experience, they make up with just raw speed. Two sub-6 averages. One low 6, very stacked roster.
Is everybody ready?
We'll see.
Second seed UK plays
3,
15th seed Spain.
2, 1, begin inspection. 8 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Monty Fox starts off UK. I suppose Analto Matal for Spain.
Well, low six for both of them. Both of them are doing really well. James Alonso a bit cleaner, but still down to the wire. It's Caleb versus Biel.
UK has a 0.3 advantage going into the third solve, and that's a win for the UK!
My goodness.
Biel looked very calm under pressure, but fumbled a bit at the end.
Those numbers are tight.
So it is a
winning by a little over a
Kingdom
second.
win.
A smidgen. It's the UK. Great Britain. Okay, up next on stage is Italy versus, I don't know, because I didn't understand who won. So, Italia. Italia. And if somebody... I don't know. It's either Ireland or Croatia, whoever won. I don't know.
1 and 3.
Ireland! Ireland! Let's have Ireland! Italy versus Ireland.
Two of
Welcome
the most
back.
Is everybody ready?
Passionate fan bases for both of the teams.
3, 2, 1. Begin inspection.
Italy with a slight edge according to the seeding, but nothing that Ireland can't overcome.
8 seconds.
Italy and
3,
back starting up
2,
against Giacomo
1,
D'Agliacoro
go.
for Italy.
They come with a clean start so far, not possible, but quite a long F12, and
Ireland takes the early lead.
gets defeated by Killian.
Oh no, that's a 3-second disadvantage for Italy.
Yes, Karen, with solid enough time to probably lock it in. We would need a miracle from Valerio. But he is going very fast. The U-perm! Italy take it! CJ couldn't handle the pressure. Valerio Locatelli with a 5.61.
Italy needed a miracle, and they got that miracle.
Sprint.
With some help from Ireland,
Come
but
from behind
to be
sprint.
honest, even
It's
a high 7-second solve could have
Italy.
possibly given Italy the win.
Ireland had put up a brave face. But Italy takes it to the next round. Next up is Ukraine. Ukraine, let's have the Ukraine out front again. And I'd like to remind everyone that you can cheer for every country because all of us are cubers at heart and all of us are friends. Ukraine, please come up. And they will be competing against Germany. Germany. Let's get Germany out here. Willkommen in die Niederlande. Bitte sehr. There's Germany. Flagless and cubed for the first time on this stage. Germany, take your places. Germany, take your places. And...
Is everybody ready?
Germany always a contender in the Nations
2,
Cups.
1,
this time,
begin inspection.
Only one of the Wire brothers is present with some new fresh blood in the form of Emmanuel Müller.
8 seconds.
We'll see how they do.
3, 2, 1, go.
With Vedved starting up against Sebastian Vaya.
Sebastian with a very fast solve, a low 5 to start it off. Emmanuel possibly to follow up in similar fashion, also a U-perm. And then Kevin.
This is looking to be an easy victory for Germany.
Ukraine would need a miracle, and while Kevin is not fumbling enough. Germany takes it cleanly.
The Germans are laser focused, and the Germans take it. Thank you, Ukraine. Thank you, Germany. Give them all a hand. All right, and the last two for the second round of this Rubiks Nations Cup is France and Hungary, and I'll call on France first. La belle France, viens. Venez toutes. France! There we have the French cheering section. All right. And taking it up against France is Hungary. Hungary, 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 Hungary. Hungry, hungry hippos. Come on down. All right, the French are on stage first time, but they'll get it right.
France always a force to be reckoned with, but Hungary, the up-and-comers, could cause them trouble.
Of course, France is where
Is
the
everybody
first
ready?
ever Nations Cup was held back in 2017.
3,
Yes.
2, 1, begin inspection.
Juliet and Alexandra with a lot of experience in the Nations Cup format.
8 seconds.
So we'll see how they do under
3,
the pressure.
2, 1, go.
Eliane Begwek for France up against Gergely Novotny for Hungary.
Gergely starting quite well, but not the smoothest last layer, and gets a low 9.
2.5 second disadvantage for Hungary going into the second solve. But they've managed to clutch back half a second of that. There's 2 seconds in it.
So it's down to the wire. It's down to the wire.
I think that will be France. I think they've won by about a second.
The numbers are tight. The numbers are really tight.
Oh my goodness!
What a performance from David Sabo. Really good.
Amazing
really
comeback
good
by
solving
Hungary
from him.
there.
Decides to take a video.
And Hungary takes it to the third round. All right. Congratulations.
Our second upset of the competition.
Moment of clarification from the judge.
Wait.
Whilst
there's
the
a
Hungarian
clarification.
team did solve from left to right, even though it should have been right to left, they did solve in the correct order. There is no DNF. The results stand.
Wow, so that is Hungary
Thank you,
through
Judge,
to the
for clarifying
quarterfinals.
that.
The biggest upset, I would say.
Moving on
from
to
the
third
round of 16.
round. There we see it. There we see it. It's going to be Poland versus Norway. Let's call on Poland first. Poland. Here we've got Poland coming back for the second time, and Norway. Norway, third time.
Olaf and Tim on recording, taken in the moment.
All right, I'll note that I didn't get any predictions from the Polish camp there this time. All right.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
Poland, top seed. Every competitor with a sub-5 official average. Our top 3 European competitors, all on one team.
8 seconds.
Timon smiling, I see there's.
3, 2, 1, go.
Timon forgot to not put his hands on the timer. Olaf with a clean F12, 4 seconds into the ZB. Gets a low 7. Not the best performance, but should be enough. Timon probably mid 4, and Theodor to finish it off. Also ZB. High 6. Doesn't matter. Cleanly take it.
Well, that's a sub-5 right there.
Unfortunately for the chance, Norway is out.
Norway will be rowing themselves home.
But the Norwegians are rowing for home. Congratulations, Poland, on making it to the next round. Poland. Next up is the Netherlands.
That is
Secret
our
Netherlands
first semi-finalist confirmed now,
participant.
Poland.
All right. Thank you, Ukraine. The Netherlands. And taking on the Netherlands will be Romania. Romania. All right, Romania. They look so much cooler in those sunglasses. Each of these teams has been on stage before. They know the drill. And as soon as we get the drill sergeant out here, we'll do
Anyone's
the thing.
game.
Is everybody ready?
Ideal
3,
quarterfinal matchup.
2, 1, begin inspection.
The winner of this match gets to face Poland in the semi-finals.
I'm not sure gets to is quite the word
seconds.
that you want to use there.
3, 2, 1, go.
Anthony Patarakis on the top here plays George Donesco. Oh no! Yanis Kostin-Kelly has started his timer early.
Romania with a probably... We'll let it play out just for the possibility with Romania probably with a disqualification. Twan with a clean 5 to figure it out. That doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. The Romania unfortunately is out.
The timer was started early for the fastest competitor. That is a DNF result. It didn't matter anyway. Of course, the Netherlands are proceeding through to the next round.
That's the Netherlands going on.
That's a brutal way to
Next
go out
up,
there.
we've got the United Kingdom of England, Wales, and Scotland.
And Northern Ireland.
UK.
And Northern Ireland.
What?
And Northern Ireland.
And Northern Ireland.
And the overseas
I have
territories.
opinions. The UK. Let's get the UK up here. Sorry. I may have been confusing people. UK. Are you UK? Are you okay? Come on up. And the UK will be taking on La Bella Italia.
A member of the crowd is holding up the Australian flag when the UK comes out. I wonder if
UK
that's the
versus
closest
Italy.
thing they had.
Welcome back.
You know, just gotta fold it a couple times. Some parts never leave.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
United Kingdom, our second seed, plays Italy, 7th seed.
Huge underdogs, Italy, but
Italy has had a very strong performance so far.
Valerio very
3,
clutch in the moment.
2, 1.
Let's see if they can
go.
reproduce.
James Alonso taking an early lead there.
The first solver's not doing the best, but hopefully they're... Daniel with a good solve, a 6-7 to cheer up the crowd. And Valerio with a low 5 again. The UK is out. Italy wins. The reigning champions
Italia è molto
fall to
rapida.
Italy.
Che bellezza.
With another beautiful performance from the likes of Valerio Locatelli. Italy are still in the running somehow.
Round. All right, next up, I'm going to be calling on Germany.
They guarantee themselves
Let's
at
get
least
Germany
a
on
place
up here.
in the first place match. But
There's
you can see the
Germany on
hunger. They're
stage,
very
and Germany
hungry.
will be.
They want to do as much as is possible.
I'm glad somebody brought livestock. And Hungary, let's get the Hungarian team up on stage. Hungary, welcome back. And you all know the drill. Make sure you're sitting at the right spot with the right sticker.
And for the final spot in the semifinals, Hungary take on Germany. Germany the huge favorites, but Hungary have shown clutch before.
Is
and
everybody
Kevin
ready? 3, 2, 1, begin
not
inspection.
done the best in the previous solve, but we will see. Only time will tell. We'll win.
8 seconds.
Sebastian seems ready
3,
to start.
2, 1, go.
Expecting a bit extra and starting. Sebastian with a very clean F2L. Off to the PLL. Beats Hungary by about a second. Emmanuel fumbling a bit. It's neck and neck.
It is absolutely neck and neck.
It's Kevin versus Gergo, and Gergo has been more clutch recently, but Kevin on the PLL.
Oh, it will come down to the mark. It will come down to the mark.
Germany probably takes
That bounced up and down. There was a critical hesitation. And it is...
It's Germany by 0.03.
Germany!
Germany by 0.03 going into the semi-finals, taking the last spot.
By 0.02 seconds!
Kevin thought he was safe, but he wasn't. The fumble on the PLO could have cost them.
Of a second.
But Germany move on.
Takes it to the next round.
Hungary did put up a fair fight, though.
Well, the field is getting thinner.
Overperformed their seed.
And I would like to call on Poland next. Poland, let's come back. Poland against the Netherlands. Let's see if we can find the Polish people back here. Let's get them Polish people out here on stage. All right. Welcome back. And those Dutch folk as well.
Yeah, cheering the crowd up. Quite the crowd pleaser.
Hup, Holland, hup. Hup, Holland, hup. Hup, 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 hup. Hup, hup, hup. Are you sitting in the right order?
But Poland are
right.
against.
Is everybody ready?
The hometown
3,
favorites.
2, 1, begin inspection.
Hope it's a great match. They've realized they started in the wrong order. Anthony.
I asked you, are you sitting in the right spot?
3, 2, 1, go.
Unfortunately, I think Tuan and Anthony sat down wrong, so they got the wrong cubes. But Anthony with a low 7. In any other match, this would have been a fine start, but against Poland, this is simply not enough. Poland take down the 4th seed with a solve to spare. Obviously, the circumstances are not ideal. The Team Netherlands made a mistake. We'll see how the ruling on that goes.
Cubes are switched. This is my cube. I see. This is my cube. That's your cube. No.
We're going to have a brief discussion about things, but I must say the Polish numbers were impressive.
Also, Anthony pulling out a low 7 without any inspection. Yeah, I know. That is impressive on its own.
Well, yeah, it's the wrong order. But it's out.
We're having a brief discussion about the rules.
So it seems that
So while we're having a brief discussion about the rules,
about whether they sat in the wrong
we
order
should do something
or whether
fun
the cubes were
instead.
brought out in the wrong order.
Tuan is a bit furious. Oh, no, I think they're restarting it.
We've got people drawing squares over there. We've got people shouting things.
Everyone listen up. Whilst the competitors are supposed to sit at the station that is the same color as the cube box that they submitted in, the cubes were in the incorrect order. So therefore, with Tuan thinking that he was the fastest, supposed to be sitting here, that is fair enough. It will be an extra for this. So we will come back. The cubes will be resubmitted. After the next round, we will go back to Netherlands versus the Poland.
So we'll be looking for a rematch. We'll be looking for a rematch here.
Unfortunately,
after
the first
technical difficulties.
The first sub 15
that means that we're going to do
the
other
So Netherlands
quarterfinals
gets a second shot at
while
trying to beat
things
Poland.
are being reset up. The other quarterfinals is going to be Italy versus Germany. So I will call on Italy. Italy.
So they sat 3-2-1 like they should have done, but the colors are not on the correct ones.
There's Italy, all right. And it's Italy versus Germany. So let's get Germany back on stage. Germany. All right, Germany, you have. Each team has arrived before their cubes and before their cube covers.
It's an extra.
Make sure that you're sitting in the right order. Make sure that you get the right cube. Because we don't want a repeat. Here is the presentation of the cubes. And once the cubes have been handed out, that's when the fun starts.
Italy with a chance of making history, making it to the finals, probably for the first time.
Italy versus Germany.
In the country's history.
Is about to.
And Germany ready to
is halfway
show what they're made of.
Halfway to the starting line.
And why they're always contenders for the title.
Everyone's keeping warm. Is everyone in the audience keeping hydrated? Remember to drink water. Remember to drink tap water because it is high quality around here. Remember to use your bottles. And the convenient towel that is in your goodie bag. Because it's hot in here.
There's some delay in bringing out Italy's.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Poland situation threw a bit of a wrench into the flow of everything. Team Italy is still waiting for their cubes.
I think you're being a great audience, and there come the next cubes. The rest of the cubes are arriving. Is everyone seated at the right cube? Your cube covers, cube color covers. Looks like everyone's got a cube, and there's OG to take the...
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
Germany, 3rd seed here. Tipped to win this match against 7th seed Italy.
8 seconds.
Starting off with Sebastian Bayer up against
3,
Homer Daniel
2,
Coro from Italy.
1, go.
Giacomo with not the cleanest starts, while Sebastian gets it done in under 7 seconds. Italy.
3-second disadvantage there for Italy, and a great second solve there for Emanuel Müller.
We would need another miracle from Valerio. And Germany takes it. Germany are in the final. Your first finalist is Germany.
Looks like Germany has it. Germany carries on to the finals.
That's not the last we'll see of Italy, as they will
Contestants,
be
take your
competing
cubes.
in third place final matchup.
Exactly.
Please submit shouted messages to the contestants on paper, and I'll read them out for you. Okay, upcoming is the rematch, Poland versus the Netherlands. This is a technical rematch. It may take a moment for us to get things lined up. As we wait for things to get lined up again, in the right colored cube covers, keep waving those flags. I like you over there, Finland. You're looking good. I like you down here, Greece, because you're also blue and white.
So we'll shortly be starting the rematch of Poland against Netherlands.
Right, the cubes are coming out. The cubes are coming out, and they're in the right color of cube cover this time. They're being double checked by Oliver. Oliver is satisfied. Which country's here? Poland is on this side, and the Netherlands is going to be on this side. So I'm going to call on Poland. Can we get Poland to come out first, please? There's Poland again. But you also know the drill. It's hup, Holland, hup. Hup, Holland, hup.
The hometown
Holland,
favorites
hup, Holland.
get another chance to defeat the giant.
Hup.
It is David, Netherlands.
Gorgeous
against
flag
Goliath,
waving there.
Poland.
Well done,
Yes.
well done.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1. Begin inspection.
This time everything seems in order. No one's
8
calling
seconds.
for any extras.
3, 2, 1, go.
Anthony starts. Great first shot from Olaf of 4.67.
Olaf with a sub 5, Timon with a sub 5 of his own, almost sub 4. And Theodor on the last solve. Messed this up a bit.
Oh! No! Poland has DNF'd, which will put them out of the final. That's Netherlands through to the final.
This cube is a DNF. The Netherlands goes through.
It's the Netherlands. It's the Netherlands.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
We said the Netherlands need a miracle.
Woey
They
de
got the
They-
biggest miracle of all there.
Bowie de Bowie.
No,
No, we don't want any booing. Come on.
Theodor,
We can commiserate. We can sympathize. We can empathize, but I don't want to hear any booing. Thank you, Poland. All right, that brings us to the finals, the very last. And it's kind of convenient because no matter who wins, we only have to bicycle about 30 kilometers to visit the winner. It's going to be the Netherlands versus Germany. The Netherlands versus Germany. So I'm going to call on the Netherlands first. I'm going to call on the Netherlands first. Hey,
I think
I
they
think
should
they
do the
need
third
another 10
place
seconds
matchup
to figure
first.
out what's going on.
yeah, I think.
Sorry, there's a third place event going on. Someone against Italy. Poland against Italy. So I'm going to call on Poland first to figure out the third place. Poland. Can I get Poland? Is Poland still around? Yes, Poland. I would like to welcome back Poland. Give them a hand, Poland. And Poland will be competing against Italy. Poland versus Italy. Make sure you're in the right spot. Make sure you're seated well.
Is everybody ready?
Theodor looks very
3,
flustered
2,
after the
1.
last match.
Begin inspection.
Yeah, it's probably very hard. It's hard to, for anyone, it would be hard to handle, especially a 10-year-old.
8
Not
seconds.
the easiest thing to handle. You messing up something
3,
that should be so easy
2,
for you.
1, go.
Now it's not the time to think about that. Now is the time to compete in the first place match. And Olaf starts off strong with a sub 5. Timon gets Sunzi B, another sub 5. Theodor fumbles, finishes it cleanly.
And that is the third place going to Poland.
Poland takes third place.
Those are some very nice numbers from Poland. All right, let's give Poland a big hand.
Our unfortunate manner in which they lost, but
Poland
they still show what they're made of
all right.
in the third place match.
Enough about Poland, because we are on to our final matchup of this evening. Netherlands playing Germany.
All right, there's shouting from backstage. I don't know what kind of shouting it is. Let's hope it's happy shouting.
Our first and second
should be
seed
doing
are
some
both
happy
out of the
cheering.
running, leaving third
Now
v
we get
fourth. Germany
the other
versus
finals.
Netherlands.
For first place, we've got cubes being checked. And I'm going to be calling on the Netherlands first and sending the Netherlands... OJ, am I sending the Netherlands down to that end?
Netherlands that end.
Netherlands is this end. Good.
Making
All
sure
right.
there are no cube
Let's bring
mix-ups
out
this time.
the Netherlands. Ik verscheurde je foto. In een discotheek zat ik van de week. You're down at this end. Zo heel alleen. And their rivals is going to be Germany. Let's welcome Germany on the stage. There's Germany. Koningsnummer.
Is everybody ready? Is the audience ready? 3,
There's everything
2,
in it. This will
1,
decide
begin
the
inspection.
winner.
The hometown favorites versus the perennial contenders. The third versus the fourth
8
seed.
seconds.
Very much not the matchup we expected in the finals.
3,
Not
2,
at all.
It's
1,
the one we get.
Go.
And Anthony starts off.
Against Sebastian Weyer. Second neck, both clean solving so far. Ooh, and that's Germany
Sebastian
taking
a
an
bit
early
faster,
lead.
1.4 seconds faster for Germany. Emmanuel Mule a bit of a fumble though.
And
it's
they've taken
tied.
by this.
It's tied on the last solve. It's Twan versus Kevin. Twan gets his EB. AUF's it. It's neck and neck, but I think Netherlands has it.
There's some shouting. There's some shouting, but it's tense. It's so tense.
Netherlands win! The Netherlands are your Nations Cup champions. They defeated Poland, they defeated Germany. Very deserved the win.
Field advantage. It's the Netherlands. It's the Netherlands, winner of this Rubiks Nations Cup. It's the Netherlands.
Netherlands with the home turf advantage.
It's so loud in here. I can't hear a thing.
So that makes the podium. Netherlands followed by
And
Germany.
here's the Greeks.
Followed by Poland.
I fear the Greeks, even when they come bearing gifts.
What a spectacular matchup, Piotr.
What a spectacular matchup to end the day for us here today.
It was really, really spectacular. There were so many upsets.
Timeo
That
Danaos
Poland
et
upset
Dona
was
Ferentes.
absolutely jaw-dropping. I cannot
That
believe
wraps
that
up this
Theodor,
event, this evening's
DNF'd
event.
by such a huge
Thank
amount.
you all
I've
for
never
being
seen
a
anything
wonderful,
like that from him in an
wonderful
official
audience.
competition.
We will see you tomorrow
But
morning
the
back
stress
here for the second day of the Rubiks WCA European Championships 2026. And we'll have
Exactly,
our new
Poland.
share of technical screw-ups and happy feelings.
After all these years, Poland
Remember,
remain
flag waving
the uncrowned kings
is
of
fine,
Europe,
but
never
we're
winning
all
when it matters
friends
most,
here.
fumbling under pressure. I think that's it from us today.
It is.
But the fuck up is the direct consequence, arguably.
Thank you so much for
Yeah.
watching. We've had a fantastic day here at the European Championship in Arnhem. Day one, so many great things. We saw the European record broken for 7x7
And 3x3 one-handed.
and 3x3 one-handed. We nearly saw a 4x4 world record. not quite today. We'll have to see what tomorrow has in store. So that's goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me as well. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, let's go.